Really?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't hear you. One moment.
Can you hear me now? Amy. Can you hear me, Amy?
We can barely hear you.
Barely hear us. It's not clear with the speaker. Can you hear me now?
It's kind of like you're distanced.
Can you find out what speaker we're on? We're on the speaker?
Try again.
Yes?
Yep. Have you got a volume button?
Blair's working on that right now. Which, are we on this one or are we on that? Which,
We're on this way.
are you sure?
Well, you can see my ball spot. Fuck.
We can hear you. Can you hear us, right?
Can you hear us?
It's equally and distanced.
To get someone to put that, it's probably going through my laptop. Echo cancelling, is that the Logitech one?
That's not too bad.
Can you hear us now?
As long as you speak up, should be all right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's just echoey. It's not ideal, but we can hear you.
It's never ideal.
You might have to use the stern voice that you use with me, like loud, nice.
Yeah, right, like I do, Jeff. Hardly get to talk to you these days, to use the stern voice. Thank you. I've got a technical guide here. Is that better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but still it is distanced.
It's distance. Why is it sounding distant?
Not too bad.
How about this?
That's
How
good.
about that? Is that better?
Yes.
All right. Excellent.
What did you do? Thank you. Expert. I'm a genius. On to top. Or you'll need to just move your mouth. It doesn't pop in. Just keep on. You mean safety rated and
Paula, we have everybody in the chamber when you're ready to start.
Oh, sorry, I was just waiting for the clock to go to 9:30, so then we can't start early. So it's now 9:30. Morena tātou katoa, thank you for your forbearance with me zooming in from Wellington due to my visit.
Sorry, Paula. Sorry to interrupt. The sound's still a little bit sketchy. Can you get closer to a microphone, perhaps?
Is it better if I sit here?
Yes.
That's way better.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Morena tātou, thank you for your forbearance with me being on Zoom today, as I'm heading, as you know, off to the ministers this afternoon. I will ask Tame if he's there to open with a karakia, please.
Kia ora koutou. So I'll do my best to put in deaf awareness language, and then I'll switch over to my karakia.
Thank you.
My first words are going to go to the Creator, so that He puts His blessings on the small trees and the large trees, and that He blesses our manu kahui and members of council. That concludes my message from the deaf people for this day. Kia hapai ngā kupu tuatahi ki te tāhuhu matapu, kia hora tamarino, kia whakapapapauna no te moana, kia tere te kārohi rohi i runga i te tangata. Kia tau mai ngā manaakitanga ki runga i te manu kāhui, e noho mai nei mā te rorohiko, te koro matu atuarua Jeff, ngā memo o te kaunihera e hui hui tahi nei, ngā memo o te hāpori, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, koutou e hara mai nei ki te kōrero, i ngā kaupapa mō te riu o Waikato, mō te kōpū mānia o Kirikiri roa, tēnei te mihi aroha kia koutou mai te whare o te kini, kia koutou katoa. Ki te hunga ko whetū rangi chia, oi mai no te itariki. Nō reira e te atua, koro wai chia i nui te aroha, me te rangi māriri, pai māriri, āmene. Thank you everyone, have a great day, and let the sun shine on your right. Right, whoki. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you so much for that wonderful opening to our meeting, including the awareness of those with hearing disabilities in our community. We really appreciate that opening. Okay, so we'll get into the meeting proper, but before we do that, we're going to have a moment's silence for Barry Pryor, who was a councillor for many years, well before we were all on council. But I understand that Martin represented council at his funeral recently and may want to say a few words, after which we'll observe a moment's silence. Martin, would you like to say anything about Mr. Pryor, please?
Just very briefly, Barry Pryor served on this council from 1971 to 1977. However, myself and Councillor Pascoe knew him well. He made a huge contribution to our community. Barry was a giver, always an amazing giver. And at his well-attended service, I'm reminded of the work he did through JCs and the days when we had to go to Auckland for cancer treatment and for cancer. And he did huge work in helping funding relevant equipment at Waikato Hospital. That's the example of that generation. So if you want to think Barry Pryor, think Hamilton Gardens, think Lake Whaiwhakariki and many other legacies of that council in the 1970s. And I acknowledge former Mayor Margaret Evans, who also will be very, very familiar with Councillor Pryor. Through the Chair, I just ask for a moment's silence, please.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for that wonderful few words. I also acknowledge the past service of all councillors. We all know sitting around the table it's not an easy job, and most of us are here because of our passions and our values, and Barry was no different. And although I can't see previous Mayor Margaret Evans, I pay my respect to all previous mayors, including Margaret, for the role that they have had in our city. And I know it's not an easy job, so good morning, Margaret, to you, and thank you to all past councillors, including Barry. We will now go to confirmation. There's apologies. So there's my apology. I'll be in most of the day. I'll be handing over the reins to Jeff a little bit after lunch, I think, or depending how the agenda goes. I'm going to Parliament this afternoon. And Councillor Donovan has put in his apologies for partial attendance. So I also move Deputy Mayor Taylor will second. Will you, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, Mayor Southgate. We also have Councillor Pascoe for lateness.
And Councillor Bunting does have a...
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, Your Worship. I will have to leave at 6. I have another council business. No, I'm not being silly. I've seen these things. You know, we've all picked it.
We should be done hours before that, mate.
Oh.
Mine's not a partial.
We've heard your predictions before.
Yeah, I will be here the whole day. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So Councillor Donovan is going to be here all day, so we'll remove his apologies. Mark will accept your apologies, but we'll be long gone by 6, meeting dinner by then. So thank you very much. It's been moved by me, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. Can you give us the call for the vote, please, Deputy Mayor?
Clarification, just, oh, sorry, next item, apologies. Thank you.
Yep, those in favour, say aye. Those against, carried.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you doing that because you can see people more clearly than I can. Confirmation of the agenda, I so move, with noting some changes. We are going to be flexible to accommodate the availability of our guests, and noting that item 8, which is a recommendation from the open committee meetings, will be taken after item 11, which is the reform response programme, and that's the one, of course, relating to Founders Theatre. So with those changes, I'll move Deputy Mayor.
Councillor O'Leary, is that a question or
a request that item 18, which is the recommendations from the open committees, which includes the decision to be ratified about founders, be taken after celebrating age, because after item 12.
I'll second that.
I'm not necessarily in favour of that because I would like to be present for the founders one and less concerned about.
Point of order. Sorry, I'm finding it impossible to hear fully what you're saying, Paula, so I don't know what you suggested prior to what Councillor Angela was asking for. Could you maybe, I don't know, someone who heard that fully in the room here, explain that?
I suggested, I read it out, that item 18 come after the item 11, which is the reform response programme.
Which it already is on here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, and I moved that and Deputy Mayor seconded it. Angela's made a slight change, just dropping it one down the agenda to after the celebrating age. Isn't that right, Councillor O'Leary?
18 after 12, yes.
I'm pretty relaxed, and let's see, we can always readjust the agenda if we need to a bit later. So on the basis of that, Angela's moved and Martin has seconded, I think.
So does that mean it's confirmed that way?
That's what we're trying to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
confirmed? Yeah.
Thanks.
All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh,
Declarations of interest, are there being any?
sorry, were you against? All right, so we'll do it again. Sorry, those in favour?
Who's against?
And against?
And against?
So Councillor Bunting, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Donovan are dissenting. However, the motion is carried.
Okay, declarations of interest, please. Can I just ask, because of sound, that the questions and comments come through the Deputy Mayor or myself, just to make it easier for us? Because I can hear a lot of people talking. Okay, so declarations of interest. Are there any? No, we'll move on now to, being none, we'll move on to the public forum. And I'd just like to welcome everybody who has come to the public forum. This is a very important part of our meeting. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. I would really have liked to, but I look forward to what you have to say. And first up, we have MP Chloe Swarbrick, and I know she's under a tight time constraint. I'll need to know when the time is, so if you could give speakers a nod 30 seconds before the end of their time, please, Jeff, Amy, that would be very helpful. Good morning, Chloe.
Morena, tēnā koe mea Southgate, tēnā koutou councillors. No irarangi no tia mana hoki o Putipuna, I whānau mai aho, I tāmaki makauro, ai tipu ake aho, I reira, no reira, Chloe Swarbrick tēnei mihi atu ana. Kia koutou katoa. Thank you for having me. Barely a day goes by that we don't hear about alcohol harm in our communities, yet years have gone by without meaningful political action. You'll likely be aware that Minister Farfway intends to review the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act in this term of Parliament. This could hopefully result in a government bill to reduce alcohol harm. However, we do not yet have a guarantee of action from this eventual review, nor do we have a timeline or commitment to action. That is why I've drafted this bill, which does two simple things. Firstly, it removes the unusual special appeals for local alcohol policies so that communities can finally make their own rules without being caught up in expensive legal action. Secondly, it seeks to sever the tie between sports and alcohol, implementing recommendations from reviews that have been languishing since the early 2010s. Frankly, we are swimming in reviews. In 2010, the Law Commission recommended a suite of changes to alcohol laws, including ending alcohol advertising outright. In 2014, under the former National Government, a ministerial forum led by none other than Sir Graham Lowe recommended ending alcohol sponsorship and advertising in sport. In the last term of Parliament, the Government commissioned Kia Oranga, the Mental Health and Addiction Inquiry, and Turuki Turuki, the Safe and Effective Justice Review. Recommendation 26 of that Mental Health and Addiction Inquiry stated, and I quote, take a stricter regulatory approach to the sale and supply of alcohol, informed by the recommendations of the 2010 Law Commission Review, the 2014 Ministerial Forum on Alcohol Advertising and Sponsorship, and the 2014 Ministerial Justice Report on alcohol pricing. The Safe and Effective Justice Review echoed exactly the same thing, stating, and I quote, we recommend stronger regulation of alcohol. Over recent decades, governments have ignored many recommendations aimed at reducing the harm and impact of alcohol misuse. Kia Oranga, the 2010 Law Commission Review, the 2014 Ministerial Forum, and the 2014 Ministry of Justice Report all recommended and provided evidence for stricter regulatory approaches to sale and supply of alcohol. Much bolder political leadership is required here to take action now, end quote. Frankly, we've had a lot of reviews, and this is an opportunity for action with an already drafted bill ready to have its day in Parliament. In this term of Parliament, for those who are uninitiated with standing orders, they were changed, which means that members' bills no longer have to rely on the luck of the ballot drawer. If they can get the support of 6 non-executive members of Parliament, they will bypass the ballot and get to the debating floor. That is why I am asking for your support. As your own documents of today's meeting state, it's telling that the largest councils in this country of Auckland, Christchurch, Hamilton and Wellington all do not have LAPs in place. Literally millions of dollars of ratepayer money has been spent by Auckland and Christchurch in particular, trying to implement theirs to no avail. I could say a lot more, but I'm aware of my time limit. So kia ora, and thank you for your consideration of this today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe, and we really appreciate you taking the leadership in this matter. I'm afraid we're not having questions today, but I can guarantee that when the item comes up, there will be robust debate, and you will be able to tune into the discussion later in your day. So thank you so much.
Kia ora, thank you.
And we now have Mr. Richard Hoskins, the Medical Officer of Health, speaking on the same item, item 14, the Private Members Bill.
Kia ora koutou, ko Richard Hoskins, tōku ingoa. I am indeed one of the local medical officers of health. I've had responsibility for the privileges and responsibilities the medical officer of health has under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act since 2016 in this rohi. I want to thank Council for considering this notice of motion and MP Chloe Swarbrick for drafting it and placing it on the agenda in the first place. I need to be brief and fast. I'm going to speak to 3 things. The first is the appeal process for LAPs. The Act currently provides for local government to develop and adopt local alcohol policies, which may include a range of provisions that evidence shows will decrease alcohol-related harm. The development process is comprehensive and includes a consultation phase before a provisional policy is promulgated. Following that, there is an appeal process. This appeal process has been used by the alcohol industry to stop the introduction of effective measures that councils have already developed following a comprehensive policy process. Hamilton City Council is a victim of this. Most of the larger councils are also victims of this and have had their LAPs thwarted by this appeal step, wasting energy, effort and much ratepayers' and taxpayers' money. Repeated community surveys show that the vast majority of the community support the provisions such as reduced hours and reduced places of sale. These are measures that can and should be included in local alcohol policies. Hamilton City Council has a track record of recommending changes to the appeal process. In 2018, its submission to the Governance Administration Select Committee recommended the removal of Section 81 of the Act. I strongly support the removal of the appeal mechanism from the Act and urge Council to also support this. In my view, it has been used by the alcohol industry to thwart evidence-based policy, to thwart community desires, and to defeat the outcomes of local democracy. Secondly, advertising and sponsorship. Restriction of this is one of the top evidence-based policies to reduce alcohol-related harm. In Aotearoa, repeated high-level inquiries, as we've heard, have recommended to government comprehensive measures to restrict alcohol advertising and sponsorship. These are also strongly supported in community surveys. Government has repeatedly failed to enact this recommendation, largely due to successful industry body lobbying. Again, the industry is thwarting community will and evidence-based policy. The current Advertising Standards Authority mechanisms and findings are, unsurprisingly, woefully inadequate. Again, I strongly support this evidence-based policy and note it is consistent with community desires. And a final note on process. As you're aware, the Private Members Bill relies on luck of the draw. This matter is too important to rely on luck. I urge Council to support all and any mechanisms that will get this bill or any thorough review onto the legislative agenda this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. That was a very clear submission. We appreciate it. And we now move to Nikki Jackson from Health Watch, please. Good morning, Nikki.
Morena koutou. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm a director of a national charity funded by the Ministry of Health to provide evidence to inform alcohol policy decisions. I'm here to urge you to support this bill, following the leadership of Auckland Council in March, followed by Christchurch in April, and yesterday Whanganui District Council have also followed leadership. And I'm presenting at a number of councils around the country, and I've been overwhelmed by the support for this bill. I've only got a few minutes, so I'm not going to go through the evidence. It's really clear that you have high levels of hazardous drinking in your region. You have significant inequities that are experienced particularly by Māori and Pacifica male drinkers and Wahine Māori drinkers. You have high levels of alcohol harm that are turning up to your EDs, seen in family violence and road crashes. There's no territorial authority that is immune from alcohol harm. You have a higher rate of alcohol-related admissions to hospital than the national average. That's driven by a higher rate of admissions due to chronic drinking conditions. Why have we had no change in the level of alcohol harm in our country? Because we've failed to address the three key drivers of alcohol use and harm, namely the low price of alcohol, its high availability, and ubiquitous marketing. These risk factors are disproportionately concentrated in our most deprived communities. So as Chloe and Richard have spoken to you before, only 35% of the New Zealand population is covered by a local alcohol policy. Here we are 8 years later, and many of us still not covered. This appeals process is unique to council alcohol policies. You don't find it in other council policies. Removing this appeals provision still allows a judicial review, but this gets rid of this industry use of litigation to try and delay policies. There's a local government New Zealand remit that's already passed on this issue in 2018 with 95% support. And I recognise that your Super Rugby team is well branded with alcohol products. You can buy merchandise covered with Waikato Draft. The Super Rugby Facebook group, which has over 300,000 followers, including children, has alcohol advertising certainly within the social media. The team supports breast cancer reduction, and yet breast cancer is the leading cause of alcohol-related death in New Zealand women. You can lead the way. I recognise that you've got three venues, the FMG Stadium, Seddon Park and Porritt Stadium, no doubt have some alcohol branding there. You can lead the way. So Chloe said that we've got time and time reviews and reviews and reviews on this issue, and I encourage you to do what other councils are doing around the country and take leadership on this important issue. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. And those slides will be circulated, will they? So if we can you hear me well enough?
Yep.
Thank you.
Good, Paula.
So if we can get those slides circulated, that would be really good before the item is discussed. And now I welcome Sarah, Jenny and Peter talking on age concern, please. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Jenny McGee, the Board President of Age Concern Hamilton, and with me today are Sarah Farmer, the Executive Officer, and Peter Oertley, who's our Board Member. We are here in support of Council's move to restore the Celebrating Age Centre, acknowledging that Council's position is not whether to do so, but where and how it will be done. Age Concern Hamilton's position is to endorse a new building at the current site of 30 Victoria Street, with a purpose-built centre supported by commercial occupancy that aligns with the needs and interests of older people. We want to briefly add to the excellent report provided by council staff. The current centre does not celebrate age. It was designed to meet community needs when it opened in the mid-1970s, but maintenance issues aside, the building is no longer fit for purpose. We are at a turning point ready for the next iteration. The city has a growing older population, 1 in 10 people now aged over 65. Hamilton's committed to being an age-friendly city, so let's keep walking that path. The 1998 City Council strategic plan for the centre set the vision of a vibrant, thriving focal point for Hamilton's older community, which provides, encourages and promotes services and activities for older people in Hamilton. We ask you to hold that vision and rebuild at 30 Victoria Street. So you may be wondering why that site. 5 reasons. Firstly, it's central. It's within walking distance of Hamilton East in the central city. In many communities, older people are pushed to the margins, invisible and unvalued. We believe this cannot happen in an age-friendly city like Hamilton. Secondly, that site is accessible. Unlike many buildings in the city, older people can access it easily. The site offers basement parking and level street entry. Bus stop and disability parking are also available outside the door. Thirdly, it's known by Hamilton's older people. They know where to come to for advice, support and activities. And agencies have used this as a focal point for police, DHB and social service agencies to collaborate on the needs of older people for the past 17 years. And finally, and also importantly, the history. There is a strong history of linking older people with that site. It represents more than 40 years of the relationship between council and the Old Folks Association, senior citizens, Age Concern and other agencies. A new centre on that site builds on its past and present to create a hub of services and facilities that will secure the future. So what now? Age Concern acknowledges and appreciates the council's support in rehousing our agency while the Celebrating Age Centre is re-established. However, temporary premises make delivering some activities very difficult, while others can no longer be provided, as that report before you indicates. COVID has been particularly hard on older people who are often isolated and vulnerable. Social isolation is more likely to kill you than a packet of cigarettes. Post-COVID, older people are beginning to emerge and need more support than ever. The longer the Celebrating Age Centre is absent from our city, the greater the risks to their health and well-being. We ask Council to stand for the older people of Hamilton by committing to a needs analysis and feasibility study for a new Celebrating Age Centre at 30 Victoria Street. We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. There won't be any questions of public forum at this time, but we appreciate that you've been able to brief council prior as well. We'll be discussing it in full when the item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much. Now we have Mr. Barry O'Donnell also speaking to the Celebrating Age Centre. Welcome, Barry.
He is not here today.
Yeah.
And so we'll move to the next one.
Okay, we'll hold him over should he arrive. If not, you know.
Not on
So we'll now go to...
Sorry, Paula, I think we do. Is it Mr...
Is it McDonald or O'Donnell?
I've got O'Donnell in the run sheet, but should it be
But
McDonald?
it should have been McDonald, should it?
Barry's unable to make it. He has asked myself and a couple of colleagues to speak on his behalf, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
So, Barry's not been able to make it, as I said. I'm Grant Taylor on his behalf. His paper has been tabled, and quite happy to take discussions from that point.
We're not having discussions during public forum today, so if you want to just highlight some of the critical points from the paper you've tabled, that would be good. And of course, the substantive discussion will occur later in the day. Is there anything that you want to highlight, please, Grant?
I think Barry's actually raised it quite eloquently in his paper, and I think that covers it pretty well. So, no, I'm happy to leave it at this stage at that.
All right, well, thank you very much, and please pass on thanks to Barry for the comprehensive notes that he has given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Taylor, Mr. Kennedy of the Waikato Guild of Woodcraft, speaking to the Celebrating Age Centre.
I return again.
Same grant, good, excellent, thank you.
So Kevin McDonald here has joined me with this. He's on our club committee. I would first of all like to acknowledge your acknowledging Barry Pryor at the start of this meeting. He was one of the founding members of our club, and as we can ascertain, missed it by 6 months. So he was a member of our club for about 30 years, and as you can appreciate, contributed a lot to the club, but also to the City Council. And a point that we'll raise again is in the foyer of the Hamilton City Council is a lovely carved mural, which a lot of our members contributed to that, and also the mural at the Hamilton Gardens. So that's come from our club. I acknowledge the senior living requirements. I noticed in the Hamilton City Council report that there has been a consideration to a Pembroke site. I don't think that's going to be big enough for a big consideration. And I'm particularly talking about a hub for arts and crafts and other senior living activities. Norris Waters, we have actually looked at for the last couple of years has been an option. But the more that we looked at it, and when you looked at a larger arts and crafts hub and for senior living, then the site isn't big enough and it would need a complete refurbish. Consequently, we came down to the consideration of the Founders Theatre. And I may correct myself and say Founders Building because it's no longer a theatre, it is an empty building. The Founders Building is central to CBD for not only the increased living people that are living in the city, but also for the people who work in the city to come in lunch hour or after hours to interact with the arts and crafts or other communities that might be there. It's also very easily accessible by buses and particularly by handicapped people. And when we started looking around for a potential site, we looked at existing buildings, greenfield sites, and when you look at the new regional theatre as a hub or the buses as a hub, there's only really 2 locations that it could really be considered. It's Norris Ward or the Founders. And when we actually have an existing site there that has potential to be reutilised, then it is well worth considering. Some people have mentioned about parking, and I'll point out that there's a lot of people who attend the cricket grounds, but I don't think the City Council provides any parking for all those people. So there is existing parking at the Founders, and it can be actually improved on, but there is adequate parking for the thing. Vision. We have seen in Hamilton the vision being created with Innovation Park and how that has contributed to the Hamilton community and business and other development. But we've also recently had highlighted the Egyptian Garden, which started off as a rubbish tip and has now become a highlight of the city. If we can see the same vision created to an arts and crafts hub, then we actually can have a great asset to the city. There is parts of the Founders Building that can be reutilised straight away within a small redevelopment, be it painting and a small redevelopment. There's other parts that will need some vision and planning, but it can be actually worked. We have a chance to make this a really successful vision for Hamilton, but I think what it needs is a community working group to bring the ideas together, because there is different people who have got different views. And it is an opportunity that we do not want to lose. The cost of building something like this would be large if we went to a greenfield site. By reutilising Founders, we actually reduce the cost, and we also haven't considered the cost if we don't do anything, if those individual organisations carry on where they are sporadically around Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your clear comments. And now we welcome Margaret Evans, who's speaking to Celebrating Age Centre. Good morning, Margaret.
Morena, Mayor Paula and Lance in the distance, Deputy Mayor Jeff and councillors. I am speaking to item 12, but you will excuse me if I stray into item 18 because they're connected. Firstly, I acknowledge Jenny and her group. Our growing cluster of people support the redevelopment of the Celebrating Age Centre. We acknowledge, however, that that's probably at least 5 years out, probably longer by the time various planning and construction occurs. We're suggesting also you're talking between $10 and $20 million, and with a commercial component, that makes it quite an exciting project. But the time delay, as news has filtered, has responded in people like Barry O'Donnell. There is real concern about what can be done in the short term while that development occurs. The second point is, don't think just one community centre is needed in Hamilton. You know, we are this growing city. We need more space. So you've heard Grant already make the point that the latest that we have on founders, and I acknowledge that Mark DeLille is also present today, is that we believe that we can get the first part of the founders, if you agree to give us the building, open next year. And those facilities are certainly needed very, very quickly. That's the timing. Mayor Paula, you asked us to show us the money. Well, we're not going to show you the money, but what we did yesterday afternoon, we introduced 3 prominent Hamiltonians who have committed to keeping the founders open and its redevelopment. And I acknowledge Harry Mowbray is here today, but I also point to somebody that you all know very well, and that's John Gallagher, acknowledged as amongst the great...
Margaret, please stick to the Celebrating Age Centre.
Well, I am. What we are suggesting is that there be a combined working group, including some of these supporters, for both the founders and this exercise on the Celebrating Age Centre. When you have offers from people like Harry and John and Robin Ratcliffe, who are all experienced in repurposing buildings as well as successful businesses, I think they need to be taken seriously. So that's what we're saying. Put founders into the package with the Celebrating Age Centre, have a timing plan that is urgent so that the founders element can be opened very, very quickly, and get the community on board with the Celebrating Age Centre as well, so it becomes, Lance, something you talk about so often, a co-investment opportunity, a council-community partnership.
Thank you, that was very clear. Thank you very much, Margaret. And now we invite Miles Barker to speak to Celebrating Age also.
Kia ora tātou. To Mayor Southgate, to members of Council, and to those attending this public forum. I speak on behalf of the members, currently 43, of the Tai Chi Hamilton Central Group, an organisation which has been meeting typically mid-mornings in the Celebrating Age Centre at least twice a week for the last 13 years. The centre has been, and now I choose my words deliberately and with civic pride, ideal for our purpose. It is a quiet, serene, admirably spaced, well-ventilated area with side rooms for teaching beginners. We have always had excellent relationships with the on-site administrators. Security and all facilities are well catered for. As to the wider picture, the centre's location in Victoria Street resonates with the life of our city's business community, and the centre's being on bus routes augments our city's environmental stance. Since we last met at the centre towards the end of last year, establishing alternative venues has been fraught. You may say in Chengdu and Wuxi, they just do Tai Chi in the park. Look, it's not like that. These days, Tai Chi is an established medical phenomenon. We have referrals from people with regard to strokes, balance issues, addictions, mobility problems. Tai Chi is a significant, sophisticated, leveled spiritual and physical activity which needs division into various rooms and spaces, which actually the present Celebrating Age Centre suits us admirably. You may say, well, just find some other hall. Look, we trawled halls all around Hamilton. We've trawled schools, we've trawled community centres. They just don't cut it. At the moment, with the best of goodwill, the YWCA is helping us out, but sadly it's drafty, noisy, echoey, and it's too small. Thank you. As concerns the 4 options presented to Council today, options 3 and 4, visionary though they may be, fill us with dismay. Frankly, the longevity of many of our members of our group is unlikely to exceed the implementation time of these 2 options. By contrast, the more modest options 1 and 2 hold out hope for us that Council may attend to the social needs of its present older citizens. There is something hugely satisfying for all of us in citizen participation in a purpose-built social amenity that has been implemented with ngākau aroha and with mana rangatira. Kia ora watu.
Thank you so much, Miles. Appreciate that. It was very clear. We now invite Julie Patterson on behalf of the Waikoko or Kirikiriroas from in the city, who's speaking to the Celebrating Age item, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, Deputy Mayor Jeff and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity for Waikoko o Kirikiriroa Swim in the City to support the proposal around the re-establishment of the Celebrating Age Concern Centre at 30 Victoria Street. And in conjunction with that, I'd like to ask councillors 2 questions. So those 2 questions are, what physical activity ticks all these boxes? Is ageless, can be actively participated in from 9 months to 99 years, from babyhood to elderhood, and dare I say, from Waterford to 30 Victoria Street, and is non-weight bearing. There's only one, and that's swimming. And I doubt that any of my esteemed fellow elders in this room, gold card holders, would get out on a rugby field or a soccer field and brave the rigours of either of those games. But would you get into a pool and enjoy aquasize and hydrotherapy? I'll bet you would. How can we support our senior citizens to enjoy the healthy physical activity of swimming, water aerobics and greater mobility in a hydrotherapy pool? There's only one solution. Here's slide 2, thank you. And that is, Hamilton's senior citizens deserve a rightful place in the centre of the city at 30 Victoria Street. And in attendance with that, they deserve a swimming pool co-located in the Endowment land site immediately alongside Celebrating Age for the rebuilding of a municipal swimming pool. There are 101 reasons for it, but there are some particular points that I'd like to make. And those points are, it fits perfectly with the river plan. I mean, water, aqua, river plan. It fits perfectly with the Aranui project, the building of the water facilities along the river. A swimming pool needs to be in the central city. One of the things that we have heard lauded is the great increased density of population in the central city, and the burgeoning apartment dwelling population, together with this population growth that's going to be evident in peacocks, where are they going to swim? Where is our 20-minute city that will allow all of those people to swim within 20 minutes? It's not there. We need to support celebrating age cooperatively with the rebuilding of a new state-of-the-art, world-first swimming pool complex in the name of the Water Quarter.
Thank you. Thank
I've
you.
done massive
If you could bring it
Googles.
to a close now. Thanks.
Yeah, I've done massive Googles. There's only one water quarter potential in the world. That's Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jeff.
Sorry, we are out of time, but thank you very much. The
I'm
slides
interested
will be-
that we've been called time and none of the previous speakers have been called.
Oh, that's because you were well over time.
Yeah, so thank you for that. We will circulate the slides so to make sure that everybody has the information ahead of them. And yeah, we are being fair and reasonable to everyone. We've got such a tight meeting today, so we need to move on. But please circulate the slides, and then council will have access to all of the thinking. Thank you. And now we will ask Mark de Leon to speak to item 18.
Can I please just speak for 30 seconds?
No, sorry, you can't. We're out of time. I'm sorry, you can't. Please, may we have Mark to speak on item 18?
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Council's Community Committee mission statement is having great places for people to interact, enjoy the arts and celebrate our cultures, driving the livability of our city and the well-being of Hamiltonians. Repurposing the Founders Building as a hub for visual arts and community well-being fulfills the Council's mission statement. The hub repurposing would provide space for the range of visual arts with community involvement. It would provide space for making, arts, crafts, sculpture, digital graphics, all artistic media, and many councillors saw examples of those local skills recently at the opening of the Egyptian Garden. It will provide space to display, space to teach, space to meet and organise, a cafe utilising the existing commercial kitchen, and perhaps a retail space or arts market. There is 3,000 square metres of usable space in the Founders Building, and the possibility of adding a further 750 square metres of space economically inside the building as mezzanine floors. For scale, the building is the size of over 30 average-sized homes. To be clear, the existing Founders Building is in good condition. With the proposed repurposing and refurbishment of Founders, it can have a long and vibrant future. To clarify the comment at the last council meeting that the estimate seemed light, we've had a quantity surveyor's estimate carried out for the repurposed hub concept, and it's actually slightly less than $10 million. And note, this was a professional estimate measuring every square metre of the whole building and assigning relevant market building rates to every element. The estimate includes everything, including a very large contingency of $1.35 million and an allowance for inflation of nearly $1 million for the next 12 months. The existing Boyd and Hunumaya parks adjacent to the Founders get very little use, except recently for COVID testing. The majority of people using the park just walk through it. The park as such is not a destination, and turning it into grass will not attract a lot of community use. An arts, cultural and wellbeing hub will attract a lot of Hamilton community and visitors to the Greenbelt nearly every day of the year. Council is committed to a climate change action plan and a commitment to 11 sustainability principles and 7 sustainability themes. Demolishing the Founders Building would send tonnes and tonnes of waste material full of embedded carbon as well as native heart timber to landfill. It destroys a public asset worth tens of millions of dollars. Some of the Council's stated sustainability principles are that Council uses its position as a city leader to educate and influence Hamilton community to embrace sustainability. It also includes social and cultural considerations in its decision-making criteria. And of course, it also states that it focuses on minimising waste. Demolishing founders would show that the Council does not have a commitment to many of these sustainability principles and themes. So in summary, demolishing the founders would be a huge lost opportunity for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate those clear points. And now we welcome Harry Mowbray to speak on the founders. And councillors, I've been told there's a little bit of rustling of paper that you can hear, so I'm now going to mouse up and mute myself in between, so that would be better. I hope.
Ooh, I don't know if I understood what you just said.
Mr. Mowbray, you're welcome to speak now.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time, Mayor Polar and the Council. The Founders Theatre, I grew up in Hamilton right through my life, and the Founders Theatre was an icon. And we also have other icons in the Waikato, one of which we own out at Matangi Dairy Factory, and we're repurposing that. It's probably the most extraordinary industrial site in New Zealand in terms of not something I want to talk about today, but this is what we do. And we have probably the three of the most extraordinary entrepreneurial families wanting to support the repurposing of the Founders Theatre, and I urge the Council to give us the opportunity to actually look at it and come up with some ideas further perhaps to what Mark and the group that's actually precipitating this has got to. And because I think we really should be looking after an iconic building like that. And having walked around it yesterday, I think there is an incredible opportunity for it to be the most incredible art centre. And so I don't really want to say any more. I just would love you to, or urge you to, give us the opportunity to spend the next 10 months looking at it and come up with whatever solutions we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. That's very straightforward. And now we invite Neil Currigan. I might have pronounced that wrong, sorry. Anyway, welcome, Neil.
Yeah, Neil Kurgenvin. I'm with, have spoken here before on this. I'm with Historic Places Aotearoa, which is the community section of Heritage New Zealand. They have re-established committees throughout New Zealand to assist and help with heritage restoration and development in the country. The concerns that they are working on and would feed back through here are the environmental concerns of demolishing old buildings. Just because a building has been there for a while, it doesn't mean to say it's past its use-by date. And in the case of Founders, what we've looked at on behalf of Margaret and her committee and myself is the proposals that they have put forward for its rejuvenation and what it could be used for. In doing that locally, we have obviously opened a wound as to the lack of community facilities that there are and the shaky existence that some of the ones that are already here have in the properties in which they live in. And if we could rejuvenate Founders and give them the opportunity to use a building indefinitely, then it would support them and it would support the community. So Historic Places Aotearoa is supportive of the council giving Toti and the rejuvenation project that they have put forward, and we have also met with the funders that they have mentioned. We support that you give them the opportunity to come back with it, because as it is, if they don't make the grade by July next year, you've still got the money in the budget to knock it down, which we again would oppose and would come back to that at that stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Who have we got next?
Sorry, thank you very much for that, Neil, appreciate it. I don't have anyone else on my list, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Is there anyone on the list? And it can't be anyone who's spoken to the items previously, of course, by standing orders.
No, I believe that's all, Mayor Paula.
Brilliant, thank you, Jeff, appreciate that. So thank you again to all of those people who've taken the time out of a busy day.
Sorry, Mayor Southgate. We have got Councillor McPherson has a point of process, I believe.
It's a question to you, Your Worship, or to the Chief Executive of Governance. I'm not sure who, but I understand that more than one person was refused the opportunity to speak on item 18, theatre aspect of it, at the public forum, and I want to know under what standing orders that occurred, given that there is a recommendation to Council relating to Founders Theatre, which I understood the public would be able to speak to, provided they booked in a public forum slot.
Thanks, Dave. You very well understood. I understood that was coming too. So, Amy, could you please explain, because the people that you're referring to, as far as I'm aware, spoke previously to this very same item, and the standing orders include people speaking twice in a public meeting on the same item. So, is this correct? Amy, can you clarify that for me, please?
Absolutely. So as part of the process when public forum requests were coming through, we did discuss 16.2 of the standing orders, which is 16 being public forum, 16.2 being restrictions, and it is that the chairperson has the discretion to decline to hear from a speaker or to terminate a presentation at any time, ABC, but down to that the speaker has previously spoken on the same issue. So to be timely, that's what was used in this case.
So it was the chair's discretion that denied them that opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, basically, in this respect, tight on time as we are today, the speakers that you're referring to have spoken both in private workshop situations more than once and have spoken to this item. We've also had substantive conversation on the West Town ballot founders at other times, so it's well canvassed, and I think their view has been well represented today. I think there's no doubt about that. So we do need to.
I think that given there are quite a lot of new facts and information, including that provided by the Chief Executive to me over the last week, I think that there are new matters relating to that to be discussed that people ought to have had the opportunity from the public to address.
I think it was a public meeting at Founders yesterday. A number of those would have been addressed there, and they'll be addressed through questions. And we do need to move on, so I apologise. That's my ruling on that for today. So,
Mayor Southgate. Sorry, we have Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. I was just going to say, I think there was one other member of the public that was wanting to speak on the celebrating age item. So we.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
no. Allow that.
Is there? I'm unaware of that. Amy, is there anyone who can speak to the celebrating age? Of course, there's an item we haven't discussed before, so everybody's welcome to speak on that. Is there anyone there that is?
Yes. Christina Campbell, I had registered with Judy, which is why she did come forward. If you are willing to allow her 30 seconds, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, 30 seconds. If that was an error in the way that it was logged as a request, then that seems reasonable to me. 30 seconds, please, Christina.
Come on up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It shouldn't be limited to 30 seconds. That's an arbitrary quantum plucked out of the sky. We have standing orders. She's entitled to speak. She's entitled to the 2 minutes.
Here. Amy suggested
that was purely based on the conversation I've had with Christina, who said, I just want 30 seconds to speak.
So that's what I was giving her. But please, feel free if you need to use your full time. I'm not going to stop anyone speaking once on an issue, and so I'm happy. But please don't go over the same points that the previous speaker did talk to Christine, if you may. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Mayor Paula Southgate, Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor, councillors and friends. Call Christina Campbell on an issue very close to my heart and others in our community. Please support Celebrating of Age, our elder treasured members of our community, our kaumātuas, in retaining the current site, inner city site, along with the outdoor swimming pools complex next to it. With bulldozing the current outdoor pool site, we can now plan to rebuild an even better facility to rejuvenate and revitalise, bring joy, fun, fitness, health and well-being for not only our elder members, but for all ages, cultures and diversity back into the heart of our beautiful city, Kirikiriroa. Please carefully consider and endorse this for current and future generations. All year round outdoor swimming. Wai Kaukau or Kirikiriroa. Swim in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. We appreciate that. So we've had a full public forum now, Jeff. Yes?
We have.
Checking with you. Thank you.
We have indeed.
So we'll now move on through the agenda. Thank you again to everyone for your passion, for your time to engage with us, because we do really appreciate public engagement. So we'll now move on to item 5.8, which is the confirmation of the council open minutes as listed on your agenda. I'll also move.
I'll second. Sorry, we have a question from Councillor Bunting.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I won't take up much of your time. In the confirmation of the minutes prior, I voted against it due to that press statement regarding unanimity of our position on Three Waters and the timing and omissions of subsequent information. The undertaking you gave me, Mayor Paula, that you were going to go and talk with comms about that. Can I just get a follow-up that that's happened and what was the result?
Yes, I believe you were at a workshop with where Lance stepped through the new process, which is to note things the way they are by majority, and be really clear about which recommendation was the motion, the amendment, and set out, where possible, without doing every single person's vote for every single issue. Do you want to talk about it? Because you articulated it very well. But so, you know, where it's by majority as opposed to where it's unanimous.
Yep, okay.
There was an amendment, and then the amendment went to the motion, and the motion was unanimous, but the previous one was not.
My question was more around the reporting of subsequent positions of council.
Okay, so we had a really good conversation, as you're aware, about that, and so it has been decided to list, where possible, the votes at the bottom, but to capture council's decision by majority, because of course the decision by majority does become the decision of whole council once that democratic debate has occurred. So, but yes, we are going to tidy that up. That's what we agreed to, isn't it, Lance?
True.
So Lance, Lance did some really good work on that, and I think we were all very appreciative of that effort.
Okay.
Answer your question?
Look, just finally, so subsequent meetings with different decisions will be reported as well, rather than left hanging in a previous meeting. That was more my question, but...
Correct, from every meeting, Councillor Marr.
Oh, great. Thank you. That's cool. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of good input from councillors on that, and we got it sorted, so thank you very much. So I'll move, and Deputy Mayor Taylor will second.
Thank you. And those in favour? Any against? None against.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. We'll now go to the Chair's report, which I'm just going to take as read. I'm not going to comment on it at all. It's easy to read. And just note that all of those items further down the Chair's report are to be covered off in items coming up. So unless you absolutely have to ask questions of me, let's cover it off in the substantive items. Any questions, comments, questions? No, so I'll move my report be received. Could I have a second?
I'll second Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour?
Any against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. It's 10:30, all right if we go through the code of conduct and then we take a break? Is that okay?
Just got a question from Councillor O'Leary.
Just a process question, Mayor Paula, and you're happy for morning tea if that's what you're looking at doing, but the Code of Conduct and the Reform Response Programme item are going to be really long, meaty items, like I know the others are as well, but because we've got members in the public that has spoken in public forum. I wonder if we can bring up 12 and then 18 before the code of conduct and the reform, just to accommodate the chamber's fairly full.
Yeah, I don't have a strong feeling about it. I think this was based on staff's availability as well, so in your hands there, Lance.
Maybe we could do that in the break.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, should we take a 10-minute stretch? Come
Yeah.
back?
Mayor Southgate, good idea, Mayor Southgate. I'd be supportive of bringing the founders issue up as well.
That's fine. I'm happy to do that, Deputy
Together.
Mayor Taylor. We'll take a 10-minute stretch for a break, bring something back.
Individual point of order, if I may. Sorry,
hang on a minute. Let me just finish what I'm saying. And you can canvass with the room, Jeff, their willingness to bring those items up and also move.
Something different.
Yeah.
Question? Yeah, Mayor Paula, just a different procedural point of order. Items 7 and 8, the briefing notes, we've missed them.
We're going to do all those ones towards the end, get through the.
Oh, we just thrown that at the end. Okay.
That was 7, so she said 5
5 to
through
8.
8.
That was the whole shebang.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry.
my apologies.
That's-
Sorry,
I could have made it
I'm sorry I
clarity
couldn't be
of
with you today.
Sure. Express a preference.
Sorry, Mayor Southgate.
Process.
Sorry, Mayor Southgate. We've got just a point of process from Councillor Gallagher.
I'm not relitigating that, but I would express a preference, giving you some wise advice in terms of governance and process. We in future should take each minute separately. I expect what's happened today, but I strongly urge you, it should have been one by one for obvious reasons,
Yeah.
but I'll accept that. That's cool for today.
Yeah. Fair enough, and normally if we had all the hours of the day we might do that, but I assumed that everybody, but sorry, we should have been clearer that it was encompassing everything. So if there are any urgent questions that you must have, I'm happy to take them. If not, we have moved and gone through the vote. Cool.
Right.
Okay, let's have a 10-minute stretch. Get a cup of coffee, a biscuit or something, and we'll, Jeff, I'll give you the call in a minute. We'll sort out the order going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you flick it to 12?
You guys. You could all cycle to my common sense barbecue.
All right, good. Welcome back, everyone. Deputy Mayor Taylor, should we call it to order, please?
Yes, we're all set to go, folks.
Thank you. And just to be aware that when you're, if your microphone's on, it's also noisy at our end. But hopefully this is clearer. Is this clearer and everybody's a little happier with that? Yeah, thank you. So we're now going to move. Amy, do I have to do anything procedural to move the item of the 12 up the agenda?
No, we'll just make a note that we're moving it through.
Because we did do that motion for flexibility, didn't we?
Exactly right.
Brilliant, thank you. So we're moving into item 12, which is the Celebrating Age Centre. So who's speaking to this from the staff end?
Is Luke there?
Yes, Luke's just approaching the bench.
Thank you. Hi, Luke.
Good morning. Welcome and thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors today for the opportunity to talk to the Celebrating Age agenda item. I may be a new face to some, being new to council. I am the Parks Asset Manager reporting to Maria Barry. Sitting beside me today in support is Nicholas Wells from Strategic Property. Also have some assistance as required from Anita Oliver from the Facilities team and Andy Mannering from Community Development. I'd like to start with just making sure the committee members are aware that there was a small error in the physical address in the report. It was listed as 240 but is actually 30 Victoria Street. We also are seeking a change to the recommendations in the report based on feedback from elected members recently, and hopefully Amy's going to bring that up on the screen.
So I moved a recommendation, a motion, which I think is the one that we worked through with Ryan and Angela and others and staff. So are we going to put that up, screen share that please, Amy?
Yes, it's just coming up now.
Thank you. And that's the one we worked on, is that Luke?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So there were some changes and added into them were for focus B, C, D and E, changes based on feedback. The first one there is that request staff work with Age Concern, the Age Friendly City Advisory Group and other tenants and users for Celebrating Age Centre to ascertain the needs of Hamilton's ageing citizens. C notes that the Municipal Endowment Fund Working Party will complete an assessment of the site at 30 Victoria Street to inform decisions around any future use of the site, including commercial and community facilities. And D, requests that the staff work collaboratively with existing leaseholders of Celebrating Age and other stakeholders, including the users of Norris Ward facilities, to inform best solution of community facilities that meets the needs of the wider community users.
Cool, thank you. So councillors, just to talk to this recommendation, Councillor Hamilton had rightly pointed out it's on municipal endowment land and had crafted a recommendation that I was largely in agreement with. I just wanted to put more emphasis on the working with the current tenants in that building, and this is part of a bigger space that Mark Hunting has been leading around community space in our city. So I think that is captured nicely in there. Are there any questions? Do I have a seconder? Are you seconding this, Councillor Hamilton or Councillor O'Leary?
Happy to, or if Councillor Angela wants to.
Councillor Hamilton is, and we have got Questions starting with Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, I was just asking for the thing for email.
Oh,
And it's on
okay.
its way, just being sent by Narelle.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, this is a question to staff, but may reflect on back to the movers of the motion as well. We've had a lot of discussion recently, both in council and the community, about the shortage and lack of fitness for purpose of community facilities generally, but particularly in the central city in Hamilton. Is there room in this motion and in your sort of thinking for a wider look at what the community needs in the way of facilities for these sort of city-wide organisations? In other words, I'm excluding the suburban community centres, which have their own patches, if you like. I'm looking at the age-friendly, youth-friendly, et cetera, that have the arts ones and so forth, that occupy these spaces or would like to occupy these spaces. But and it's swimming as well, so has been suggested.
Good question. I would like to ask someone from community, or Councillor Mark Bunting, who's doing a bigger, broader piece of work with community facilities, to maybe comment on that.
Okay.
Could we have a translation of what the mayor just said?
She said.
I'm sorry. Whenever you get excited, Mayor Paula, and speak close to the mic loudly, I can't hear a damn thing because it sounds like you're underwater.
I heard it. She wants me to comment. Yeah.
Hang on. What I did say is that there is a broader piece of work going on about the community facilities, and I'm inviting Councillor Bunting to explain some of that, to see if that answers in part to your question.
Sure, okay, yep, absolutely. That's, if you'll notice, the original motion from the community, or the recommendation from the community committee motion, was that, the toady thing aside, was that we set staff to work on that very thing that you're talking about. So it's already wrapped up in that motion.
Yeah, so I'm not... So checking some of so anything to do with the community that sort of could be focused in the city centre is going to get included? Because there was a suggestion about...
Not necessarily, no.
Right, okay.
So that is the limitation of that motion from your point of view, obviously, because it's a two-part motion. One of them is to, the recommendation from community committee is that we decline the toady application, but set staff to work on a purpose-built one or more community facilities. So it is what you're asking them to include in this one is wrapped up in the following motion.
Where's the following motion?
It's in the community minutes from last time as a recommendation from the community committee.
Okay.
So it's in that one.
So there's two streams of work working together, really, I guess is the key point here.
I think Helen might be wanting, the general manager might be wanting to explain a bit about that, because I'm just not sure that all the things that strands I'm hearing are going to be looked at together. That's
There are multiple strands of work, and we do have a bigger piece of work happening around community facilities, and Luke can speak a little bit more to that around some of the specific work that's happening. The recommendation that's the motion that's before you is a bit more specific around the celebrating age building, obviously, but there is a much bigger piece of work happening, and Luke might be able to answer that.
And will that be done in sync with this? I have no problems looking at this site and building, but
they're definitely iterative pieces of work, so they will definitely inform each other. Yes.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to get into oh no, I'll stop now.
Yeah, thanks. That's fine.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Dave. Councillor Gallagher.
Sorry, if I've just heard that you, this is, and again, I just want to zero, and I'm going on the map, which is celebrating age site. Then, of course, there's the other site at Pembroke Park, and then there's the Norris Ward Park. Why aren't we specifically in the agenda, in the motion, we talk about the site at 30 Victoria Street? Why are we not mentioning the other sites as well?
So the recommendation from staff, based on the directive to provide some options, that didn't include just looking at 30 Victoria Street. Staff went away and looked at the options around the central city, looked at Pembroke as one, as well as Norris Ward as a second option, and their recommendation from staff is that Norris Ward and 30 Victoria Street merit further investigation in regards to
in terms of the,
age
you know, like the overall, we've got some key central city assets. There's a debate about how effective we've been in maintaining those assets, all right? There's a related item.
Question, please, Martin.
Well, I'm giving a context to my question. I'm really surprised that we're not, as in terms of the criteria for this major investigation, we're not being very specific that we're looking at those other properties as well. Because I would argue they interlink.
So thank you. I think I understand your question is related also to the use of the founder's site. And from what I've been informed by staff, and Lance, would you like to explain why the two motions, the discussions around founders and celebrating age can't be taken together?
Sorry, can you, I'm having real difficulty hearing you, Mayor Paula, and it may be I have a hearing impairment, as you know. Can you just repeat that, because I couldn't quite get that?
So I think the gist of your question, or is the gist of your question that could this amendment motion include founders also? I'm asking Lance to explain why the two items must be separate.
No, I
haven't.
Respectfully, I haven't asked that.
Okay, cool.
There's a possibility in the founders' discussion we may have a related discussion in the light of the motion we may or may not pass now. What I'm wanting to focus in, you know, I'm putting founders aside at this point. I want to know why we're not including the other two sites as part of this comprehensive review. I'm not suggesting for a moment that the Celebrating Age site move to Pembroke Park, for example, but I'm certainly saying that in terms of three major community assets, in view of the community demand, I'm trying to explore in my own head why we're discussing Celebrating Age separately, not some sort of cross-reference. Why, on an equal level, we're not doing the work on the other two properties.
Thank you, Martin. Fully understood. And I wondered,
well, through the chair, with respect to your worship, I've asked the staff if you just clarify for me, because obviously what I want is some professional advice here.
So Martin, I'm still chairing the meeting, so if you could just bear with some patience both ends. I was just about to say to Helen, can you clarify again where the wider piece of work gets picked up in a bit more detail, please, Helen?
Yeah, so there's probably two things here. There is a bigger piece of work that we're doing around community facilities generally, and we've got some kind of tranches of work that we're doing across the city. The motion is in relation to the report, which is about Celebrating Age Centre. It doesn't exclude us looking at any other sites. What we don't want to predetermine is the actual site. So we will be focusing on the Celebrating Age building. There are a number of options. We've talked about retrofit or a new build. It could be a new build on that site, but we will be scoping other sites that may be more fit for purpose as part of the investigations. The motion doesn't preclude that.
So through the chair, why on earth are you not making specific reference to the other sites in terms of a good governance and a clear motion, so we're crystal clear what we're doing?
Well, I'm not sure I know which other site you're referring to.
Through the chair, my question was to Helen Parking.
So again, because we haven't started the investigations yet, other than a preliminary scope, what we're seeking approval for today is to undertake those investigations. It doesn't preclude looking at sites, but we want to keep our options open around where the best site is, which may be the current site.
We want to keep our options open around where the best site is. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So therefore, if we want to keep our options open around where the best site is, what other sites are you considering then?
At this stage, we're not considering other sites. We have 30 Victoria Street. We've got options to retrofit or do a new build there, but we've got a bit of work to go through to assess whether that is the best site. Through our scoping, if we determine there is a better site for the building, we will bring those options through to council.
Would you be looking at potentially other existing buildings to be repurposed?
So that would be the direction we're seeking today, is where does council want us to focus our efforts in those more intensive needs and feasibility analysis?
So it would be unusual if, in terms of Ward Norris or the founder's site, if in view of this investigation, we engage in a demolishment of one of those other sites at this point, surely. So in view of the other sites.
That's a political question. You can
Well, I think with respect, and I respect your chairing from Wellington, but it's illogical. I'm just talking about a logical sequence. I'm struggling to understand the logic of this particular process.
If I could be helpful.
Well, look. I think, and if I can ask a question of you, Helen, to try and flesh this out. There are two things running together, interwoven. There's the need to make a decision about the Celebrating Age Centre and enable an investigation through the Endowment Fund and stakeholder engagement. And then there's the big piece of work that Mark is leading from the Community Committee and through your team, which is looking at a needs analysis for community space and where's the best space for everything, isn't there? Those two strands are pretty tight together, right?
If I could just say that the focus for us as staff has been that we have displaced agencies that are supporting our older people in Hamilton, and the focus of this report is what's the most appropriate way forward and getting direction from council on how to support those key services. There are wider considerations around our community facilities across the board. Those would take time to enact, and that time may not be sufficient to support age concern, grey power and senior net.
Yes, I understand that. And so what I'm saying is there is this also in tandem process which Mark Bunting has been championing around a better use of community space. Is that right? Can somebody clarify that in plain terms, please?
Just what... Context. My questions have been at this part of the meeting is entirely to our professional staff as professionals, and I just want to. I have asked that question that if you're looking at other options, so you're confirming Norris Ward is a potential option. I mean, if you're looking at other sites potentially, I'm not saying you're going down this path. But if you're looking at other sites, given the community need and demand, then what other sites are you looking at again?
So the context of this report is what are the most appropriate sites to support our older Hamiltonians, and we've had some initial scoping at other sites as requested. We've come back with a recommendation that we do further in-depth investigation at two sites, one being the existing site on 30 Victoria Street, the other being Norris Ward.
Okay, thank you. I think your question's been answered, Martin, and you can raise your matters in debate. Are there any further questions?
Yes. Councillor Bunting?
Yeah, thank you. I've a completely different question, actually, regarding your report. We had a submitter earlier on from Celebrating Age, or Age Concern, talking about how it was set up in the mid-70s as a community facility, and yet it's on endowment land. How can you explain how that happened, just for clarity for me?
The short answer is no, I can't explain how that happened, but I can imagine that what happened was that at the time a need had been identified to provide a facility for this particular community sector, right. And that the land seemed like an appropriate location for that site. Look, if we were to delve into the background of this, I suspect we'd find that there might well have been a previous site that was sold and money's contributed towards and all of those sorts of things.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to find out is, it was endowment land first. Was the building a part of that endowment land package, or did we build it? Or it's
been endowment land for a long time.
Right.
So the building came later. I couldn't tell you what the discussions around the council chamber would have been at the time.
So what's the boundary of the endowment land? Is it just the celebrating age?
No, it's not. So the bit of land, the Grantham Street triangle, let's call it that. So the bit that is divided by Grantham Street and by Victoria Street, and then of course by the bridge. The tip of the triangle is actually a war memorial. Okay. So that's a small portion of land. Yep. The bit between that war memorial and what is now the north wall of the Celebrating Age Centre used to have a large wooden hotel structure on it. Okay. That burnt down at some stage, I'm not sure of the dates, but it might have been the late 90s. Right. At that point, there was a move to position a Shell petrol station on the land. That move was thwarted. I think it was led, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor, but I think it was led by Jocelyn Marshall.
Councillor Marshall and Brian Ibsen, they will remember
Sorry,
that well.
with respect, I'm asking staff. Yeah.
Sorry,
Thank you for your contribution there.
Yeah. Institutional knowledge, Mr. Bunting.
Appreciate it. No, I'm just following the procedure. I'm just following the precedent that Councillor Martin said. Carry on.
What then happened was the land that must have been decided would be retained as open space. And at that point, somewhere thereafter, a reserve classification was placed over that portion of the land to preserve it as open space. The Municipal Endowment Fund land extends from what is now the north wall of the Celebrating Age Centre and includes all of that land between that point and the bridge. So the band rotunda, the open space, the old municipal pools, all of that, even though it looks and feels and tastes like a park, a reserve, is in fact Municipal Endowment Fund
So
land.
the pools is a part of that as well? Yeah. Got it, thank you. And just, if I might ask a question of the movers, is that all right? The intention of the part of the motion that talks about the working group, the municipal working group informing the report, just to keep some confidence for the community groups that are in there at this point, that's just to get us some better quality information, is that right? With regards to the use of that land and the value of that land and stuff.
Should I answer that, Chair?
Yeah, if that's all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. No, that's all right. I was just trying to calm some nerves. All good. Thank you. That's all I've got for the moment.
We have Councillor McPherson.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got a few questions, so I'll try and work through them efficiently. Firstly, there were some concerns raised around the time frame. We've currently got groups displaced. If we're looking at what this is suggesting is potentially a new build, what would that look like? Obviously dependent on funding, and that's the other part of that question is what, opportunities do we have for funding at this stage, and what will we end up having a large sum that we needed to consider at the long-term plan? What does that all look like?
So the quicker solution would be just to replace the roof. Options two, you would need to account for design and build and allow for about 2 years to complete that.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to look at a different site or a full rebuild at the existing site, you'd need to allow at least 6 to 9 months of just consultation with our community, plus other elements on top of that. So it's not a quick solution, it's a complex problem. Yeah.
Okay, so and assuming that we would have to, we would need new funding essentially, so that would be an annual plan or a long-term plan.
Yeah, it's likely that we'd need to look at what funding options exist internally and potentially externally.
So you're looking at least a minimum of 3 years? Is that, I understand you've got to do a whole lot of work first, but just to get a ballpark idea.
So it's dependent.
Sorry, Councillor Sarah, I think there's a couple of things in this mix, and the business case is the vehicle that's going to deliver all the answers you're looking for. So in requesting staff do these investigations, it'll give the council certainty over A, what is the best option, and B, what are the consequences of each option, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Maria. And just, I wasn't fully clear in reading the motion. Does are we considering the replacement of the roof as an option through the business case? Yes. Okay, so it's looking at everything. All right. And no, that's really helpful then, because I was going to ask for more. Well, is there a clear steer? Because we didn't get to ask questions during public forum from the users of celebrating age in terms of whether that. Cause I heard from our submitter Jenny McGee that it's not necessarily fit for purpose, the building, but is there a clear steer in terms of what they hope to see from this?
So we've had some initial engagement and working with Age Concern around what would fit for purpose look for them.
Yeah.
That's part of options, which are the reconfigurations of 2A and 2B, if we were to look at using the existing building.
Okay.
Consultation process would be more exhaustive if we're looking at a new building.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
And just on that matter, Sarah, Jenny and others came and spoke to us on one of our council elected members' Zoom calls and made it quite clear that their preference is to remain in that precinct.
Yes.
And they're very open-minded to a partnership that's commercial and community, but that's as far as we've taken it.
Cool. Thank you. No. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Okay. In terms of just this, I guess looking at the discussions around the being municipal endowment land rather than reserve land and things, what work have we done also to actually scope out the needs for the central city, given we're looking to have more living within the central city around green space? Because I'm wondering if we need to, when we're having all these discussions, we need to be really clear about that wider context as well.
So I can probably answer that one. There is work happening at the moment on our parks provision policy with a lens of intensification and whether we need to make some changes to that policy.
Is that going to be, looking at the motion that's there, is that going to be in the mix of considerations?
Yeah, certainly in the same time frame, yes.
Right, but do we need to be explicit in the motion? You know, just the reason I ask is because we've had so many ideas for developing this wider municipal endowment land. I just want to ensure that we've got the full context when all of this information comes back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, that was a question. Do we need to be more explicit in the motion or
staff had taken the approach that a business case set a certain level of expectation that it would provide the information that you're looking for, and with the help of the Municipal Endowment Fund Working Party, we are hoping to bring all things back to the committee.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Final question is just in terms of our submitters that spoke around the need for outdoor swimming space. This is not, I'm just wondering if at some point we can have opportunity as elected members to discuss the issues raised there further, noting it's not fully in the scope of today.
Yep, so that'll be coming forward through asset management planning and long-term planning around aquatics provision, and we'll be including the Swim in the City proposal as part of the considerations, but with an overall city view. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we have met with them and spoken with them about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Great questions. Thank you very much. With Cash note being Jeff?
Yes, Councillor Naidi-Rofe, followed by Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I couldn't find it in the report. I might have not seen it. Currently, Celebrating Age Centre is closed, and it says that council secured commercial premises for Age Concern. Is council paying for that?
Yeah, so we're contributing the balance. Age Concern are still paying their current community lease. Commercial leases are significantly more expensive, so we're paying the balance of that. Detail in the report. Yeah.
Sorry, must have missed it. Where's the cost of that?
So the cost of is essentially Age Concern are covering their lease around 9,440, and we're covering the balance of 52,000 per annum for a 3-year lease at that property.
And is that budgeted, or how's that?
Yes, so we were supporting another group in 24 Garden Place, that's moving through, and we're now using the budget that was supporting that activity to support the balance required for this.
All right, and are we doing work in the background to find them a council-owned facility, or is the plan for them to stay there until we work out what we're doing?
We don't have a suitable alternative location on council books to support the activities and the purpose they need.
And is there, so if today's motion were to go through, do we have a timeline on when the business case would actually be completed?
So there's a bit of work to do, obviously, with the consultation, but it'll depend on what direction we get from council as to the timeline, because if we're just going to go with replace the roof, that's a very, very quick thing. If the direction is actually wanting us to explore 2 new locations or new builds, that's going to take a bit more time. We can confirm back once direction's given around timeline.
Got you. And last question, the roof, if we were to just fix the roof for now, that's budgeted already, eh?
Yes, so we had some renewals put in place. It was identified ahead of the last LTP that this was needed.
Yeah.
Obviously, things have accelerated with the condition deteriorating quicker than expected, so we can bring that funding forward for roof only.
Would you suggest that in terms of staff, perspective?
So, Kesh, I've got a suggestion with the will of the deputy. With the seconder, Ryan. If we added, I've just been talking with Chief Executive, if we added a timeline so that we had a business case prior to the next annual plan round, that would be very useful to give us a little bit more certainty about what we need to find in the way of funding and what the lay of the land was. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Ryan, would you be open to that suggestion, please?
Yeah, even by Christmas would be awesome.
This Christmas.
Amy, could you weave that into the recommendation business case?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor, who's next? Angela?
Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you, Ms.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Paula. I just have a couple of questions to tease out. I was, in regards to the motion, what I was seeking in a separate motion with myself and Councillor Bunting was that we look at a different funding option of gifting, let's say, and this is very rough language, but airspace above the ground in exchange for developing a community level and surrounding area at no cost to council. So what I'm looking for, and I've had conversations with the General Manager, Helen, about this, and there is a little bit of difficulty, but I just want to tease out what we can and can't do on the land first. So, because I know when we did the Ferry Bank master plan, there was, with some of the proposals in that blueprint, we would have to change some reserve stuff. So if you can just give me a rough idea of what we can and what we can't do if we were to, say, partner with a private developer to get where my intention is going.
Perhaps I can answer that question,
Yeah, thanks,
Councillor.
Nicholas.
Yes, I mean, look, I've reviewed the 2016 Ferry Bank plan, which you're right when you say included quite significant commercial development proposals on that land, upper terrace, lower terrace, river terrace. That was prepared, of course, in the context of an existing building, the Celebrating Age Centre being there, and an existing Muni pools.
Yeah.
So it contemplated development on what is now reserve land. It may not have been reserve land at the time.
Yeah.
So the landscape has changed significantly.
Yeah.
But look, the short answer to your question is we own the land outright. There are no constraints on the title. We would only be constrained and by the district plan, as would any other landowner. So all sorts of options could be explored, including partnering, JV, commercial, community development, sale of apartments, all sorts of things could be considered as part of this general feasibility study.
Okay, that sounds good. And in terms of, because according to our reports, and I'm certainly not disputing it, but with the Muni pool, which is right next door, of course, there were some land stability issues. I think it was Tomo, and then I think there was reported another one kind of fairly recently or something. So if the council decided to build a new building there fit for purpose, bigger footprint, obviously we would have to go through a geotech thing with the land as well, especially given what we know with the Muni. Yep.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right. Perhaps to Helen, because Helen, I've had this conversation. What I'm absolutely looking for is assurance, so that I don't have to put in another motion, that the option of gifting, if that happened to be the case, airspace in exchange for free, no cost to council, community development, that kind of partnership will be explored as well.
So the intent with the motion is that through that partnership, the comment around partnership, including commercial partnership, would include looking at the scenario that you have given. Yep. So we'd be looking for the for the best outcome, which would,
for ratepayers,
across cost and fit for purpose building.
Yep.
So if the option of gifting was going to give us the best outcome, then we would include that.
Okay, so the business case won't be so strict and parameter to rule out anything that's innovative.
Yeah, and that is the intent of this motion, so that we can look at those kinds of options.
Okay. And in terms of reporting back, so will the working group will work on the business plan with staff? Is that how I understand the process? And then they would recommend it comes back to council? Is that how it's going to work?
So Councillor Ryan might have a view here. My understanding is that it was important to the Municipal Endowment Fund Working Party to actually have an opportunity to take a look at that piece of land and put some analysis and options on the table of what was best for that piece, and there will be a very close working relationship with the team pulling together the business case, because that piece of work of Ryan's committee does need to inform the business case. Okay. There will be other elements, including our community partners and stakeholders also feeding into that business case, so it won't be the only avenue of connection.
Yeah, and obviously along the way, council, the wider council through briefings or something will get, here's where we are at the moment, are we on the right track, etc. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary, good points. And now I think I have Councillor Wilson, Donovan, and then McPherson in that order, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions broken into three different categories. Can I first start by turning our minds back to 1978 and 1979 when the building was first constructed? What was Council's overall strategy to maintain the building, and what funding has Council allocated to that task over the preceding years?
My understanding is that we did have a period where there was low maintenance for about a decade, so low funding, and that's contributed to probably the condition it is in today. I can't talk to anything beyond what my understanding of that situation is.
Thank you. Just to expand on that, so we're acknowledging for 10 years we failed to allocate appropriate funding. Could you help me understand the quantums involved? So in the years that we did fund it appropriately, what did we fund?
I can get back to you the specifics on those details if you're wanting dollar figures. I don't have that with me today.
It may be helpful, Mr. Chief Executive, that when staff put forward reports like this, these sorts of fundamental financial details are just commonplace. One would imagine we would want to know the level of investment and whether or not there's any culpability on council's behalf for not having funded the maintenance appropriately. Maybe to community, why are we suggesting to fund the $52,000 difference between the actual lease cost and the now outgoing costs of having to rehouse aged concern?
The services provided by Aged Concern and others, they don't run on huge funding themselves. Commercial leases are outside of their reach, but they also do provide essential services to our older people. So we had a responsibility, because of our building not being suitable to habitate them, to enable them to continue their services.
So in other words, not only did we underfund for 10 years, we're now having to fund more to fill the gap between our misspent 10 years and going forward.
So we're working the best we can with the legacy that we've inherited, yeah.
Right. And Nicholas, in terms of the endowment land, since the building and the lease that stems from the building is not providing a return, in fact is providing a significant loss, is that, in regards to the endowment fund approach, legal?
Look, I'm not sure if it's legal or illegal. It certainly isn't consistent with the policy position that the council has adopted currently in respect of its municipal endowment fund assets. But none of that precludes a council from saying, including of course the current one, from saying, in respect of a particular piece of land, we want to deal with it in a particular way, understanding that there is a loss of revenue from that side. So in terms of the policy settings currently, we would be looking to receive a return from our assets in the Municipal Endowment Fund.
So help me understand that more. The endowment, the premise of the endowment fund, is that covered by legislation?
Yes and no. There is, or the original endowment fund was covered by a couple of sections in what was the Local Government Act that dealt with endowment land, but it's very light, to be honest, and simply required the council to maintain the value of the land, or the fund, and to not to sell the land unless it was reinvesting in comparable land. So there was a change to that piece of legislation which removed the requirement to reinvest. So effectively, if you had endowment land, you could sell it and then you could reinvest in a high-yielding vehicle such as port shares or airport shares or balance funds or whatever you chose to do. So you didn't actually have to reinvest in land, but you did have to maintain the overall value of the investment, of the endowment. And that comes back to the common law principles around endowment. It has to be preserved and its real value has to be preserved, and the capital it generates or the purpose it was set up for has to be maintained over time in perpetuity.
And final question, if I could. When the first leaks began to present themselves on the now roof that has suddenly deteriorated rapidly, in a building that I note is 95% seismic appropriate, that's probably one of the most solid buildings in the city, one could say. What did we do as a council?
We invested significant effort through our facilities unit to do remedial maintenance to buy us the time for the renewal.
Okay, so could you give me an indication of the quantums and what we did?
I might pass to Anita to come and talk to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that the end of your questions, Ewan?
Oh, Mayor Southgate, we've just got a response to Councillor Wilson's last question.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My understanding is we did a roof assessment prior to the 10-year plan, which is recorded, which indicated the replacement of the roof would be required in coming years. The money was put in for the design in year 3 and completion of a new roof in year 4 of the plan. Unfortunately, the roof deteriorated quicker than that, and anyone that's ever renovated a house, you'll know once you actually start looking in to buildings like that, things look bigger than they are. So that's how we got here today.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I don't know if I've got the answer to my question. I fully accept your explanation, what happened once you decided that in theory we needed to replace the roof. My question to you was, when we first identified the leaks, what steps did we take to repair those leaks and what did we spend? Not what you're now talking about potentially adding funds into the long-term plan.
I have not got an amount of what we spent, but I can find that for you and get it to you. But we have a regular, obviously, maintenance schedule for all the council buildings, and they are checked annually by Cushman Wakefield, who report any major problems. This was a long time before my tenure, obviously, but I know that they were in place at the time.
Okay. The reason I'm asking the question is I'm trying to understand the rapid deterioration, and I'm wondering if it was as a result of us not acting quickly at the time we first identified the leak. And it would have been really helpful for me to understand as an organisation how we responded to that initial leak, what steps were taken, and what money was spent trying to make it fit for purpose, as in not leaking.
Councillor, you and your questions are well understood, and I think staff have said they can't answer it just right now, but they'll get the information to you. I think those are very good questions, so I'm not minimising your questions at all. Can we get staff to have a look at that information and bring it back? And in debate, you'll be able to speak to the deferred maintenance and other issues as well.
Absolutely. Your Worship, as long as it's brought back before the motions are put, so that all my colleagues are correctly informed, and so that when...
Let me just ask the Chief. Is that possible? Can I ask the staff if that's possible?
I don't believe I'd be able to get that for you in such short time.
Mr. Chair, I move a procedural motion that this item is adjourned to the next council meeting until the appropriate information is provided for elected members to make appropriate decisions on.
Do you have a second of your procedural motion?
Councillor McPherson.
Okay, we'll have to put that to a vote without debate. So we'll put the procedural motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed? Oh, Jeff, opposed? Anybody?
The procedural motion is lost, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor, sorry, could you please keep your hands up? Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Van Oosten, and Naidu Ralph, and Mayor Southgate are dissenting.
Thank you. So you'll have the opportunity to debate further, and sorry your information can't be provided today. I think now I have,
Councillor
Donovan. Yep. Donovan? Yep, thank you. And then Dave, I think. Yes, thank you, Jeff. You've been very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mark Donovan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Paula. Just bear with me if I can articulate my questions correctly. It's to Helen on staff. Can the municipal pool be joined up with the Celebrating Age part of the construction, and just so that we don't preclude any development of the area?
My preference is to keep it separate because our strong view is that aquatics provision needs to be, or a pool on that site needs to be considered in the context of aquatics provision citywide. What I can say is that the restoration of the current site where the Mooney Pool is being demolished does not preclude any future development on that site.
And, sorry, I had one more question. What's the, you mentioned the timing around swim space? Or you mentioned a discussion around swim space. What's our timing on that?
Yeah, we've got a piece of work happening with the, we're working with Sport Waikato on both indoor rec and aquatics provision. They'll feed through our asset management planning to the next lot of long-term planning considerations. There will be briefings prior, as is our usual planning process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We've got Dave now.
Thank you.
And just if you could excuse me, councillors, this is amusing me no end, but if you hear a little bit of extra noise, it's because there's a HIAB just arrived outside the window and they're painting the building. Go figure.
It's those anti-vaxxers again.
I'm not entering into that. But
Ryan, have you organised it? Just to check with you, Nick, in relation to the endowment fund and one of Ewan's questions about whether we were following the policy for getting a market return. Can that market return be achieved through the capital gain on the land? Is that an alternate way rather than a cash rental type income? Is that a legitimate sort of in support of our policy, if you like?
Yes, it supports half of it. I mean, there are two components to it, if you like. One is the preservation of the real value, so that's where your capital gain comes in.
Right.
The other is the dispersal of the revenue from that.
Which can't be the share of the capital.
No, but
what if the capital value was higher than the going inflation rate?
Yeah,
capital value increase, I should say.
Yeah, and I think you can potentially look at the fund as a whole and offset one area against another. So there are means of balancing.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the details, just the principle there. Just in relation to Ewan's question about the funding of the upkeep of the building. Now, I know we have money set aside nowadays for that, but my recollection is that it hasn't always been the case, and that upgrades to the building came to us as one-off cases, like renew the lift or replace the park downstairs, but nothing would happen unless we got a special case put to us for some years. Or was there sitting in the background on top of those things always a maintenance element thing in the budget?
I'm actually not aware of what the procedure was that long ago.
So I'm seeing some nods in the background there. I'm wondering with our experienced staff back there just to close off that question that you had asked.
We did have a reduction in budgets around renewals and maintenance of for community facilities, but there was still a base maintenance budget, and for additional costs we were bringing those to committee or council.
And we were depreciating the building throughout, were we?
Yes.
So somewhere sitting in the accounts there must have been some money, theoretically at least, earmarked for things like roof replacement. How does that work? I would have thought that we stuck it in a jam jar and Ewan would have opened the lid when we needed it.
Sorry, I can't answer that question. Sorry.
So, look, I think this whole, I'm not trying to be difficult here, Dave, too, but I think the staff have said that they can't really provide details about the deferred maintenance cost the while aware. And this I'm going to put the Chief Executive on the spot unless he wants to make a comment. So you have any other comments, any questions?
Mine was a question which I wouldn't mind the staff answering, and especially since I didn't hear half of your answer, which I don't think was an answer, Mayor Paula.
No, it wasn't an answer. I was just saying that I think
this whole thing goes to the point that I believe Ewan was asking for more information about how we got to this stage.
Yes, I hear you. I also heard staff say they wouldn't be able to answer these questions, but I'll just ask the Chief Executive to make a comment and see if it can add anything helpful here.
Dave, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you better than Paula. It's not so echoey.
I think just reiterating what Helen said just around our asset management going on a journey from some immaturity in parts of the council, and then trying to get to a more mature state over the last 7 years. And we did have, as you'll be aware, I think it was back in 2012 in the 10-year plan, then we had some quite significant cuts. And then what we've been doing over the past, or really the last couple of 10-year plans, is reintroducing that money into around maintenance and renewals into our 10-year plan. And I think it came from Councillor Rob talking about looking after what we've got, which was a message which he'd given pretty strongly over the last 5 years. So there have been shortfalls, and that's why there was the emergency sort of top-ups when we'd come piecemeal to council and ask for money. Asset management has got a lot more robust, and then there's actually doing the condition assessments and actually being really clear on what components of our different buildings need to be renewed. Look, it's not an exact science, so sometimes there's a whole range of weather events and things like that, significant ones, whether it's wind or rain and things like that, which can actually speed up the deterioration of the condition of those assets. So, look, I haven't been intimately involved in this one, but the team would have to go and have a look in the books about what have we spent on emergency repairs and what is actually in the budget. But I think those budgets have got a lot more robust over the last 2 10-year plans.
Dave, does that answer your question as best we can, or no?
Oh, that's a good explanation of how things have come about in the past, and hopefully won't happen going forward. So the question that I was going to ask in addition to that was, notwithstanding the fact that people want to barge ahead and make a decision today, which I think was a mistake, but could we anyway have at perhaps the next community committee meeting part of the GM's report or something like that, outlining the work that's going to be done both about this, Celebrating Age Centre precinct or site, and the slightly wider bit that Helen's discussed, community facilities in the central city, so that we know exactly the scope of the work, what it's going to include, what it's not going to include, and we can approve that and sort of set you free to do it, sort of thing.
Yes.
But within the life of this council, we collect that together is what I'm asking. Can we have that?
Yes, I can include that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Are there any further questions, Jeff?
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor and Mayor Paula. I am just following on from Councillor Donovan's questions around the central swim in the city proposal, and when looking at page 321 of the agenda, it's got site A and B. I'm just wanting to seek some clarity around when we're looking at the site footprint for any potential redevelopment of the Celebrating Age Centre or additions to it or whatever comes out of this. What footprint are we, or what boundaries are we working within? Was it 322 on diligent or 321 on the report?
Yeah. Councillor, is that till?
So can you just restate the question?
So just what if there's a picture here with red lines around it? Are we looking at just the area in A, or are we looking at potentially beyond that in terms of where redevelopment could happen if that was the choice? Because I'm just back to Councillor Donovan's questions. If we were in the future to look at, a pool site where somewhere in this area, a water quarter, then I just want to make sure we're not precluding that opportunity.
So this is focused on the needs of our older community and the agencies that we've been supporting at that site. So the first step, once we've got direction from elected members, is to do needs analysis, which may determine the size and where we would need to look to meet those needs as part of feasibility work as well that follows.
I'd also add to that, Councillor Sarah, that it's not, if we were to look at building another swimming facility in that area, it's unlikely that that would be the exact site from it, not to invalidate the great engineering that occurred 100 years ago, but the actual challenges of the site are part of what's contributed to its, to some of the issues. So, and we have talked to Swim in the City around that. Are they attached to that specific site? And they're not, that, within that vicinity. So just putting that out there as well.
I guess ultimately my question is, are we able to, when we're looking at this, give consideration to that potential option of swimming facilities being in this area? So just if that's part of the mix, then when it comes back to us, we're ensuring that we're not putting the building footprint somewhere which suddenly precludes.
Yeah. Anything that we do on that site will be taking the wider ferry bank into account, and we're working closely with Tilly Murdoch as the program manager for that site, for the central city. So, yeah, we would be cognizant of the whole area, not just those red lines that you see.
Cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Pascoe, is that next, Jeff? Councillor Pascoe?
Yes, probably so.
Yeah,
Yep. Then Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe and Bunting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula. My apologies for being late to the meeting. And please tell me quickly if the question has already been asked. When I look at paragraph 36, I see 15.4 million has been allocated in the long-term plan to maintenance of the 20 buildings that council have for community-owned buildings. And that, I believe, is part of the 850 million that sits in the long-term plan for us to maintain our existing assets. Is that sufficient? Is that 15 million sufficient to meet the needs of those 20 buildings over the next 10 years?
I think there's a piece of work that we're doing in the wider context around the needs of our community and the facilities that match that, which would contribute towards testing whether that is sufficient or not.
If it's not, I mean, is it a long way up? I mean, 15 million, but when I think of some of the buildings around that we've closed down in the last few years, like the Munis, the Fairfield Hall, the Founders, and I think of potential maintenance on the Puketi community house and so forth, is 15 million just as with a broad brush approach, is that enough in 10 years to maintain those buildings?
I'd like to answer in part. Currently, we are doing condition assessments on all the Hamilton City Council buildings. On the community buildings, we're doing a number of very in-depth ones. Obviously, you'll know that that's only part of the whole equation. But as facilities, we are looking at every building everything physical about that building. And then those findings will go to communities, and they will be looking at the utilisation and whether it's serving the communities in its best interest, and then we'll be able to establish, where to allocate funds to or request funds for. So that work's underway at the moment, so we will know that within the next few months.
I'm just asking the question from a governance perspective. I mean, we help set these budgets each 3 years, and I'm just a little bit concerned. I know that 850 million is a significant budget for maintaining our existing assets, but I'm beginning to think that it's probably not enough.
I can probably take that one, Councillor Pascoe. I think it's fair to say we are on a journey with asset management. The 15 million is based on the best information we had at that time. As we grow our knowledge, we will be coming back to council. There will be other opportunities as well. There may be some buildings in the portfolio that are funded for renewals that don't need, you might choose to hub and other things. So all of that is going to go in the mix. Helen has committed to providing an update through the GM report, and I think as we travel through the journey, that will be a regular feature.
So at the moment, you're quite comfortable on the basis of what information you have and know that that is enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we now have
Councillor
Bunting, and then I think almost everyone has spoken, so I'm not going to take a second round of questions, but anyone who hasn't had a question can have their question asked.
Just to be fair, this would be my second question, just to be fair.
Okay, well, last quick one from you, because I'm going to draw questioning to a close very soon.
Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you. So just to contextualise this, what we're trying to decide today is to set you off on feasibility studies, not to make any decisions. Yeah, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Thanks, Mark. Anybody who hasn't had a question, because I think everyone's spoken. Deputy Mayor, you don't have any questions for?
I do not.
No? You do not? Nobody else does? So we will put the motion up again, please, Amy, which is moved and seconded, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, so as the mover, I'll speak to it and then we'll go into debate. So it was great sadness that we discovered that the Celebrating Age Centre in Victoria Street had a raft of problems and was no longer able to be used. And so we need to give all of the community some certainty around this as quick as possible. We also need to get the best value from the site for ratepayers, given that it's on the endowment fund. So what this recommendation seeks to do is to bring together the users of the site and provide a financial, economic lens as well. I have to say, I absolutely despair when I hear about the lack of good community space. And I actually see it for myself. I go in it and I see it as not fit for purpose. And so this is a conversation I started back in my last term of council, and I know that Councillor Bunting has continued with this conversation, much needed conversation. This needs to change. We need to find places for people to come together and undertake social and recreation wellbeing activity. I believe that our older citizens deserve a place in the heart of the city, and I just want to say that, signal that. Celebrating Age building, it's near our theatres, our museum, our hospitality section, not to mention on the riverside, our beautiful riverside. And these things are for everyone, including our older persons. And just mindful of the fact, as some of the speakers pointed out, we're all getting older. In fact, there's a bubble of us coming through, and we're going to have a lot of older people in our city. So that's why I have proposed this motion. I'm really looking forward to the staff doing some creative and strong business case thinking around this site. And just one further point, I acknowledge that the questions that came from you and Dave and others around good maintenance are very valid questions. I also look forward to seeing that report, but I acknowledge what Lance says, which is that things have improved quite a lot on maintenance and renewals. In fact, that was something that I felt very strongly about 2 years ago, and we had a lot of conversation in the long-term plan, all of us noting that we didn't want our existing facilities to keep falling into disrepair. So when I hear that there has been 10 years of lack of investment, it does make me a little bit sad, because we should be looking after what we've got left, and I sincerely hope this doesn't happen again. However, here we are talking about this site, and I think this motion is a constructive way forward. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, could you tell me who's on the line for a debate, please?
Just up next, we do have Councillor Hamilton, then followed by Councillor Wilson and Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Amy. If you could run that through, that would be good. Or Jeff, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, just firstly, just want to acknowledge my colleagues that have helped craft this resolution. There's a lot of elements to it. So to Angela, to Mark, to yourself, Paula, I think we're all working to find a way to cohese and bring the absolute best outcome of this site together. So just acknowledge that. Acknowledge the comments from Jenny from Celebrating Age around her key aspirations around something that's central, accessible, it's known, it's history, and having those elements in the mix here, whatever the outcome, I'm sure we can deliver something really special. There's two elements here which we're trying to bring together. One is the endowment land, which effectively, this is, whilst it's a sort of a sad occasion that we've come here because of, you know, a building that's deteriorated, it is a really exciting opportunity to push pause and look at the endowment land opportunity and the feasibility that lies within there. And also the motion captures the need to analyse the community needs and various stakeholders around the community. So I think bringing all those elements together, it's important we remain agnostic, we remain open-minded to the potential that lies there. I think in every term, a 3-year term of council, there's projects that, you know, start a legacy or become very special, and I think this has the potential to be one of the elements that we seed in this triennium that could be very, very special. So I'm really excited about the motion today and what it sets into motion. Thank you.
Amy, who's next, please? I'll let you, or Deputy Mayor, would you please call out the debate?
Yeah, sure. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship and Deputy Mayor Jeff. I'll be supporting the motion in front of us today because simply it gives us as a council an opportunity to do better. It gives us an opportunity to have a more meaningful discussion and come up with some proposals that will work for our community. I agree with Councillor Ryan that in fact there are two issues that need to be resolved. The second one is the fact that it is endowment land and how best we manage that. But the first one is probably the most important, and that is historically this council's behaviour regarding maintenance and renewals. And although I'm confident as an organisation, as part of the governance, that we've got that right going forward, part of making those sorts of acknowledgements has to be that we got it wrong historically on a number of occasions. In this chamber today, we heard that for 10 years, this council chose not to maintain a critical asset that we owned on behalf of the Hamilton ratepayers. We should not be pleased with that. So at the very least we should be doing is ensuring those people who are using the building are looked after. And we'll do that. And if we don't learn from these types of errors, if we don't learn from them, we'll keep repeating them. And I hear often in this chamber, oh, let's just build a new fit for purpose. Let's get out there and we're going to raise this money and it's going to be absolutely wonderful. But the trouble is, it's a long-term commitment to fund the maintenance and the renewal. And once all the pomp and ceremony has gone, we sometimes forget that inherent obligation to maintain them. So today I'm supporting it. I'm looking forward to ensuring that that process brings back some robust thinking and that whatever we do as a council going forward, we have to start acknowledging if we build it, we've got to maintain it, we fund depreciation, and when it begins to break down, guess what? We maintain it. There's no need to bowl it over. You'll end up with a city that is soulless if we get rid of all of our historical buildings. And that's a city I don't want to live in.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Look, whatever we do with the site, let's get on with it. Let's make a decision, do it quickly, because we have a history, as Councillor Ewan has said, of sitting back and letting politics take control and decide the fate of a building. We simply can't do that again. Look, the reason for my questions was we have to start innovating new ways of funding as well. And I am hoping that the assurances that the idea of partnering with the private sector, whether we sell, gift, whatever the airspace, for them to develop floors above in return for community space below at no cost to council is a worthy, innovative way to fund. And the reason I have expectations that will legitimately form part of the business case or be explored is because we don't have an example of that in the city. We completely funded Founders Claude Lynn's ourselves. We contributed 30 million to the new theatre. We've not had this kind of innovative funding opportunity before, so I really do want to see it explored by the working group. And certainly it's not an original idea. Hauraki Local Board have an agreement with a developer for that very thing to produce a community facility in exchange for development of the airspace above. So yeah, I guess to round off, we just have to look after what we've got, and we have to get on with it. No more playing politics, I guess, and not investing and maintaining in our buildings, because we have some terrible examples of councils before our time, way before our time actually, with the muni pools and maybe Founders. And it's just, we've got to learn from our mistakes from the past.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
I'd certainly acknowledge Councillor O'Leary certainly mentioning about previous councils, and obviously what she's focused and Councillor Ewan is focused in is the buck is stopping here. This is the response of this current council. Her Worship the Mayor talked about her despair at the lack of community space in the central city, and in terms of the next item I'll certainly be reflecting on that a little more. I'm challenged by Ryan Hamilton to be open-minded and agnostic, and I certainly hope that open-minded approach and agnostic applies to the next item, that we apply the same criteria. Let's focus on this particular item. I raised questions before I think have been covered, because I was deeply concerned that obviously there's a focus on the repurpose or the new development on this site at 30 Victoria Street, but obviously we need to be clear, publicly crystal clear, that we are in this report obviously engaging with the Ward Norris Park and those other sites as well. So that has to be open and transparent. I would add a note of caution. Under the previous mayor, under the previous term and the river plan, there was a notion to put some apartments near where the Workers' Memorial plaque is opposite the Art Museum, and that was obviously, we didn't want a block of apartments covering our green space. So obviously you're calling on me to be agnostic at this point. What I will be looking for is that this is a very, very special historic green space and community space. And obviously what I'm looking for is that you obviously are going to look at the totality of this particular green space, including the band rotunda, right back to the Art Museum, in terms of how you repurpose and develop the Celebrating Age Centre. The need for the centre is clear, crystal clear, I get that. But obviously, as Sarah Thompson and others have mentioned, it's very important that we actually develop this project in terms of the total context of green space, the river plan for the city. So I'm going to be looking very much for a holistic report. And as Councillor Ryan reminds me, I must be open-minded and agnostic. I must be open-minded to all the opportunities, and exercising that open mind, as I'm required to do under the Local Government Act, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Kia ora and thank you. I share the embarrassment, I think, of other councillors around the room that once again council has a failed building. And that displaces hundreds of our residents and the activity that they enjoy and the opportunity for them to bring their members and our community together in a place that is central and meets the majority of their needs. I'm concerned about that, and I worry about other places within Hamilton and around our city that may be suffering the same fate. I welcome Councillor Pascoe, Chair of our Finance Committee's challenge of the provisions that we have in our 10-year plan, and I am heartened by the response of staff that those asset management plans are being reviewed and that there is an opportunity to increase that in future years. At least, we've got the thinking to go along with that worry, but that we are still seeing the consequences of previous council's legacy needs to be addressed. I am heartened, though, that our CE and the future 2 10-year plans around the asset management maturity that he talked about will address that to the future and make a more robust process. Thank you. Also, through this questions and debate, I note that we won't be looking at that site in isolation. It has a relationship with many other parts of our city and a real sympathy for other development that might be happening around that area. And I look forward to the work that will happen through our municipal endowment fund exploration about how we might use those spaces, both A and B and C, D and E and F that happen right within that water quarter. So in conclusion, I'll be supporting the motion. I look forward to a very full and wide exploration of the opportunities that we will have as a city to be able to provide a space for our celebrating age and other communities that are looking for a home. So, kia ora and thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, can I just check we're on 3 minutes debating time?
Yes.
Oh, I think I had 4 seconds, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, now just checking. I haven't got it here in front of me. Thank you. Carry on.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be supporting the motion also. Look, it's only been in the past few years that we have separately recognised a formal budget for renewals, that is to look after our existing assets. And I note, throughout my time on council, how ambitious we are to add lots and lots of new assets to the city, to a growing city, and that's absolutely necessary. But we fail in many instances, or have in the past, to look after the assets that we already have. We currently have a budget of about $850 million in this long-term plan. That's an average of $85 million a year to apply to those renewals. I'm a little concerned that of that 850 million, only 15 million, that's $1.5 million a year, is set aside for renewals on the 20 buildings that were identified in today's report. So I am a little bit concerned, given the ageing nature of a number of those buildings and those missing years of, no maintenance or no provision for maintenance, that we may have a catch up. And I'm hopeful that this report that staff are working on, this assessment of those 20 buildings, will bring that to the table relatively quickly and soon, so that we can make adjustments to the budget, to the long-term budget when the LTP is next revised, or sooner if it's necessary. I do get a little bit concerned because depreciation is what essentially helps fund the cash funding for renewals. I'm a little bit concerned when we do have annual plan discussions and there is a wish on some councillors to try to find a way of deferring depreciation, that we may be cutting off our nose to spite our face in terms of making sure that we have got sufficient funds available to meet these renewals as they fall due, and they seem to be falling due faster than our budgets. I just make a comment about the green space on the present site, and I think that's an important consideration. But I do remember many years ago that site being used for a private hotel and a picture theatre. So I don't think we should be too precious about what economic opportunities there might be to do something on a joint basis that might secure us with a fit-for-purpose building and also meet the needs of the much-needed commercial development that we do need in our central city in order to keep that buzzing. So I'm hopeful that we will get some outcomes from the review that is being undertaken for that space that might point to where there may be both economic advantages for the city as well as advantages around the provision for community buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, the way we look after especially our community facilities reminds me of when about 4 years ago, I was driving down a major highway in Argentina, 4-lane highway, and came across the worst potholes I've ever seen in my life. They spent billions on creating their highways and nothing on upkeep for them, and you ended up with a terrible situation in 20 years' time sort of thing, and that's really what we have had happen here. While we might be doing a bit of a catch-up now, for many years we didn't have any sort of proper maintenance program. The program was an ad hoc one at best when someone discovered a leak or nowadays it's not a leak so much as get a bad earthquake risk report, and suddenly we thought, whoops, we better have a proper look at this, whoops, we better close it. We're challenged now to actually do that proper maintenance program and have a good condition assessments. But it wasn't too long ago where in this very room, this council was supporting major cuts to our asset renewal and maintenance programs. So, you know, and that was politics at the time, and I guess this is politics now. It's probably a good time of the cycle to go for a building upgrades just before an election, because turkeys wouldn't vote for an early Christmas. I am going to support this motion. I do wonder whether it's a little bit restrictive in its scope, but I think we're going to address that issue at the coming community committee meeting anyway, so I'm sort of a bit relaxed about that. I do also have some sympathy, strong sympathy for the argument about a sort of an age-friendly precinct in that part of the central city, as has been suggested. I think that sort of is a factor that maybe you can't measure, but should count for quite a lot in our assessments. Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge Jenny McGee, who presented today. Clearly, the Celebrating Age Centre is a really important space. It's not only a space from which we have groups providing essential services, but it's also a place of social connection. And I thought Jenny put that really well in terms of emphasising the importance of social connection in terms of our health and well-being. So I am really looking forward to what comes from this business case, and I'm really supportive of taking this quite open approach to looking at all the different options. I would just say that in terms of my reservations around the green space, what I was referring to was really the footprint of any building that we put here. We need to look at this all in the wider context of redeveloping the central city, attracting more people to live here. It's a bit of an underutilised green space at the moment, but with some good planning, I think it could be a fantastic space, and that would really it would enhance any building that we put there as well. So I'm keen to see the wider context there. How do we make this a really workable green space around whatever development goes in? But absolutely, if we can be innovative in terms of funding this and have a mix of commercial and community, I support that, as long as it's all done well, and that some of those earlier proposals, sort of gas station or building out apartments, made me a little nervous. So as long as we're really cognizant of the needs for quality green space in our city when doing this. And also, I think that we've heard for a long time now this idea around a central city swim space. As Helen said, it doesn't necessarily have to go right here, but just to also have that as part of the mix in terms of ensuring we're not precluding our opportunities in the future. But absolutely, really excited by this business case and the potential to have a fantastic facility going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. Like others, a new purpose-built centre, the idea of it does excite me. Having a commercial aspect as well as including possible social services excites me. I know that Hamilton is an ageing city. I can't remember the stats, but in 5 to 10 years, it's almost, I think, half. It's quite a high percentage of people would be over 55 in Hamilton. So I think it's important that we recognize that. I sympathize with the groups who have been left without a home. And I know that our team, would be looking for ways to help them, which is why I think it is quite urgent that we address this. I'm looking forward to the business case that would be coming hopefully very soon. And to also factor in, if there are suggestions within the business case that will be taking a long period of time to materialize, that we factor in the added costs of providing alternative spaces for age concern, just so we get a holistic view when we make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'll be very brief. Look, the timing is never right in these things. And I really want to extend some aroha and some support out to Age Concern and the groups who have been turfed out of this building at this point. Let's not, and this is, I guess this speaks to why I oppose these two items being so close together, because I view them as very separate items. And they're two very separate situations. In an ideal world, wouldn't it be great as a council just to push pause, start again and make all the right decisions? But we've got people involved, very real people with very real situations, and the timing is never right. In one situation with Founders, which a lot of our submitters spoke on through the Age Concern Centre, we've got a big closed empty building, which is servicing effectively nobody at the moment. And in this situation, we've got a very current affair. The timing is never right. So I'd urge members not to get the two tied up. They're very different situations. I love the idea of the motion. I particularly love what Councillor Angela was trying to get across. She's spoken about this in her campaign last time, about that cool idea of gifting airspace above the existing building in return for it being paid for as a community facility by commercial. I love those sort of ideas, and I think we've got a really good opportunity here. This is for one sector of our community, okay, that needs a space now. We visited with Age Concern recently. They're very grateful for the offices that we are, as members teased out, subsidising. They're lovely offices, but while they give great administrative support, they don't necessarily support the community that they're trying to service. They need a hall, they need a space, they need it pretty urgently, because their clients need the mobility scooter training, they need the connection, they need the very real services that they offered through the space they had before, and it's really hard to find those at the moment. I think that's pretty much all I'm going to say here. They're two very different situations. I'll leave it at that. I'll support the motion enthusiastically.
Thank you. Right, a reply, Councillor Southgate, Mayor Southgate.
Deputy Mayor, you're trying to demote me already. What's it about? Look, I don't want to speak too long on. Don't want to speak too long on this. I for one, well, actually, I not for one. All of us acknowledge deferred maintenance and depreciation has been an issue in the past, and that's why we spent so much time talking about it at the last the LTP of this term to address that, make sure that was not the case going forward. And I'm confident, and Lance knows because I ask him all the time, are we on track with our maintenance? I agree. We do not want to see more buildings in any state of disrepair that we're responsible for, or worse, closed. We just don't want to see that. But I like the idea of a commercial return. So I welcomed Councillor Hamilton and Wilson's input around the endowment fund, because I think it could work really well to have a good commercial return for this site alongside community use. And Angela's got a good idea that she's had for some time around that. I also think that this absolutely offers the chance to be part of our CBD Riverside revitalisation that Deputy Mayor Taylor is leading through the Central City Advisory Group as well. So has great synergies. But I do want to make one good point. Our senior citizens are not to be pushed to the side, our older persons. They are as much part of our community, as much a part of our Riverside experience in our CBD as anyone else. And I really want that not to be forgotten in the investigation. Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
Thank you. Does anyone need to see the motion up there? Or you all happy? Okay. Those in favour?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Right.
So now I propose that we go on to the founders item, please.
But this is going to be a long item, and we're going to get hungry and cranky. I'm wondering about the timing of lunch break.
We're going to stop and have lunch. We're going to get through all the questions, have lunch, come to debate. But we will have some questions. This is what we're going to do. It's off the back of the last minutes.
All right.
We are going to stop for a break around about 1 o'clock, 1:15, no later. But meantime, we're using this time.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Mark. I agree with you, though. You don't want people to be hangry, do we? So, Sean, are you here Sean Murray? Are you leading this item?
Yes, I am, Mayor Paula. Look, I don't have anything to add beyond what was discussed at the Community Committee meeting for the purposes of this agenda item, with the exception that many of you will be aware that yesterday Margaret Evans from Toti organised for a further visit through the Founders Theatre building with some interested parties, which we facilitated. The outcome of that visit gave some people a good opportunity to get a clearer sense of the building and the spaces inside it, and thank you to those councillors who were able to join that visit. Although it was covered off in the earlier public submissions before, I was asked by the group to report back that Mr Mowbray and Mr Ratcliffe, who both attended that visit, were keen that I pass a message on that to you all that their preference was that the Toti proposal be given more time to develop its proposal and its support and so forth, and I'm doing so now. Other than that, I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Right.
Thank you. Can we put the recommendation up just to see it, and then we'll have the questions, so the questions are focused on the recommendation, please.
Unless Councillor Wilson had wanted to put a motion beforehand, but...
What are you moving the staff recommendation, Councillor Bunting?
Yes.
Yeah, so Councillor Bunting moves, and seconder? I'm happy to second it.
Right, we have some questions. Mayor Southgate?
Do we have any questions?
Sorry?
I just have one question myself, but are we aware of any concrete funding proposal? So we've got some funders that are saying, oh yes, let's have some further talk about this. Have we got any concrete funding proposals that we're aware of?
I'm not, in answer to that, Mayor Paula, I'm not aware of any specific funders at this point in time. Certainly aware of a lot of interest and a lot of conversation, but no specific funding that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at that end, Deputy Mayor? I can see.
Yep, we do.
Councillor Pascoe.
We have Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson, and I see you've got a tick up, Councillor Pascoe. Is that a hand or a tick? It's a hand. Okay, cool. Councillor Wilson, sorry.
Sorry, point of order. Who's actually chairing the questions and answers situation? Because I thought the Deputy Mayor had it quite in hand before, but Paula, you're now sort of chairing it and asking questions and doing a bit of everything.
Councillor McPherson, please don't talk over me, but I tell you, I'm
actually, you talked over me. I was asking a question and you interrupted me.
Can I ask you what
to finish? When I'm asking a question, I want to finish before I have you, whether you're chair or not, I'm not sure who is, interjecting each time, and not just with me, with several other councillors as well.
Councillor McPherson, it is difficult chairing remotely as you have done yourself many, many hours. And so there's no deliberate nature to talk over people. I'm asking you what your point of order is, please, to be clear.
My point that I'm trying to find out is who is actually running the question session, and I made the point that the Deputy Mayor had that in hand for the last item and was starting doing it this time as well. And if you just let him do it, then we would be a lot better off in the chamber here, I believe.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Deputy Mayor Taylor will be taking over the complete chairing after another couple of items. He and I have been working it out on text, and it's been going very well, and I ask him for his help when I need it. And I did just ask Deputy Mayor Taylor to let me know who the questions were, did I not? So Deputy Mayor Taylor, who do you see for the questions, please?
Yeah, thank you. We've got Councillor Wilson first.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor and Mayor Paula. Look, my first question is to Sean, if I could, Sean. In previous meetings, you have expressed an opinion, with your years of experience, that the financials that Toti has advanced seem light, and that, if my memory serves me correctly, that the projected costs of the remedial steps that they have recommended also seem light. In light of both of those things, in regards to the integrity of the building, in light of the new confirmation this morning that a quantity surveyor, professionally licensed here in the Waikato, has confirmed, in fact, that the quantum of 10 million was a bit of an overestimate and was slightly less than 10 million. Is it still your opinion as a general manager that the quantity surveyor is wrong?
Look, I can't object to the quantity surveyor's statement. I think on the face of it, I've made my opinion once that I felt that some of the costs seemed a little bit light for the amount of work going through, and I did point to only one example at the community committee meeting that we had on that. I would also say that when I talked about the cost being a bit light, I felt some of the funding sources, some of the revenue operating cost estimates also seemed a little bit light, but I'm happy to be corrected on that.
So just for my own clarity, you're not a quantity surveyor or an engineer or a builder?
That's correct. However, I do see a lot of costings for various projects and so forth, so I have some familiarity.
Just turning our minds now to this equation that you're not aware of any clear funding commitment. You were, however, aware that at least two significant individuals turned up yesterday
Correct.
And of course the third who was unwell. Just in terms of Mr. Mowbray, Gallagher and Robin Ratcliffe, would you agree that they are significant philanthropic individuals and significant business players?
Yes, I would.
I note Mr. Mowbray is part of a $3 billion family entity, including Zuru. Is it correct that he's indicated that he's thinking that asking council for an additional 10 months to enable Toti and himself and others to really analyse this more deeply, that he simply asked for 10-month extension? Is that correct?
Yes, that's all he asked for.
Right. And so in light of that, when you turn your mind to whether or not there's any potential funding, is it your opinion that no, there's no indication of funding, or would it be fairer to say that we've now had for the first time 3 significant individuals voice their interest in being involved in Founders?
They certainly voiced their interest in Founders being saved, without a doubt, and they certainly voiced requiring it. But they did not say or indicate at any stage that they would necessarily provide funding.
From your experience in the commercial world, when highly capable individuals with significant track records ask council for a 10-month extension to let them have some time, with their reputations, would you usually dismiss that? Or is that just, sorry, I shouldn't ask that latter part. Would you usually dismiss that?
I didn't dismiss their request. I did remind them, however, that we have had extensions previously. But I did not dismiss their request. I passed their request on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I thought Councillor Gallagher was next originally. Did you remove yourself, Martin? We all got removed at one point. Sorry, I was just... no, it doesn't...
Okay, Councillor Gallagher then.
I just building on, I guess, can you acknowledge, for the benefit of all members, one assumes namesake, the Gallagher family, the Mowbray family and the Ratcliffe family would be among Hamilton's most significant entrepreneurial families. Can you confirm that?
Absolutely, from what I understand, yes.
Yeah. And just building on the question of Councillor Wilson, if members of those 3 families expressed a clear request for an extension of time, would you assume that they would be taking their reputations very seriously in asking that?
I would have to assume so, yes.
Would you assume also that that gets pretty concrete, to use the Mayor's words, that they have requested a 10-month extension of time?
Yes, as I've said already, that's the case. That's what they requested.
Would you assume that they are anticipating a very potential concrete outcome?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah. General Manager Murray, in discussion with, or answer to Ewan's questions about Toti's financial projections seeming light, I think your comment was, on the face of it, they seemed light to you. That was a term you used. But you also, in answer to one of the questions at the Community Committee meeting, had said that you hadn't met Toti to discuss in detail their financial projections in relation to the proposal as it stood at that Community Committee meeting.
That's correct. I had a number of meetings with Margaret from Toti, and but we hadn't really received the final proposal that was received by the Community Committee with the final set of financials until prior to that. But I accepted them on the face of it. They said, this is what we've done. We've done all the work. We've had the experts do the work. Here it is. I wasn't going to second guess what they'd put forward.
But wouldn't it be prudent for a council staff member responsible for such a significant project/issue as whether the founders stayed or not, to have, especially if they had some disquiet, my word, about the Toti financial figures, to have sat down with them and asked for details and perused those details and had a discussion with them?
If we had had more time, yes, but the proposal did come to us at quite short notice before the deadline for the committee papers.
Okay. Have you done that since that meeting on the, what date was that, the 26th of April?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
So why is that? Because the decision's not final yet?
Well, I could give you all sorts of excuses, but I just haven't. I haven't had time to do that, and I haven't quite seen what would be achieved from that. They seem very firm and clear on their numbers.
Yet you're happy to still say, as you have today, that it seems light to you, but you haven't investigated further.
Correct.
So we're to take that as a professional opinion that it seems light, knowing that there's been no detailed investigation by us of the figures provided by a third party, or available from a third party, I should say.
Yeah, look, I have not purported to be an expert or anything like that on this. I have just given you my opinion.
So if you're not an expert and you haven't investigated in detail, why should we be taking your comment as the figures being a bit light all that seriously?
I think that's the decision you have to make as to how you treat my comment.
Okay, so is there anyone in council that has perused Toti's figures and had that sort of discussion, looking into that sort of detail, that we could rely on their opinion for?
No, there hasn't been. And if we were to do that, we'd probably engage a more expert person to do that for us.
Sure. And we've done that with outfits like Arrow, and I can't remember the crowd for Claudelands and things like that, haven't we, when we wanted to get an expert opinion on the financials of a project that was being put before us.
I haven't been involved in that, but I'm quite sure that would have happened, yes.
Yeah. So I'm at a loss to know why we haven't followed that same sort of procedure this time. I appreciate at the particular point in time there wasn't much time to do it, but we've had more time since then.
I take your comment on board.
Okay, so we've got no independent professional look at the finances. At the time of the meeting on the, I think it was the 26th of April, of the Community Committee, we received a report that you countersigned. I don't know whether you wrote it all, Sean, about the proposed project of the Founders Theatre, whether we should go along with Toti or whether we should demolish it. Did you, in that report, state, or in any verbal commentary on it, state that council management had already applied for a demolition permit and received a demolition permit some 2 or 3 months earlier?
No, I hadn't. As I explained in the email correspondence that you've had recently on that matter, it was just a matter of advanced planning and also to test to see if the permit was achievable, because as was noted in the email to councillors, we were getting comments to say that we'd never get a permit in any case, so we wanted to test that. I did not state that because I thought it was a moot point, because the decision whether to go with Toti or not go with Toti really wouldn't be relevant to, or the matter that the fact that we had a demolition permit wasn't really relevant to the decision.
It wasn't relevant. The fact that there was already a demolition permit in place applied for by a manager wasn't relevant to even mention in the report.
Well, the reality is that I could not act on that unless I had approval from council. So it would have, if the council had decided to go with the Toti arrangement, then that permit would have lapsed.
Don't you think it was at least important to alert councillors to the fact that it was possible, and you said, I think you used the term, you wanted to test whether it was possible. So shouldn't that have been information? Yes, it is possible, and this is how we found out.
Look, I can accept in hindsight that you might feel that way, but at the time I did not think it was relevant to the decision-making process.
Now,
can I just jump in there and say something?
Councillor McPherson, will you please let the Chief Executive have a comment on this?
Well, I'd like to continue with my train. I'm not opposed to it. I had thought that the answer came from Lance. I wasn't aware it came from Sean, the email answer, because Lance sent it to me without...
Lance would like to make a comment if he would, and then you can continue.
It's just on this one point, Councillor Dave. Look, the material thing would have been if the certificate of compliance that allows demolition couldn't be obtained, and then we would have made sure that information was given to councillors.
Well, that's your opinion, that that's the only important thing. I certainly would regard it as important to be told that it could be, and in fact that you had proof that it could be, and your proof in fact was that you'd actually applied for it. But going back to my train of questions of Sean, or yourself, Lance, if you want to test whether something is legally possible, you don't necessarily go the whole hog and make an application. You might seek an opinion from a professional in the area, such as a lawyer or planner or someone with that technical experience. Isn't that the way you would test something, but without going to the extent of getting a 39-page report from Becca back in January this year?
Yeah, I guess I did test the question with people, and they said, in some of these matters you will not know until you have applied.
Did they actually say that?
Verbally, yes, but I have nothing in writing.
Verbally, but there's no proof of that. So there's a lot of verbals and conjecture going on here. Okay, so when the application was submitted on the 25th of January for demolition and approved 1 week later, was that the normal speed for an approval of a council, of any application for demolition, or would it be closer to the mandatory requirement of within, I believe, 20 working days, i.e. 4 weeks?
Look, I can't answer that question. I don't know. The application was done on our behalf by Becca. I had no involvement with the part of council that
But it was
did
to
the approval.
council? It was an application to this council?
Yes, it was, but I had no involvement with the department that handles those applications.
Is there anyone in the room that could say whether a 1 week turnaround is normal for a demolition application on a contentious issue like this? Or on any issue?
I think you need someone from our resource consent or building consent area, Councillor Dave.
Okay. So,
maybe Corey Yang.
Given that we wanted to test whether it was possible and got a 39-page report from Becca, which was an actual application for a certificate of compliance, how much did that cost?
Yes, I have that answer.
Approximately, not after the exact dollars, Sean.
Yes, so the cost for Becca was $5,500.
So council management quite happy to put in the application to test that at that cost, not knowing what was the outcome of the debate, if you like, was going to be.
Yes, I took that decision.
Okay. So I'm just looking at some of the other. So you then went on prior to the meeting to ask for some cost indication or estimates, I believe, from demolition companies.
We had a cost estimates done back in 2017, as I mentioned in the emails that went to councillors. That was to assist us with the budgets that we were required to put in for the LTPs at the time. I went back to, or my staff went back to the demolition company purely to check to see if the provision that was held within the LTP was still relevant. It was really just a test in case there was any increase in costs, because of obviously there's been a lot of cost escalation going on and everything else. And I was just planning ahead and saying, let's check that the figures are right.
And what was the response? That
They were pretty much on par.
So there's been no appreciable cost increase, demolition cost increase in 5 years?
Well, no, there has been, but when we did the budget, we provided for cost escalation on top of what the quote was back in 2017. So we allowed for the spread of years and possible cost escalation, inflation and so forth.
So what was the cost given back in 2017? Because certainly construction costs, the positive side of demolition coin, probably come close to doubling in that period.
Yeah, that was in the reports and the email. I just have to find the paperwork.
Change.
I'd like to make a procedural motion that we go straight to the vote.
Right. Do you have a seconder?
Well,
that is correct. If there's a procedural motion or debate does stop, and with a seconder.
Who's the seconder?
I'll second it for the...
Yep. We have a seconder, Councillor Bunting.
Right in the middle of questions. Okay, fair enough.
So, Councillor Gallagher, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher, a procedural motion has already been in play today. We all understanding orders how they work.
There's no talking now.
Nobody's inviting anything to happen. It's not to be spoken about. It's go to the vote. If you feel strongly, vote against it. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour, I presume, Councillor Hamilton, the procedural motion is the staff recommendation, right?
Well, I believe that's the motion, so it's to go to the vote on that motion.
Okay, so we do go to the motion. That is what's provided for in standing orders.
Mayor Southgate, just for clarity, at this stage, what we're voting on is that we are now immediately following this vote would go to a vote on the motion or continue the questions.
Right, so Amy, if we go to the vote, that means the debate would be allowed for, won't it, at the next phase?
No. If this procedural motion was to be carried, there would be no further question nor debate. We would move immediately to the motion on the board, which is Councillor Bunting's and Councillor Hamilton's.
Okay, well, I'm afraid I have no choice but to act on the procedural motion. We go to the vote.
Yep. So we need to vote on the procedural motion. That's right, Paula? So those in favour of the procedural motion?
And against?
I can't see.
6 each.
Councillor Pascoe, can I just confirm your hand was in favour, correct? So those dissenting, sorry, can you please keep your hands up? Dissenters, thank you. Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Thompson, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor O'Leary. The procedural motion is carried. 7-4-60. I absolutely can. Those in favour were Councillor Pascoe, Mayor Southgate, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Mark Donovan, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Naidu-Ralph. So now we must go immediately to the motion on the board.
If you have an amendment, you must deal with it as well.
No amendment has been moved on the floor. I don't have a mover and a seconder. I don't have a mover and a seconder for it.
Councillors, Deputy Mayor, can you please ask for some silence in the room while we just get the process right? Amy, we are now voting on the motion. What if there was an amendment? What does that do to it? I just haven't encountered that situation before.
Martin, Thank you.
Good. So what if there is an amendment? What's the process?
If there
Can't
was,
be that?
if there was an amendment that we had a mover and seconder for at this stage, we would be voting on that and then moving to the.
Right.
Yeah, and the problem is that at this
hasn't been
point,
put.
that has not been put
Yeah.
on the table, so I can't
Okay,
accept it. So we would
fine.
now vote on the motion, which is what
Okay.
I have a mover and seconder for.
That's not correct. If one's been signified,
I don't have it.
and give them that. No,
Hang on.
Ask for it.
Councillors,
I've received
Deputy
no.
Mayor Taylor, can you get some order in the room? What I would like to do is to take a short break. Can I do that? Just a 5-minute adjournment. Yeah.
The notice of motion said you had to go straight to the vote.
That's the, yeah, we now must move to the vote on the motion.
Hang
I'm
on,
sorry.
okay, let me get,
May I just say, we have received no amendment.
Procedural point. Could I ask staff to go back to the beginning of this debate on YouTube?
Yep.
And note my hand and my voice saying to you, we foreshadow an amendment. Right at the beginning.
No mover and second. That's my issue is that I don't have that part yet. So I have to go to the motion because that's what the procedural motion was.
Just unbelievable.
20 years in politics, I've never
seen this.
ever seen this.
councillors, hang on, Amy,
Yes.
Jeff, I am concerned because I am about fairness. I am concerned that if there was a foreshadowed motion and it had been sent through the system to you somehow, that should be taken account of. Now, I don't want to string this out any more than anyone else does, but is there any evidence or can evidence be provided that there's a foreshadowed amendment? Because if there was a foreshadowed amendment, we have to be fair and give that foreshadowed amendment its moment.
I absolutely agree. The problem that I have at this point is it hasn't happened in the room and it hasn't been moved in second at this meeting right here. And my issue is that the motion, the procedural motion has been put, it was carried. So that means we must go to the motion now. If it was to be lost,
So Ewan, can I ask a question?
we could move through
Amy,
the
I
next
just
stage.
want to
But at
make
this
sure.
stage,
Amy, I understand that. I understand clearly, but now I want to ask Ewan, is there evidence of you foreshadowing that? Where is it? So we can see it. I mean, was it sent by email or where was it sent?
I'm sorry, Mipula, but until it's stated in the room, we can't accept it between a rock and a hard place where the procedural motion has been put. We need to vote on that and there should be no further discussion.
Okay. All right, well then we're down, and that's not a very good.
If it was to...
I indicated several days ago to Carmen that Councillor Gallagher and I would have either a motion or amendment, so we have done that several days ago. So
But it has not become a part of the meeting. And until it's a part of the meeting, that's where I have because that is the process we've been through. And it's always the place that we've gone through. And I know that there is frustration in this room, but...
We need to put the vote, but I have to tell you that doesn't seem right to me. That if it came in, it's foreshadowed, and presumably there was words with it. Was there words with it, Angela O'Leary?
Yes, there was. Yes. But
And it was
until it's
received.
with the meeting, because until it's with the meeting, it doesn't...
So how is it not with the meeting?
Until we've gotten there and then...
So Carmen has it?
I have it. But the problem is it hasn't been added to this meeting, and that's where I have no choice but to follow.
Surely it was added because we got an email from the Mayor's office requesting that we have some advance notice for amendments and motions, and this was one of two that I sent through.
Councillors, in an unusual, Deputy Mayor and councillors, in an unusual move, because I'm trying to be helpful and fair here, I am going to take a 10-minute break. And I know we're in a procedural motion, but I want a secondary legal advice on whether tabling a motion electronically counts as having put a motion on the table, because that does happen quite a lot.
And Your Worship, in the legal opinion, can you also ask them to rule on whether or not, if the Mayor's office has asked for indications of amendments and that they have then received it, whether in fact you erred legally by not including that when you initially moved the motion.
Okay, I've got your intent.
Your office was aware of it.
I
You
don't,
asked for it, and then you ignored it.
Okay, I'm not aware of any being received by my office, but I will look into that. We will take a 10-minute adjournment because we're not going, this is a very
Your colleague O'Leary has confirmed that she sent it to you after your head of your mayoral office asked for it.
Ewan,
Councillor Wilson, let's...
I'm getting legal advice. Please stop there, councillors. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, all set. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Look, thank you everyone for your patience with this, because I do want to be correct and I do want to be fair under the standing orders. So I am not upholding the procedural motion on the basis that procedural motions should be put through the legal advice I have had. Procedural motions can be put through at debate time when you've had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against, and that hasn't occurred. So the procedural motion was put through question time. So I'm not accepting the procedural motion. So that brings us back to the question time. Under clause 2122 of the standing orders, I have some discretion over the length of question time, which I'm going to exercise. I consider that we have had workshops, multiple workshops, field trips, and debate on this prior with lots of questions. So I'm asking each elected member, please, to put their final question in a succinct way to the floor. If the questions become disproportionate to the whole debate, then I'm going to stop questions and go to debate, because I understand that the debate is the fair and democratic point, and I want to be fair and give chance for debate. So that's where we're at. There's a motion on, hang on a minute.
Point of order? No, point of order. I can move the point, put a point of order at any time.
Hang on.
You can, Dave, but if you would just let me finish my sentence, I will come to your point of order. I haven't even finished for a breath.
There's no such thing as finishing a sentence if there's a point of order.
Yeah, there is. There's a matter of polite respect behaviour. So just hang on a second.
The respect has to go both ways.
It will do, Dave. So it will do, Dave, and if you let me finish, you'll have your point of order. Okay. So I've outlined to you the legal advice we've received and my approach, which is to somewhat limit questions, because we have had hours and hours of questioning, and go to the motion which has been put. And I understand there's a foreshadowed motion that didn't come through my office, so I haven't seen it, but I understand Amy's now in receipt of that. Am I correct, Amy?
Yes, we do have one, and if we could possibly get a mover and a seconder for that one, so that it would be on the board.
And then I'll come to you, Dave.
I had a procedural question first.
Okay.
I'm coming to your point of order. I just wanted to give the opportunity for you and Councillor O'Leary to move and second their amendment. Can I do that? And then out of fairness, you can have whatever time you need to explain your point of order.
Mayor Southgate, we've got Councillor O'Leary moving it, and a seconder, Councillor Gallagher seconding.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, now please explain to me your point of order.
Point of order relates to your, I'm not sure whether it's a ruling or statement regarding questions. Let me finish, please. In relation, my questions relate entirely to a set of answers that the Chief Executive has given me since any previous debate, since the last debate, in the last week, and refers to his responses to me, which I understand Sean was involved in preparing. That's fine. So it's all new information, none of which was discussed at the previous meetings about this. So to restrict the questions is wrong, because this is new subject matter pertinent to the Founders Theatre. And I might add, the Chief Executive sent me a short email this morning in which he undertook to address those issues at this meeting when I asked the questions of him, and we're only part way through that.
Okay, thank you. I understand where you're coming from, Dave, and the Chief Executive is here with me and has said that those questions have been answered and copied into all councillors. I'm happy to be a little tolerant of a couple of questions on things that have not been traversed before, but we're not going to spend 2 hours like we previously did the last time this came to us in a raft of questions. So I'm asking for your respect of that ruling. At any time I could choose, but I hope not to have to evoke the clause 2122 of the standing orders and go straight to debate, but I won't be doing that. I'm going to try and be as fair as possible. Who was in questions at the time, Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Hang on, I was, when the whole thing was stopped, I was partway through my damn questions.
Excellent. So that's what I'm just reminding myself. If you just bear with a little bit of patience and tolerance, Dave.
Yep.
You were in questions, and you may now continue with some pertinent questions that have not been asked prior.
Mayor Southgate, we have a question of procedure from Councillor Bunting. I wonder if we may take that first.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. I'm just trying to work out your intentions for the next hour or two, because I'm just sensing in the room we need to cool off a little bit. So I'm just trying to work out what your plan is.
I want the last few questions, and then we'll go into lunch, and then we'll come back.
Right. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. It's been a bit delayed because of the break we had to do. Look, I want to thank the staff for getting that legal debate, and actually it's been a really interesting learning moment for me, so I appreciate it. Dave, your questions, please.
And I'm wearing a mask just to signify the fact that there's been an attempt to muzzle me and others this morning.
I don't think that would be effective.
It's going to have Ryan's name across the front. And I might point out you're worried about taking another 2 hours. We've already wasted an hour just on the last little bit without actually asking any questions. Now,
What's your questions?
yes, I was just about to start when you interrupted me. I was talking with Lance. I'm trying to get my train of thought back. Talking with Lance and Sean about the demolition estimates and what was estimated in 2017 and what the assessed cost is now. And Sean, I think, was just actually checking the answer that was given, just to clarify that when the notice of the procedural motion came in. So, if that's right, Sean, can you just refresh us on what those 2017 versus 2022 estimates were? Thanks.
Yes, certainly. As I explained, we took an estimate from the demolition company in 2017 that sort of came in with a range of between 617,000 and 838,000. We then inflation adjusted it, allowed for a little bit of contingency, which drove us to a budget of just on $1 million or just over $1 million. When we got a further quote from the demolition company, it came in at sort of around $850,000, excluding any provision for the likes of asbestos, which there was a bit of concern of. So once again, we found that we were within the budget that we held.
Still within that,
correct.
Just over $1 million?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So there's not been significant cost increases in that field in this 5 years?
It would appear not.
Okay. Yep. Now, as far as that process goes of getting a company to demolish, is there proposed to be an RFP or tender proposal?
Yes, it has.
Procedure?
Yeah, it has to go through a proper procurement process with council procurement assistance. Yes.
Has that started yet?
No.
When would it start? Presuming the motion's passed today.
It wouldn't start until the motion's been passed for us to proceed with the demolition, but the actual timing of it would be depend on the timing of the broader master plan for the West Town Belt in terms of rectification of land. So I've got no sense of what the time frame would be. Obviously, we've got provision starting in the next year of the LTP for that. So I don't know exactly when.
Well, could we see if I'd like an answer. I appreciate what you're saying, but at least when it's starting and approximately how long something like that might be normally take. Yeah,
look, I think, well, as I said at the community committee meeting, theoretically the process could start 1 July when we hit the new financial year. How long it would take from that, the demolition company did say to us they probably, and their view of it would be 5 or 6 weeks notice normally. But we've got other planning work to be done because obviously we've got to do a demolition that's conscious of the landscaping master plan for the site under the West Town Belt plan. So that I'm imagining that would take a few months and everything else. So it could be started within 3 months if we wanted to push it fast. Yeah.
So that, But I was particularly interested, sorry, Sean, in the tender process, tender being issued out to the public.
Oh, the tender process would probably take, I'm guessing 3 or 4 weeks.
And when would when would that start?
Well, that could start straight away, as soon as a resolution's been made.
So the earliest you're saying that there might be a demolition would be 3 months in your assessment?
Probably.
And the longest into early next year?
Well, the longest is however long we want in terms of how we manage our budgets within the LTP.
Right. Sorry, Mayor Paula, I'm just looking at the rest of the points that I had there. I think that'll do. Thanks.
Mayor Paula, if you wouldn't mind, I've had a bit of information of clarity come into me during the break with regards to one of Councillor McPherson's earlier questions on the timing of the certificate of compliance for demolition, that as he highlighted and spotted, it seemed to be awfully fast. It appears, whilst I think that particular exercise can happen fast, the dates that, for us to be clear on, was the submission for an application was put in on the 25th of January. We received an acknowledgement, Becca received an acknowledgement from Council of that application on the 23rd of February, and on the 7th of March, Becca advised us that the certificate of compliance had been issued. And the letter that comes through, which is dated 7 February that you have, that was in part of those emails, obviously is a typo with regards to the date that was there. It probably should have been 7 March. We can give you the documents leading up to that so you can sort of see how that happened. But.
So are there any other dates or figures that need clarifying in there?
Not that I'm aware of. That's just, as I say, something...
I think your dates do seem more realistic, because the planning staff were horrified to think that one could be done that quickly. They said to me in the break, actually. But some other developers were very appreciative to know how quickly the council could move if it really wanted to. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. We have Councillor Pascoe next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just one question, and it seems to be from the time lapse between the community meeting and today, we've seen indicators of who might be interested financiers. Has Toti, in the meantime, the fact that they need 10 months now, have they given any indication or promise as to the detail in the report that they will give us at this end of term when the 10 months elapses? And I guess the follow on from that is, have we specifically asked for a number of areas that we would want to respond to if a 10-month extension was given?
No, we have not had that conversation at all, Councillor Pascoe. All that was discussed at yesterday's meeting was a request that the Toti be given more time to work on their plans, but we haven't talked in any detail to try and reacquaint them with what we need for a further submission.
Would it be appropriate, given the number of extensions that we've already given Toti, to come back to us to try and, if the meeting had an appetite to extend the time beyond this last extension, for you and staff and Toti to work on what would be an acceptable list of conclusions or action points that the parties might have agreed upon?
Look, yes, absolutely. I think if the council wants to move in that direction, we would have to do that. I would add that I would probably seek to pass on that work, however, to the community group, because this is more interfaced with the community group activity and not necessarily the activity that I look after under my portfolio with council. So I think because of the nature of the potential users of a refurbished Founders Theatre and so forth, it's the community group would be a more important party to work with them.
Yeah, fair comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. We don't appear to have any more questions, or do we?
Just a procedural point. I'm wondering, since the questions have now finished, why we can't go straight on to the debate in light of the fact that if we break now, we lose some of the continuity. Why are we now not wanting to put this?
Yeah, that's fine, and we'll do it. We'll have debate and then we'll have a good break. Is that okay?
Yep, that makes more sense to me.
I think you're right. We're ready to go. There's a motion and an amendment. Will you put them up, please, Amy?
Absolutely, they're just coming up now.
Thank you.
You there, Mayor Southgate?
Yes, I am. Thank you. So we've got the, well, these are scrubbed up. So we've got, it's quite a straightforward step out because we, the staff motion is the one that the Bunting Hamilton one. Councillor O'Leary, Councillor, would you like to just tell us what point of difference? Not debate it if you wouldn't mind, Angela, but if you could just explain your amendment, that would be good.
Without debating. Look, this is without being able to have time to change the amendment. This was put at the community committee previously and just gives the time for staff to work with Toti and the community to look at founders in the context of our community facility review, and reports back, as you can see there, to the 14th of June Community Committee.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Thank you. I understand Councillor Bunting has stepped out of the room thinking that there wasn't, is he around?
Mayor Southgate, I've contacted him, but he's not back yet. We do have Councillor Hamilton who seconded the motion. Oh, do you?
Yeah, we do have to. Where is Councillor Bunting? Is he close by? Can you?
I have tried to contact him. I haven't got a response yet.
We'll go find him, but as it has been put to the table, we are able to proceed with debate.
Yes.
Oh, he absolutely can reserve his debate for later and right of reply.
All right. So.
Well, he better be back before vote. Very friendly. All right, let's go.
In that case, Mayor Southcote, we would could start off with the seconder of the motion and then follow it with Councillor O'Leary.
No, that wouldn't be correct. Sorry, Jeff. We usually have the mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment, and then go to others. But if Angela is fine with that, and given that the mover of the motion is not in the room, perhaps the seconder might want to speak to the motion.
Yes, Mayor Paula, I'm happy with that.
You're relaxed? Thank you, Angela. Appreciate that. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, you're basically...
Oh, no, I'm not going to speak yet. I'll reserve my right to speak later.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks. It's been a long first morning. Look, one part of me can't believe that we've arrived at this day, and then the other half of me says, well, there's a precedence here. Look, the fact hasn't passed me by that the four councillors around the table who are trying their best to save Founders Theatre are the ones around the table with the history and knowledge. We've learnt from the mistakes of the past when it comes to iconic buildings. And if you don't look after what you've already got, you get the municipal pools. Look, if you build your family home, you look after it, you maintain it. We don't seem to do that with public assets. And might I suggest for some of the new members around the table, there is a perfect example of what we are putting up here, of what Toti are suggesting they want to do. A perfect example. The Meteor Theatre. That under council ownership was left to basically erode away. We weren't looking after it. It had earthquake strengthening issues. And one day, in a van ride to Ngātawahi, I suggested to the colleagues, why don't we give it to a community who will look after it? And that happened. We gifted it. One Victoria Trust, who runs it now, is talked about in extremely high regard around this table. This is exactly the same scenario. Exactly the same scenario. Why are you keen to execute Founders Theatre? We have heard this morning that that building has history. It is part of the story of the fabric of our city. You find me a Hamiltonian that hasn't visited Founders Theatre over the years and that doesn't remember sitting in those seats and catching up with friends in the foyer, and you want to execute that building. That is the wrong decision today. The wrong decision. We have a community group that have come together. We have heard from them in the public forum. We have heard from a former mayor of this city. We have heard from community people in this city, big families in this city that want to save this theatre. They want to repurpose a building. I've heard from a colleague today around this table on the previous item that, well, that item's different because it's all about people. If ever there was an asset in this city that is about people, it is Founders Theatre. Shame on you if you vote to execute it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leary. Who else is in debate there? Could you lead the debate, please?
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Jeff. I intend to stand today because this is important to me. I can't imagine the atmosphere in the Founders Theatre on the 20th of March 1963. But I've read the Waikato Times, and apparently Louis Armstrong performed tremendously. The atmosphere was amazing, and he received a couple of standing ovations. On the same day, interesting enough, Booth and Chapman Limited, who sells paints and newspapers, had a special on, and you needed to get in there by 9 p.m. I could just imagine the moment in time. What I'm trying to say is Founders is inherent in our past. It is an asset that we're about to destroy if you let the wrecking ball come in. What the amendment asks for is another delay to let Toti, and now that we've recognised a couple of individuals, put together a proposal. As elected members, we come into this chamber often with our preconceived ideas, and we're supposed to listen with an open mind and then make decisions. And we should never be afraid to say, look, we may have got our original decision wrong. So it's not too late. In fact, that's good governance. This is what I do know. That council in the past has dropped the ball when it's come to maintaining our assets. There is no doubt that there is a need for community facilities. Everywhere you hear the need for community facilities. But here we are about to destroy a community facility that has potential. It is always better for the environment to repurpose a building than to destroy it. We all know that. And there's nothing wrong with repurposing. Let's be clear, what I do know is a quantity surveyor whose job it is to determine whether or not the projected cost is accurate has come back and said that it is. A licensed quantity surveyor. That's what they do. and they've said the pricing is appropriate. And this is what else I know. For the first time, we've had confirmation that 3 significant business individuals are prepared to work with Toti to see if they can come up with a solution. Let's just reflect on that for a moment. Major members of the community have walked in and said, I'm prepared to give this a try. And all we're asking is for 10 months for them to put forward the proposal. Hamilton ratepayers deserve the right to another 10-month extension. Don't be quick with the wrecking ball. Once you swing it, it's gone.
We have Councillor Hamilton, Mayor Southgate.
Thanks, Chair. We've seen over the last few months a unified response from all the theatre groups in the city, including the most significant one of many generations, the Waikato Regional Theatre, a $70 to $80 million build, of which we've given 30. We've had their CEO, we've had their chair, we've had the media group, we've had Clarence Street Theatre all come to us and say, this is at risk of cannibalising the already precious ecosystem we've got. If we put that aside and say, okay, that could be we can now use this building for community use, we've got some serious emotions around this, and the earlier one that will help to speak to that and enable that and fund that and support that, because we all agree that's really important. We went out to consultation for our 10-year plan. We got a very clear steer from the community. Then Toti came along, and because of the great work that they have done in the community and the credibility they've got, we gave them 6 months. Then they came back to us and said, we need another 3 months, and gave us one of the most underwhelming business cases I've seen in my time in council. Then today, by dragging 3 entrepreneurs to the meeting, they quantify that as being a credible business element. We had no underwrite, we've seen no more financial figures, and the proponents for the amendment, if this was for any other robust council decision, they would laugh at it, but they hold on to it. We have given a 6 months extension, we've given a 3-month extension, and now they want a 10-month extension, and on it goes. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In my opinion, there's been a predetermined plan to get rid of Founders Theatre, and I say that advisedly. The application for the demolition was made 3 months before council even discussed the Toti proposal in late April, and it was granted about a month and a half beforehand. There was an earthquake risk assessment, which we've been told assessed Founders Theatre at only, rated at only 20%. A couple of years earlier, might have even been less than that earlier, the Well Network Stand received a rating of between 15 and 25%. It was kept open. The Founders Theatre was closed. Those are the sorts of points that make me believe that this was a predetermined preference, and everything that's followed, including the staff reports, have followed, in my opinion, that predetermination. In my opinion, we get rid of heritage buildings far too easily in Hamilton. We take far too little care. The Embassy Theatre, Municipal Pool, St Andrews Hall, the Catholic Seminary, Hayes Paddock Houses, Memorial Drive House, just a few that have happened in my time. I've fought against every one of them. Haven't won many of them at all. In fact, all of those ones I've lost, because there hasn't been much commitment around this city or around this table to working out ways that we can repurpose older buildings or rejuvenate older buildings. In this case, we're rejecting a proposal from a community organisation with a track record of achieving community projects that has worked with us in the past. We're rejecting their proposal before we've even worked with them to look at the figures. Now, Ryan has just said we've seen no financial figures. I reference you to the Deputy CEO saying it seems a bit light, but agreeing that he hadn't actually sat down with them and talked with them about it, or had what we would normally do in this circumstance, and that is get a professional review of those figures to report back to us to see what they're like. So I say to councillors, how will it hurt us now, today, to check out those details over the next few months? How will it hurt us to get the sort of professional assessment the Deputy CEO has said would normally be done if you were going further on a project like this? This situation is a bit like execution in the United States, capital punishment. It's too late to say you got it wrong later, and it'll be too late once the wrecking ball goes to say we got it wrong later. So even if you think it should be demolished, hold that thought at the most for 10 months and get these figures properly checked out. How will that hurt you? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Madam Chair. Sorry, I had to shoot away to a quick medical thing. Look, I don't like this any more than anyone else in this room does. None of us are enjoying this. I think it's fair to say there are many things I would love to have kept in this world. We've all lost parents, we've all lost family, but they go. Things go. I do not like going head to head with my very respected and more senior councillors and colleagues who feel very, very passionate about this theatre moving. I don't like it. I don't like to go head to head with former Mayor Evans, who I respect very much. I just don't agree with her on this matter. I think it's a safe bet to assume that none of the new guard who want to move on with this decision, create that green space and the playground and the Central Park to service that higher intensity housing that we're trying to encourage into that area, I suspect they don't like this either. But as community chair and with Kesh as deputy, we've got to make well-considered and right decisions for the community, for the people. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. No one likes the decision to end the journey of a theatre. But to my mind, we made this decision when we were going to support the regional theatre. Now make no mistake, to my mind again, this is a theatre with attachments. I had photos forwarded to me last night that reinforced that this is a grand old theatre. Founders Theatre is a theatre, and yet again, we're asking the community to fit in around a building that was built for something else. Now, I respect the credibility of those new names who are now suddenly supporting the idea of an extension. I recognise those who want the delay leant very heavily on their credibility during questioning, but we've asked for this time and time and time again, and this happened in the last week. We've asked for funding plans. If we're playing that game, I'm happy to do the same and haul out people who have approached me and said they are supporting moving on from Founders as it is or as it's proposed. This is simply, to me, a debate about what is best for the community. Yes, we could provide more time, as Dave says, again. But as one of our submitters clearly said today, where's the effect that if at the end of this extension we haven't got the money, we're going to oppose you anyway? This isn't going to stop. I believe that this recommendation gives us a real opportunity to do something for the first time in Kirikiriroa history, and that is put the community first, go new, go proper, ask them what they want, because in the long run, and I'm thinking of councillors in 10, 20, 30 years who are having to do the same kind of things we're having to do with our buildings today, are going to be able to spend less in the future. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. We have Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've got no issue with the capital costs. The capital costs that TOTI have provided are from reliable professionals, and therefore their costs and their professional standing must support those. The operating budget, though, that TOTI has submitted to us is weak, and despite requests for this to be re-reviewed by a professional, I'm still of the mind that it is weak and it leaves council and therefore the ratepayer vulnerable should it need to rescue the organisation. Along with that, until yesterday, we had no knowledge of who the political funders might be. I disagree with Councillor O'Leary on using the Meteor as a similar example to this proposal. The Meteor steering group, as it was at that stage, complied with almost every request from HCC staff before a formal proposal was put to council on its future. And that was perhaps the reason why they were successful in getting their lease and so forth. I'm concerned that there's a suggestion of predetermination by staff to demolish the building ahead of the latest report from Toti. I think there's a little bit of political skullduggery going on here. I mean, this is exactly what a governance board is all about. And any suggestion to believe that the building could have been demolished without appropriate approval from the governance board would suggest an undermining of that role. And I don't believe in this case that that is indeed what would or could happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gallagher.
And like Councillor Wilson, I'm standing because I'm aware of the historic nature of this discussion, and I'm also, without reflecting on previous events, and my anger is not directed at the debate, it's about process, and I'm so glad that legal advice upheld a proper democratic process for good governance of this city, and I respect, obviously, each member will exercise their own discretion at the end of this debate. We're having the debate. That is what is critical. And for a theatre that was opened in 1963, that has been there for 60 plus years, an extra few minutes for a debate and discussion, I think at least shows that theatre and the hopes and the dreams and the aspirations due respect. Previous generations, it shows them proper respect. And please, if those of you who are still serve the city in years to come, please, please respect history and respect your ancestors and forebears in that regard. The Mayor correctly said she despairs at the lack of community space in the central city. This particular project does not in any way threaten the regional theatre, which a number of us have fully supported throughout its gestation. This is all about the desperate need for community space in the central city, and you've had evidence after evidence of people who actually, groups, wood turners, a whole lot of groups, of course, who are wanting respect. If I can say that I was at the opening of the Egyptian Gardens, and the Mayor correctly praised respected architect Mark DeLille, whose father Aubrey, of course, Mr. Lille, designed the founders, for his role in the Egyptian Gardens, for his advice. If you respect him there, at least give him a second thought when he gives you considered advice to repurpose a building, or at least allow a group to repurpose a building. You know the green thing to do? You know the sustainable thing to do is not to demolish and have all that concrete waste piling up as a pyramid in West Town Belt, but is actually to give prominent families in this city a chance to repurpose. 3 families who have played a key role in this city over years. 3 families who are significant, have a significant capital and entrepreneurial expertise. 3 families who have contributed massively to our community, one of whom appeared personally in the chamber today, others who, of course, we have interacted with, John Gallagher, the Ratcliffe family, the Mowbray family and the Gallagher family. You talked at the opening of the Hamilton Gardens, or at the recent Egyptian Gardens, about partnership. They are asking you for partnership. They are asking you to at least give them an extension of time. They put their reputations on the line. If you want partnership, then I ask you to genuinely support the amendment, which actually costs you nothing. What it does do, in summary, it stops the destruction, the demolition crews moving in. It stops you seeing that huge pile of rubble of demolishing the Founders Theatre, and it gives an extra period of time to see, along with the Celebrating Age Centre and others, if in fact this building can be repurposed for community use. All we ask of you today is stop the demolition crews, give an extension of time.
Thanks, Martin. Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I wasn't really going to say anything, and hopefully I articulate myself well again, but look, I will be supporting the motion. I'd just like to say in the last few weeks, I've been called a racist, I've been called a non-believer, and it looks like now I can add the word executioner to that list as well. I graduated in Founders Building. I saw the now famous Rhys Darby perform there. As a matter of fact, he waved out the window from the changing room, and when I was standing in there yesterday, I had that pretty cool memory flashback, and I thought, you know what, that's pretty cool, but at the end of the day, it's time to move on. I consider myself one of the youngest around the table, but exactly. And look, you know, Founders will never be forgotten. It'll be held in, I've used the word here, perpetuity, through storytelling and physical imagery, because there'll be a nod to it. It's not like it's going to get left behind and completely forgotten about, but I just think that if we're going to give confidence to our city that we're a go-ahead place, sure, we're going to have our history and our nostalgia and whatnot, but at the end of the day, we've got to show progress as well, and progress is moving on and doing things, but not forgetting where you've come from. And the last point I'm going to make is I just pulled out a stat that said in 2019, voter turnout was 38.78%, which was one of the highest we've had. To be threatened that this is an election year and some of us may run the risk of not getting voted for, so I'll just say it's water off a duck's back at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, I debated whether I would enter this discussion again, but I reflect that 2 weeks ago I remarked that I really wanted the Toti proposal to work. I really wanted to give it as much time as was reasonable for them to be able to bring to us the development concept that they had, the allies that they had built, confirming the funding that they had received promises for, to investigate and interrogate the realistic budgets. And there was really a lot to like about the proposal that was put forward by them. But I still hold that the decision we made at that community committee was the right one. I think we must finally end our Mexican standoff. It's time now that the clock stopped ticking and we got to move on with an alternative future. Today is a time to be brave and to make a brave decision to see that future in a different way, to see the place where we can remember what has been there before, but to plan what its future will be. And I hold that a beautiful fountains, that a lovely city park will be absolutely welcomed by our community. And that's been borne out in feedback from others all through this process. We've waited more than 6 years to come to this final day, and for me, it is the day to make that brave decision, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. And like Councillor Maxine, I was also wondering whether I need to speak again, considering this was probably I actually lost count of how many times we've spoken to this issue. before being elected into this term, the decision was already made by previous council to invest in a new theatre. Before being elected to this council, there was no decision made about the future of Founders. And almost 3 years later, we're still talking about the future of Founders. From my experience, these past couple of years, it's just been delay after delay of why we can't make a decision yet. There's always a reason, and always a legitimate reason of why a decision should be delayed. But what I can see is, sitting here today, there is still no firm commitment for funding at all. No one has signed a commitment to actually throw money at this thing. The argument for community space, 100% agree. Both, like Mark said, we both know the struggle that the community faces in finding space. Yes, we need more, but it needs to be purpose-built community space for our community that is constantly changing. This council in the past committed millions of dollars to fund the new theatre. So how do we explain to our ratepayers that right now council is drowning in debt and your rates are going up on the 1st of July, but hey, we're still going to hold on to the old theatre, defer a decision again, leave you vulnerable? It's just irresponsible in my opinion. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I firstly just want to acknowledge former Mayor Margaret Evans, the group that have put this together, and also my colleagues who have spoken in favour of the amendment, because you spoke extremely well. And I've spent this morning really reflecting what's changed since the last time we debated, and we've heard that potentially there are funding sources, but at the same time, we didn't actually hear, yes, a commitment to funding. We heard, give us more time. And I have serious reservations about another extension, because to me the amendment feels like a non-decision in many ways. The community's been waiting so long for us to make a decision on this, and we have provided an extension already around the business case, and I still hold concerns around many aspects of it. I also even if the council was to take this on itself, to say let's use this as a repurpose the space for community building, a community hub, ultimately it's going to be really compromised in terms of we are trying to fit people into a building rather than building something that fits the community needs. And I don't think, when I weigh that up still, the cost of doing that versus the cost of doing something that's fit for purpose, I think that we're better to go down the track of doing something that really genuinely fits the needs of the community. So at this stage, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I might just take a moment to have a quick say. Look, I acknowledge that this is a difficult, emotive issue. We're all grappling with it. Some of us are grieving about it. But you know what? I think the community has already gone on that journey. It's been in the offing for so long. It's been closed since 2017. I think they've actually done their grieving. I think most of the community has accepted what needs to happen. When we went out for consultation, as Councillor Hamilton says, I think it was around about 80% supported demolition and restoring it to green space. I think it's just the poor old council rattling on about this. I believe the community wants us to make a decision. I think the community wants us to show some leadership. Sometimes it's not easy, not popular. But I'm frustrated, folks, because this particular example is there's been a number of issues like this, and it's like a cancer that just eats away at us. We seem to have become paralysed with inaction. We talk ourselves into oblivion with these things. I'm not a great talker, I admit I'm not a great fan of talk fests. I just feel we're second guessing everything we do, we're navel gazing. There's a number of issues. If you look on this agenda, well, we've talked about these things over and over. Founders, the street naming policy, how many times have we been through that? Code of conduct has been rattled around in a number of private sessions. At our last meeting, we spent 2.5 hours on this, and look what's happened today. We've been talking about it for months and months, years. Let's get a grip and make a call. Often I find that those who support this, and I've just been looking on Facebook, etc., they seem to be the first ones who turn around and complain about council being loose with money, ratepayers association, that type of thing. Well, if you want loose, this is loose. You could drive a truck through this business case. You could drive to Huia through it. Since it closed, the Founders has cost us $140K a year. That's about $700K that could have gone somewhere else. And it seems to me, through desperation to retain this building, its use seems to keep morphing. It was a theatre, a town hall, now it's some sort of ill-defined community space with no decent operating budget. Some ill-defined space with loose plans, tenants who won't want to be paying a lot. Guess who's going to end up footing the bill? The ratepayers. So today I'm voting for the ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. I think it's me and then a right of reply, I think, isn't it? Yes, for anyone else. I'm not going to repeat any of the debate that previous colleagues have made about the length and cost of consultation, how many hours we spent doing this, and how much public engagement. I'm not going to go on about that. We've heard a lot about community today, and I say quite clearly, I've heard the message about community. I said it. We need better community space, but what we need is fit for purpose space, not necessarily another retrofit in an old building. The community actually deserve better than that. But this is actually about sticking to the engagement that we've had with the public, who made it quite clear through the West Town Belt considerations, and it was a good idea to see the West Town Belt as a whole area of development. They said they wanted enhanced green space, and that was 80% of them. We've had multiple times of talk about the Paradise Theatre, but this is actually about the finances too. I, like my previous colleagues, agree that the finances just aren't there. If those funders were that keen, they would have done a conditional funding, but there's no firm funding agreement. I do appreciate what Toti do for our city, particularly Mayor Evans. Her passion brings about good outcomes in our city, and I do not want to undermine that. We've seen that this issue ignites passions like no other issue we've tackled this term. But we have given people a lot of time to pull together a fully funded business case. And the fully funded business case is not there. And I don't think anybody could have spoken about the finances better than Councillor Naidu Rove, because unless there is some money, the ratepayers will pay for this. And I know that the Waikato Regional Theatre is underway and it's going to be a fabulous asset. So I don't want anything that undermines the theatre. I don't want anything that undermines our art museum and the wonderful collections there. But I do want community space. I'm just not convinced that this is the community space that I want or we need. And yep, just right, time to make a decision, and it'll make me unpopular for a while. And that's unfortunate. But I've been quite clear all along in supporting what the majority of the public wanted for this space. And that's why I'm voting for the motion today. So we'll go to the vote, will we, Deputy Mayor?
Is there a right of...
Oh, sorry, of course there is.
You technically have the right of reply, but I won't exercise it at this time. Thank you.
Right. We're all set, Mayor Southgate, to vote on the amendment first, yes? I think we might put that up, if that's all right.
Is it up?
Buzz on call.
Sorry, it's just coming up as we speak.
Thanks, Amy.
Already? No, I think we're doing it hands
Hands
because
is
it's
fine.
easier at the other end. All right, so those in favour of the amendment? And those against?
The amendment is lost, noting those dissenting is Councillor Pascoe, Mayor Southgate, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Thompson, Van Oosten and Nigel Ralph.
Right, thank you. And now we have the motion. And we'll, if everybody's ready, we'll put that up. Okay, those in favour of the motion?
And again.
And against?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Wilson, Councillor McPherson and Councillor O'Leary are dissenting.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the debate. Look, can I just make a comment about running the meeting after lunch? Because I'm going to have to.
I wanted had a request which relates to comms on this, that the votes for and against both the amendment and the motion get sent out with whatever press release goes out.
That has already been agreed, Councillor. That's already been agreed through the new process. Thank you. Can I just say, it's normal when the mayor is in the meeting for the mayor to chair, and it's not unusual for us to chair remotely, even though it's lumpy. But with your leave, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Taylor to step in after lunch, because I think that will work a little bit more smoothly, which is a little bit unusual when I am still in the meeting. And also give my apologies for a few moments in and out of the meeting this afternoon. But Jeff has agreed to do that a little sooner than we intended. I'm sure councillors, you're all in favour. Is there anyone opposed to that? No? Okay, Jeff, it's in your hands for the afternoon. I'll be in and out. So what time would you like to come back to start the meeting?
45 minutes?
Yes, please.
So that 45 minutes, so that'll make us 3:15. But then we're going to whiz through the rest in an hour or so.
Yeah, right. 4 o'clock. Yeah, exactly.
Back at 3:15. Don't be late because we're going to start straight away. Oh, sorry.
The item number 18 had other motions in it. Are we proposing to do that now before we go, or will that be picked up after lunch?
After lunch?
It's picked up after lunch. I'll have a chat with Jeff offline about the order of some items, so that I might be able to participate. And anyway, go enjoy your lunch. We all deserve some fresh air.
Amy, I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to say thank you for getting us through that before. That was probably your stickiest one yet. And you did really well.
See you at 3:15. Hi all. Let's get started, guys. Sooner we start, sooner we finish. All right. Welcome back to the meeting, guys. So it's 3:15. I'm hopeful, we've got still a bit to get through. I'm hopeful that we can move through quickly. If there's one or two debates, fine, but I'm hoping we can be done by 5 o'clock. So that's my plan. So we're on to item, that's right, what item is that, 18? 18, the second part of that, which is the Finance Committee meetings from March 29th. Councillor Pascoe.
Quickly, Chair, and I'll so move.
You'll move.
I'll second.
We'll let your deputy second.
I have no questions or anything for debate either.
Right, no questions, no debate. All right. So I'll put that. All in favour? Any against?
Carried unanimously.
Jolly good. All right, we move on to item 10.
Yes.
Which is the Elected Members Code of Conduct Review. Hello, Mish.
Good afternoon. I need to be serious right now.
Take it away, Mish.
This is serious, sorry. The elected members have had a couple of discussions over the Code of Conduct, and we've been requested to bring a report back to Council so that the matter can be discussed. The things that I will just note that any decision to change the existing code requires a majority of not less than 75%. The substantive parts that have been changed, there are other areas that have been tracked through that you may want to discuss, but the substantive parts are a revised complaints process, more of an emphasis on directing matters through informal process where that's appropriate, a revised media section, revised guidance on social media, and some further guidance at Schedule 4 on social media and how to manage situations where things may not be going ideally, and Section 5, which gives some examples of breaches of the code. I'll take the rest of the report as read, Deputy Mayor, and if there are any questions for us, I do have James from Tompkins Wake in the room for support if there's anything that's beyond my expertise.
Great. Thank you, Mish. All right, we'll open it up to questions. We've got Councillor McPherson first.
Yeah, why are you recommending that it take effect immediately? Why not at the start of the new triennium when, is a clear, we're 90% of the way through the current triennium. Councillors got elected on the basis of certain code of conduct that was applying time, and I think we all got, especially new candidates, get offered it to look at beforehand and afterwards, after they're elected and that, and wouldn't it make more sense to, if you're going to have changes, there's a clean change at whatever the date in October is, sorry?
So I'm not entirely sure that I can answer that completely, but it would be, I suppose, normal process for a code to apply if changes were made at the time that the resolution is passed. If there was
by normal, what's your definition of that? I mean, what's your evidence for that?
I've been in local government for 15 years and I've never seen a deferred code of conduct being put in place. If that was the inclination of the council, then I would probably recommend leaving that to the new council to review again and make a decision once they've been sworn in. So there's no, off the top of my head, there's nothing in particular that would say that you couldn't do it. It would just be that I would probably recommend that you'd simply leave the code as is and recommend to the next council to do another review.
So by that logic, Mish, you could be saying, let's have this for 5 months and all bets are off after that. But wouldn't you want to be giving a new, because this is part of council processes, wouldn't you want to be giving the council, here's your processes, here's your salary, everything, and the chair will, the mayor will recommend the committees, here's your committees, and everything starts at the new triennium. That's sort of how councils run its processes, generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yes, but I'm entirely in council's hands on this matter.
I was just trying to elicit from you what this, because you've got it in both of those two options there, why it was necessarily that. So I'm not arguing about the details of the code, just it seems a bit odd to me a 5-month code of conduct, effectively.
So that your new council will make its own decisions, obviously, about whether it keeps the current code that's there when they take office, or whether they want to revise it. So you're correct that if you do adopt a revised code today as council, then in 5-6 months' time there is the opportunity for a new council to revise it again.
Okay.
Are we in
Yes, we are, Mayor Southgate. We've just had Councillor McPherson. Are you finished up? We've got Councillor O'Leary next. Cab off the rank.
Thank you. Thanks, Mish, for the report. I'm just seeking some clarity on page 112. Just under the principles there, it just talks about and it's not you haven't changed that particular part about privacy being respected, but in the context of the new complaints process allowing members of the public to make a complaint about an elected member, I guess two-part question. What does privacy being respected mean, and if it was an elected member, does the elected member the complaints about get to know the name of the person making the complaint, and then if through the process it has to end up in council making a decision, do they also get to know the name of the person making the complaint? And what does privacy respected mean in that context of those two questions?
It would depend on the circumstance, I think. The way that the code now and also as proposed runs, ultimately a report comes to council for a decision. In the interest of natural justice, if an individual is making a complaint against another person, then we would need to disclose the identity of the person making the complaint. But it's just a matter of how far that information is disseminated. I suppose if we get to the point where it does come to council, then the person making the complaint needs to understand that unless there is some specific reason under the Official Information in Meetings Act for a report to go public excluded, then the matter will be discussed in open council.
Okay. Okay, so it's privacy respected, but because it says have their privacy respected, I guess that it relates to all parties involved.
You'd take confidentiality and privacy up to a certain point.
Yeah.
This isn't a judicial process, but it's obviously at some point in time in court processes, information becomes quite public in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah.
And that's something that people need to consider. But it's certainly not something that we would, when a complaint comes in, it's not something that is made widely known. We'd only be looking at discussing with the people that need to be involved.
And one of those would, in the first instance, would be the elected member the complaint is about.
Yes.
So nothing's withheld from them.
No.
You hesitated.
I was just thinking if there was anything that was anything unnecessary, that wasn't necessary to the nature of the complaint. So we might not give out a phone number or an email address, for example.
No,
but
no,
you
no,
would give
no.
out- You would explain that someone's made a complaint and the individual is X and maybe they represent an organisation or a company and here's the nature of the complaint.
Yeah,
So that an elected member can respond appropriately to it.
yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you.
All good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions here. Page, oh, crikey. You always lose your little yellow square, don't you, when you're doing this? Here we go. Yeah, okay, page 111 of our diligent here. The vexation or the scary issue of social media. With regards to retrospectiveness.
Sorry, where's the paragraph?
Looking at, yeah, I think it sort of creeps into this guidance used for social media is designed to protect members of the public, elected members and staff. Oh, here we go. Bring the council into disrepute. Oh, it's actually all of those questions there about what you can and can't say on social media. What I'm wondering is, what if a member has made comments in the past prior to being a councillor, as has happened, and it gets trawled and brought back up? Can that be, is that relevant in any code of conduct case?
So the code applies to your behaviour and your as an elected member. We wouldn't be looking to apply the current code retrospectively, if that makes sense. So if you have a collective agreement on the behaviours that you're subscribing to, then that would apply to behaviour going forward from the time that your new code takes effect.
Right.
If we received a complaint that was prior to this time, then we would look at it in the light of the previous code that was in place at the time.
Yeah, okay.
I
But before they were even a councillor?
I wouldn't consider that to be a breach of the code because it's quite difficult to breach the code when you're not in the council.
But could it be used as this member has form, this member's done this before they're a councillor? Is it relevant in any inquiry?
I would say that it would likely not be
Okay, cool.
relevant.
Yep.
We'd be looking at the behaviour or the range of behaviour that was happening at the time that the code was in place.
Yeah, because social media leaves footprints and it's...
It does, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So it's effectively clean slate from now, okay. Cool. I'm asking for a friend, right. Starting to feel a bit guilty there, but no, it's nothing like that. Yeah, you're safe, Donnie. Right. There's a phrase here about the information. It's about halfway down. It says your posts are deemed to be off if they contain information that's factually false or mislead the public. Now, to me, that's quite interesting because where do we draw the line? Because we're all going to put posts up which will choose which information we present and put our argument up. Now, anyone could argue that you're misleading the public because you're not going straight down the middle. Is this going to curb our ability to present our arguments online?
I think elected members should be clear about when something is their view of a situation.
Right.
So you will, and of course you, as elected members, you'll take positions on different matters. That's completely natural. But I think it's probably a case of being clear about something being your view or your opinion of a matter.
So is the fact that it's your own political Facebook page enough? Because I've seen statements on a lot of our pages, and none of us are innocent of it, where we present our argument and people agree with us in the great echo chamber that is Facebook, for example. And anyone can pull you up saying, well, actually, you didn't mention this and you didn't mention that, you know, and you're technically misleading the public. And I would hate to see that.
I'd hope that we wouldn't end up in that situation. I think that quite difficult for me to give you a specific answer because it would depend on what was being alleged and what was said.
Yeah.
So hopefully not.
Right. Because I guess I'm just trying to, even my complaint with the Comms Department release and the timings of the releases and that kind of stuff, I could have argued that was misleading the public. and taken a whole lot of time because that's in there. Okay, shall I talk offline?
Yeah,
With you
yeah,
about that?
it's
Okay.
probably best, we can have a
That's my
discussion
case.
offline and
Okay. Yep.
perhaps talk to the comms team as well.
A couple more quick ones, Chair. Page 114, we're talking about penalties and actions. One of them is that someone is invited to resign. What happens if they don't accept that invitation?
Then they remain in office.
Right, okay.
Um,
Okay. And similar question, another one is a request for an apology. What if they don't apologise?
I think that would possibly be noted by the council.
Okay.
You can't force someone to apologise, but they would
Yeah, and that's
just be
kind of
noted
what I'm
by the
wondering.
council. Yeah.
Should we even have those in? And, you know,
I suppose it gives the council and the community an idea of the range of possibilities.
okay.
But without trying to be prescriptive in,
Yeah,
in what a council might decide is appropriate.
Right, so the intent is to show a suite of potential outcomes. And 9 times out of 10, they probably would apologise. I get that, but I just thought it's a bit sort of soft, really. Doesn't matter. Well, again, sorry, I've put you in a bit of a position here, haven't I?
No, that's okay. It's, I guess, at the end of the day, whatever censure council decides is commensurate to the behaviour is what they'll put forward. But it's, at the end of the day, also you're elected members, you're not employees. So
Yeah, that's
the influence only goes so far with your colleagues.
Thank you. That's I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. My first question relates to page 75, 3.4, proper use of position. Each of those items themselves is covered by legislation. And so I'm just wondering, aren't we overstating things by adding it to the Code of Conduct? Because each of those, in fact, solicit, demand or request a gift or benefit because of their position. I mean, that's probably a breach of a number of pieces of legislation.
It's
70, 76. I've got 75. I don't know.
3.4
Oh,
under
sorry,
principles
76
of
on
governance.
diligent.
You're correct that it does cover matters that are covered by legislation. I suppose in the interest of transparency, it's good for the expected behaviours that councillors are held to be complete. When we get to the process of dealing with a code of conduct complaint, what we would do is look at the nature of the complaint and the part of the code that's alleged to be breached. With some of these, you would say that it triggers a legislative breach, and then we would have to look at whether there's a third party that a complaint should be directed to. So we wouldn't be, the council wouldn't be double dipping on penalties. We'd pick it up as part of the process and say, look, these are the standards of behaviour. This particular breach is actually a breach of a piece of legislation as well as a breach of the code, and it would get diverted into a legislative process if that was what was called for.
Right. Because those legislation would take precedent over any code of conduct.
Correct.
And in fact, by even sort of discussing it, are you not concerned about proper due process, particularly if it triggers a criminal investigation? Haven't you sort of predetermined the council is acting on a prima facie assumption?
We wouldn't get to that point, Councillor Wilson. We would get to a point where we'd say, look, someone's made. I suppose a complaint triggers an assessment of the facts. So someone makes a complaint alleging Councillor X has tried to solicit favours. We'd need to look at the information and go, actually, this is a breach of Members' Interest Act, or is more appropriately dealt with by the OAG or by the police, and then we would essentially send the entire matter off in a different process rather than dealing with it at all ourselves and trying to make an assessment.
Thank you. Just turning now to page 84 on Diligent. I see a series of punitive penalties and actions, including removal of certain council-funded privileges. Could you give me an example of a couple of those? Yeah. Photocopying for volleyball clubs.
What might apply? What privileges might apply depend on what's part of the support policy. So whatever it is that ends up in the support policy, I suppose, is potentially covered by that particular censure.
So could it include a decision to remove our personal development funding?
Potentially. I've never seen a council do that, but potentially.
Because then we're talking in the quantum of a nearly $6,000 financial penalty.
I think the council would need to weigh up what it's trying to achieve and what outcome would be obtained by taking that line of approach with any censure.
Okay. I think you answered this one before, just in terms of it's nothing here is retrospective. So you've said clearly that any previous social media posts or previous behaviour up until when this is ratified cannot be viewed through this new proposed code of conduct.
Correct. We would be looking, if someone made a complaint that related to any time before today, we would be looking at that in the context of the code that existed at the time.
Okay. And one last question. What budget are you putting aside for the administration of this new quasi-judicial system with investigators and process, particularly in light of potential severe penalties that may mean that some elected members could end up losing considerable amount of personal development budget. So are we putting aside a quantum to deal with any judicial reviews and investigators?
There is no specific budget. One would hope that we don't have to spend any money.
Because we're also well behaved?
Yes.
So I might just be worth speaking to that briefly, just to contextualise this, because I'm the person who deals with this when it hits the road. What we're actually doing is not making this more judicial, or the stuff about investigators is in there. The primary procedural change here is making it more easier to deal with things without that and more informally, because what we've got in the existing code is this hard line that if something's considered to be material, so just, not, oh look, that's immaterial, don't even worry about that, we're not even going to treat that seriously, you're straight into a formal process, which is expensive and tends to escalate everything. So the main change that we've been trying to bring in here at a process level is avoiding that and leading to less cost and less stress for everyone. So I just thought it was important to give that context.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
So I think you've covered, just in terms of natural justice, openness, there's a person lays a complaint against an elected member. The elected member is aware of the identity of the complainant.
Yes.
And you yourselves establish the verification of the complainant that they live here. They're not some sort of computer bot. They're a real person who hopefully is on the electoral roll.
We wouldn't take their standing as a person on the electoral roll into consideration, but we'd certainly be in contact with them and trying to have a conversation so we'd know that they were a real person who had a genuine complaint.
Yeah, so that you would ascertain the genuineness of the complaint at that point.
Yeah.
So in terms of the second thing, and obviously just so I'm clear in terms of the law, obviously, you know, there's a bank, you can't be a bankrupt, there's a whole series of things in the Local Government Act, but beyond that, the fundamental right of a member, you can tell a member to go, but unless it's covered by the Local Government Act, the member can still vote in the chamber. They can be removed from committees of council, is that right? Obviously, they can be removed from committees of council. They can't be removed from the council itself.
The only way that a member can be removed from the council is if they trigger a provision under legislation that means that they have to, that they're removed from their office. A breach of the code doesn't trigger that. So in the range of censures, being removed as a committee chair or a committee deputy chair or being removed from a committee is as far as the council can go. You can't, and that, I suppose that's why the code says you can invite someone to resign, but that's simply not how things work.
So in essence, you can't stop people from coming to debate in the chamber here. You could technically stop them debating in a committee of council.
If you remove them from the committee, that's correct.
The chair could exercise that discretion, but subject to a procedural motion to quarantine debate, they'd be allowed to at least speak in this debate, in this room still. So I'm just trying to work out the bare minimum what an elected member could do anyway.
The elected member is entitled to attend meetings and participate in meetings of the council.
Yeah.
You could remove them from any and all committees and subcommittees of the council.
Yeah, and that can either be done through this process.
Surely, while you can remove them as member, you can't stop them attending. Just like non-members of current committees can attend still.
Yes, that's correct. So, and you could potentially have someone removed from a public excluded part of a meeting if they weren't part of the committee. But committee and council meetings are otherwise public. And a member could come along, and if you had public forum, they could speak at that, and they can sit and listen to the meeting and the debate.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're dealing with the extreme situations, and then there's a parallel political process of a chair no longer has the confidence of colleagues, then people run the numbers, and that person is removed through a normal political process separate. Just I've raised with you offline another development which we're starting to see, and it was accentuated by what in my humble view is some disgraceful aspects of our democracy about the trolls and how people are being, the misogynist, racist, elected members of whatever colour, hue, politically, are subject to sort of a personal abuse.
Is there a question here, Martin?
Yeah, it's a question that's coming. So if that same person who's actually subjected to someone to abuse and racist or misogynist commentary then lays a code of conduct, how much would you want to know a bit of background of that complainant, so that may or may not give you context of the complaint or the validity of the complaint?
It would be open to the elected member when a complaint is put to them to provide us any information that they want to that gives context to the matter that's arisen. So if Councillor X has a complaint about social media behaviour levelled against them, then one would hope that they would also provide any context to it that they wanted to. And I think this is also an area where the proposal to shift to more options in the process, to go through an informal process, would be useful as well, because it gives you more flexibility to look at the context and perhaps take a more informal approach if that was the case.
And through the chair, obviously, from a cost point of view, at the point at which you move into the formal external process, that's when the cash register starts to run over, is that right, basically? The more it can be, with due process informal, that reduces the cost of the organisation, I assume.
Yes, that's right, and I should add on that point, most importantly from the internal and external legal team's perspective, it stops any reputational harm to council because there are often no losers, no winners out of these things. So it's a matter of, insofar as possible, keeping it informal if you can, with justice and fairness in the process to everyone.
Obviously, being involved with these, well, we've kept it informal and it was a win-win. But the final question, I guess, is we have an elected councillor, but by the very nature of people sitting around a council table, they're also community activists. And they're also in other forums legitimately as their right as a citizen. Very clearly it could be gambling harm, it could be a whole range of things, and they have robust discussion with people in a forum as an individual. So where it becomes, just re-explain the line in terms of the if someone is on a website that doesn't say they are a city council, you know, they're an individual community activist as against on an official council website. And I know,
This is one of the hardest calls you have to make in relation to these sort of issues, Councillor Gallagher. I would say as good guidance for you if it is debating an issue that is within the purview of council, something that council might debate, that council might consider that's within the scope of this council, there's always a risk that someone's going to view your participation as wearing your council hat. So I think the key things are to be clear and overt when you're not doing that, when you're speaking in a private capacity about not as a councillor, and in particular, don't represent your views as the views of council if they're your own personal views. But you can't get away from the fact that members of the community, if it's an issue that you're debating that's sort of within the purview of council, are going to see your participation potentially as a councillor.
So key aspect of the the triggering the so-called code will be a judgment as to whether that individual community activist who happens to sit around the council table was primarily advancing particular behaviours and views as an elected member as against a community activist.
And the other thing I'd say is you stay safely on the right side of the line by just being not being misleading and by being courteous. Yeah. Because then it doesn't matter what capacity you're talking in, you're on the right side of the code. The code does not stop you from expressing views.
Well done, Martin. Mayor Southgate, got a question?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, I do. Mish, thank you for your great work on this. Could you tell me, please, or could you answer this question? In respect to the changes from the previous code to this, they're only the ones that entract changes to the appendix, right? So it's not the whole document, it's just some aspects?
That's correct. That's why we've included a clean version for ease of readability, but the tracked version are those are the changes that are being proposed.
So a lot of the penalties that have been discussed in previous questions are actually part of the existing code of conduct. Not very much has been changed around those penalties whatsoever, has it?
No, those have not had any changes.
So I was just interested with Councillor Wilson's questions. A lot of those punitive measures already exist. Of course, we've never had to use them, which is good. Another question on that, in terms of the social media, that's a completely new lens, isn't it? It's around the respectful and polite behaviour on social media. That's a new bit, which you've done quite a bit of work on, isn't it?
Yeah, we've tried to, I guess, provide more clarity around how social media fits into the code, but also to provide more guidance to councillors in the fourth schedule.
All right, thank you. I understand, if I'm correct, that Local Government New Zealand and other councils are also considering the space of social media and new forms of media expression in terms of behaviour at the moment, aren't they?
I believe so.
In respect to, I think the question was answered before about political debate. This isn't around stifling political debate in any form. It's more about the way in which the political debate may occur. Yes?
The code's designed to be your agreement of the behaviours that are acceptable, so it applies across political debate and other areas of council business.
So it gives the general public does it give the general public a good, clear steer about what our expectations are and how we measure up against those?
I hope so.
Okay. And just in terms of the idea that it's only going to be in place for a short while, at the beginning of a triennium, the council could choose just to roll this one over if it's a very good, competent piece of policy. They may well just roll it over then, but don't have to. Don't have to review it at all. They can say, "Oh, it's working well. Great, we'll just go with that." Is that right?
Yes, it's entirely up to the council of the day whether they retain it or go with something different.
And it's done pretty quickly when the new council's in place, isn't it? So I remember there, I don't know if one of the governors can recall, but I don't remember there being above a few seconds of consideration of the current code of conduct this term, because our feet were barely under the table. So it comes upon us quite quickly and it gets a light over. Is that a correct interpretation of what happened last time? I'm not trying to be misleading.
Sorry, I'm just
something we delved into.
Sorry, I was just looking to Amy about her recollection from the start of the triennium.
It was a swift vote at that point, yes.
It was a swift vote, and it came upon us quite quickly with a whole lot of other things that we have to approve as a new council, isn't it? So this gives us a chance today to really debate and discuss which bits we like and we don't like, I would say, wouldn't you? I'm trying to be short with my questions. Okay, I'm going to take that as yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I look forward to the debate.
Sorry, what was that, Mayor Southgate?
I said thank you. I look forward to the debate. I'm
Okay.
glad the heckling is under control at your end.
Yeah. I'm just hoping we get to the debate. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question, and that was in regard to page, I think it was 111, around the social media of the, I think it was of Diligent. Sorry, now I have to go back to it. Essentially, I found the one where it says you shouldn't undermine or I think misrepresent the council views or policies, and it says or elected members unless you make it clear that you're not representing majority views. I found that slightly confusing. I wonder if you could talk me through that one.
I think what this point is trying to make is that in any statements that are made by elected members, the accepted, I guess, protocol is that if you're making a statement that isn't the view or following the decision of a council, that you're very clear that that is the case.
Okay, because it says that would make sense if it said undermine and misrepresent the views of the council or any council policy, but then it says all the views of other elected members, but that could also be me, I don't know, undermining the views of a elected member who was in the minority or on something that they've just said out of nowhere, you know, that's not even related to a council decision.
I think the intention of it's meant to be the elected members is misrepresenting the views of other elected members. Like you've told somebody that Councillor McPherson agrees with me, of course, when Councillor McPherson doesn't. I think that's what it's intended to, rather than, because you're right, that saying I disagree with another elected member
I think it's just an odd, like it's oddly written, because you can, basically it's saying then you're allowed to undermine or represent or misrepresent yada yada yada, as long as you say that it's not representing majority views, like.
And you do it politely.
Yeah, if you do it politely and you give a disclaimer. I wonder if that's worth just possibly breaking into two pieces or?
We're just thinking that we take out the word undermine so that we're coming back to the misrepresentation. I think would clear that up.
I mean, would it make sense to just say that you shouldn't misrepresent the views of the council, any council policy, the views of other elected members, and take out, I think it's that last bit that is a bit, yeah, 111 of diligent or.
I'm just a little uneasy about us starting to start rewording bits and pieces of this.
Anyway, well, flagging that it's slightly confusing. Yeah. So. Okay, I guess we leave it. And
I mean, if we can go down that route. I'm just worried it might open the floodgates. That's all, and we'll end up with a whole lot of.
I think if we take out the word undermine, then for the most part it addresses the concerns that you've raised without having to take apart and rework that paragraph.
I feel like that would be pragmatic.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks.
Councillor Naidoo-Rauf.
Thank you. Just one question in regards to the recommendation. Options 1 or 2, and I know option 2 just says with further amendments. So does that just mean we can amend it more later, or?
The second option is intended to be there as an option because we, as staff, didn't presume that you'd be entirely satisfied with the entire code. So it gives you the option to make small amendments. I would suggest that if there was an appetite to amend the code significantly, that we would take this away and look at it again at another briefing or another workshop. So it's really there to say if you want to make small amendments, then.
Or option 1 is just as it is?
As is, yes.
Got you. All right.
So have we lurched from option 1 to option 2 because we've made an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, option 2 is fine. Option 2 is fine. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Just 2 quick questions. Appreciating the intent of the Code of Conduct and not trying to micromanage it, but could not elected members just on all their social media have a disclaimer saying these, whatever views might pop up over the next 2 or 3 years are not necessarily, the formal views of council, may not represent the formal views of council? And it sort of sits there as an ongoing caveat.
On the title page.
Opinions expressed here.
Yeah. Not necessarily represent BNZ, I mean, right.
We do talk about.
These people are paid actors.
Oh my God.
In the schedule.
Not the real people. What did that used to be? Those American crime shows.
Councillor Hamilton, there'd be no harm in you doing that. There's a recommendation in Schedule 4 about a message that you might put on your Facebook page or whatever in relation to what you expect from people posting on your page. And there's no reason at all why you couldn't include also something that says that the views here are my personal views. And
covers the multitude of sins then.
Not going to cover every sin, but at least it'll give you something to hang your hat on.
You might be writing too quickly though.
Thank you.
Really angry.
That's helpful. And just on page 127 of Diligent, in the flow diagram, which was really helpful, it just talked about see template letter for informing affected parties, but I couldn't find the template letter. I don't need to see it now today, but was it left out of the report?
No, that was not left out of the report. We've kept the sort of template letters on the documents off because it's really quite an operational aspect to the process.
Okay, so I guess I won't see that template until I... All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, have you got my motion? Because I remembered it might not be on council if I don't move it.
Apparently not.
Yeah, Mayor Southgate, we've had like one minor alteration which moves us from option 1 to option 2.
Oh, okay, I'll move option 2 with that alteration that Sarah had.
All right, I'm happy to second.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to it, Mayor Southgate?
Are we done with questions?
We're done with questions, yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank staff for doing the work. It took quite some time to really get to the bottom of what we needed to do to make our code of conduct useful and modern and fit for these times. And so, so I do want to.
Oh, we just lost you on mute.
Oh, sorry, here I go again. I do want to thank staff for the considerable work. This is not trying to be a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If you look at the track changes, a lot remains the same. But this is about addressing some issues that weren't well addressed in the current code of conduct. And it's about giving the community certainty about where we set our standards for elected members. We've never actually ended up, well, not in recent times, applying any of those punitive measures. And we would always seek to do the lighter approach well before we got into punitive options coming to council. So I'm fully supportive of it. I have to say the one thing that I'm particularly strong on, and I've reiterated this time and time again, is that the code of conduct should not be up to me alone to determine. It should not be up to me alone to take on a public complaint. The public should be able to complain for themselves, and it should not be screened by the mayor alone. So the improvement of the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the chief executive is very much welcome by me. And I hope that councillors will support that rather than having this situation that currently is in place, which could divide and damage the culture of council. So this is much more straightforward. As Ryan says, the flowchart is very useful. We don't get that many complaints as it goes, but we get some. So we need to modernise our code of conduct. I had a very once over lightly when we were first in council. Nobody's fault. We're all new, legs under the desk for the first week. Bang, bang, a few things went through. And since then, we've had chance to take stock and review. And this is about setting the highest standards. And just in respect to the comments around when are you a councillor and when are you not a councillor, I'd like to ask people to consider when am I never the mayor? Well, possibly when I'm in my own lounge or in a private barbecue in my backyard, but I guarantee that when I'm in the street, when I'm in a cafe, when I'm in a restaurant, when I'm at an event, as far as the public concerned, I am the mayor. And they certainly feel that way about me on social media too. When I'm on my Facebook, I am the mayor, I am Mayor Paula, it's what they know and they hold me to high standards, and they should. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. We have Councillor McPherson.
A while ago, during those interminable questions, I was going to move that the motion be put, but Ryan talked me out of it. I've been on council for 24 years, and I think at last count there have been about 20 complaints against me under the code of conduct, and none of them have been upheld. And I don't think that this is going to improve the score against me at all, to be honest. And that's making a personal joke about it in one sense. But this is definitely, in my opinion, and probably all codes of conduct are not worth the paper they're printed on or the amount of legal expertise that's gone into them. No offence to our present company who were just speaking to us before, but it really is a lawyer's employment scheme, codes of conduct. You're never going to get anywhere. You know, rely on common sense and you're going to get far more out of the exercise than you are out of a written code of conduct. You just have to listen to some of the questions we had, picking holes in this. There's far more holes than the ones that have been mentioned today. The social media comments are particularly all over the place. I probably heard about one sensible suggestion during this from Councillor Ryan. It wasn't that the motion be put, it was actually that a disclaimer be put up on people's social media pages. You've got, if you can, you rely on common sense, rely on the elections every 3 years, and you're going to go a lot further than you are spending months doing this. And as to Paula's comment, sorry, that it's something you do quite quickly at the start of the council. I know what she was intending to say, but all of us were looking at each other and saying, but this has taken 2.5 years to get here. So, you know, and it's each council that I've been in, when it's tried to address this issue, has it ended up actually having something in front of it in the last few months of the council. So I really think that you're on a hiding to nothing having this. I don't care if it's passed or not, because I don't think it's going to make a blind bit of difference.
Right, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. You'll all probably note that I supported the current Code of Conduct, and I intend to be held to account against that Code of Conduct. I am, by my nature, a little suspicious. And I'm terribly suspicious at the fact that this is being brought up in the last sort of 5 months of this triennium, right into an election, particularly where social media will play a critical role in the election process. And as such, I won't be supporting it. You'll all note that, in fact, my social media contributions are very limited. With the exception of 3 Waters, I've pretty well stayed out of the social media commentary against colleagues. But I am mindful going into an election campaign that this could be used as a tool. I'm not, and please don't misunderstand what I'm about to say, although you are colleagues, we are by our very nature competing against each other, and we can quite frequently be adversarial. And the thought of you adjudicating my future from an arbitrary complaint is horrifying. So I'd be much happier with the current Code of Conduct, because what we're being asked to discuss here, there are so many ambiguities. On one hand, it says that this isn't to replace legislation, and then in fact legislation takes precedent, but on the other hand, it actually includes aspects of what would really be an issue under the Crimes Act. I'm not 100% sure on the policies or the processes that will determine whether or not it goes to an investigator. And I'm not totally clear on the range of punishments. I've heard today that, in fact, for a breach, I could lose and you could lose everything from a $6,000 personal development contribution to a $12,000 chair position. And so that brings the ramifications, it elevates it, it becomes quite serious. And so as such, with the with multiple bits of ambiguity, I simply will vote against it. But clearly I'll be bound by it. But I would think that this is best waited until the next term. 5 months to go sounds a little odd to me.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm happy to support this. I don't see the dangers that others may see in the changes, and I don't particularly have an issue with the timing, although the fact that a new council can completely turn around and review it is probably not best practice to do it now, but I'm happy to do it now. And look, I just see this as a set of rules for a good standard of behaviour in an organisation. The funny thing about this role over the years is we get judged every 3 years, and that's appropriate. But in my first term of council, which was by far the most horrendous 3 years of my life in any working environment, and when I looked around the table to my female colleagues to support me, who were actually the worst to me, I looked for some consequence for the things that they said and did, and as a new young councillor of the day, and how I was treated, and there weren't any consequences. And while there was probably a code of conduct back then, nobody ever took it out, took about a coffee table book back then. But putting that aside, and I'm so grateful this term has by far been the best. I've really enjoyed it and the colleagues around the table. But I do support the ability with a caveat for the public to be able to complain, because they do get their chance every 3 years. But as long as it's not frivolous, and I think it's unfair of us, and I think the process is robust enough to weed that out, but it is unfair of us to expect the Mayor and 100% the CEO to manage that process at the moment, which is what they're doing. I don't want to judge my colleagues either, but I just don't see any other way around it. Strangely enough, I've always been supportive of how the Americans and the English do it. If there was somebody really bad and the threshold would have to be incredibly high, there could be a public poll to recall an elected member. And I quite like that, because it does hold us to account a lot more than we do, but I'm sure that that would never ever get changed through government legislation. So yeah, I think that the length of time this has taken has just been, it's the length of time that it's taken. It's been a few months and it's fallen down the list, and I think just let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Look, I see the Code of Conduct as a kind of set of ethical rules. They are rules that we set that are relevant to the activity that we undertake, in the same way that a club or a profession will set rules like the Law Society does, like the Chartered Accountants Institute, like the medical practitioners and so forth. And that set of rules are actually set by the group, by the club members. And that's exactly what we're endeavouring to do today. If we didn't have a code of conduct or a code of ethics, and we were employees, then most of these rules would be embodied into our employment contracts as to what we could do and what we couldn't do in terms of bringing good faith to the organisation that we're involved in. What I think we need to avoid is having a rigid set of rules. I think most of us, supposedly being reasonable people, know what is good and what is bad. And we will set our behaviours according to whether we want to be good or bad. And for most part, the code of ethics or the set of rules are only there in case we get it wrong. So look, I'm optimistic that we'll never ever have a set of rules that will cover every situation, but we will have a code there that helps guide us through some of the things we want to do and how far we can go without breaching that code. And look, I'm reminded about what can happen if you don't have a set of rules, and I think of a certain minister in our central parliament this week who took umbrage with another colleague, and I won't repeat what he said about that colleague, because I would probably have a code of conduct complaint against me for saying it, but certainly is something that I would not have expected a Minister of the Crown to say publicly about a colleague. So I'll be supporting this, but again, on the basis that it's another good attempt to set the rules, but will never be a perfect set. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just before Councillor Bunty goes, as seconder, I'll just quickly say something. I'm supportive of this. I support Mayor Southgate in this code of conduct, and I thank Mish for her work. I think it's probably been a bit of a thankless task in some ways. Look, and I support this as someone who's been on the end of a few code of conduct complaints, sometimes not deservedly, most times completely deservedly. And I think it can work better than it does. I think it's clunky at the moment. There's gaps with social media, as we know. More use of informal discussions makes sense, more flexibility, improvements to the complaints process, allowing the public a direct line. I can't see why we wouldn't adopt this. I'm totally supportive of it. Councillor Bunting.
Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, I'll support it. It is full of grey areas, and to my mind, it's a pretty wet bus ticket. Consequences like being issued an invitation to resign. It's up to you whether you accept that invitation or not. But tut. There's a few bits I'm uncomfortable with as well. The councillors deciding upon your penance at the end of it. I think that leaves us pretty open to political. It's political. Yeah. No, believe me, it wouldn't be good for Ewan. I'm joking. I think Councillor Leary made a good point. We're a very self-regulating group. I mean, the bottom line is, yes, everyone says, and I remember former Councillor Mallett always used to say, there's one time we'll get judged, and that's during the election, etc. But it's actually more nuanced than that. If you are behaving like an egg, you won't get the numbers, and you won't win stuff. And that's what we're here to do. And the very democratic system is devised so that you get more numbers than your opposition does. And you can't get that while you're being an egg. The All Blacks have a great rule, and I'm quoting from them, and I hope I don't get hauled up on a code of conduct for doing so, but they have a no dickheads policy. It's quite simple. Just don't be a dick. And if that's the case, if we behave like that, we're going to be okay. And I also think it's up to us as elected members. If we have a problem with an individual member and what they're doing, it's for us to go face to face with them and say, hey, I think that's on the nose. Let's rat it out like grown adults. That's what people expect of their community leaders. Now, I'm not saying I'm innocent either, because I have inadvertently, my mouth has got me into trouble on more than one occasion. But the thing about it is I kind of know when I've messed up, especially after people pointed it out. But I feel awful about it, and so no consequence is going to be greater than the consequence you put on yourself for that anyway. So, yeah, look, I think it's clunky. I don't think it's entirely necessary to get it done, because I personally believe in self-regulation in this respect, but I'll support it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, I thank Mish for her work. And I don't feel strongly either way, in the sense that I do agree with Ewan and Dave. I think I prefer this matter just be held over to the new incoming council. We have a set of rules that we're operating under. And so my preference is for that. And obviously, if you are democratically, with full debate, which we're enjoying, vote for this new code, then of course I'm totally bound by the democratic decision. I think there's a parallel issue, and I still struggle, and I remember, if I may, there were some colleagues posted with regard to the childcare debate issue that we had. I found personally distressing, deeply hurtful. Love to be a grandparent, but I thought, well, what's the balance between political and but did I pursue that? That was robust political debate, and the best way is to go into a room and say, look, I felt this, and this, and you move on. And I think in the end we just have to maximise informal interpersonal resolutions. I'm also aware, as a chair of a committee when I was deputy mayor, that notwithstanding the mayor's appointment, I'm still subject to the democratic process in this chamber, and I must always retain the confidence of colleagues. Otherwise, they run the numbers and I'm out the door. That's the normal, robust political process. I think the parallel danger is I'm deeply concerned that good people will be discouraged for standing for elected office for local government. We have recently seen disgraceful, disgusting trolling. It's misogyny, blatant misogyny, and blatant racism in a couple of cases. And I just want to take and shout out to our council colleague, I will call her a colleague, from Christchurch, who sussed out the trolls who were targeting particular members. And that's where I talked about transparency. I think we're entitled in an open system to know the names and the background and identity of the accuser. And I think parallel, I would hope that the new council will be looking at the ways in which it does give elected members reasonable protections against the trolls. And there have been other members in this chamber who have been subject to physical intimidation, and a couple of our members, they are aware. And so I just want, that's really important. I'm also aware that I've seen emails to staff where the C word was used. Now, if that person, and you know who it is, professional person, if that person does a code of conduct, I want to know that background, all right? I don't want a Dorothy Dixon lovey-dovey. I want to know the complete background because that's telling me about the character of that accuser. But look, totally respect the majority will today, and certainly in the new council, when you do the elected member training stuff, obviously you go through that and amend it accordingly, but I will just leave you with those thoughts.
Councillor Hamilton.
Powerful thoughts too. Totally support previous speakers' and passion for good democracy and good debate, despite...
Yep, there we go.
Anyway, like Councillor Ewan, I am suspicious often too. However, I'm not suspicious in this instance. I think we might be potentially saving the next council a job if this is done well, because they're certainly going to have enough work on their plate. I guess the two big things I like about this, and we've heard it from Mayor Paula, and some good topics from Councillor Andrew and Rob as well, around a framework, is that initial inquiry that if someone complained, there was this awkwardness that had to be sponsored by one of us, and I think that's more awkward in terms of, you know, having to deal with the complaint rather than having a little bit of independence, filter out the quality of the complaint, and then have a good process to take it forward. And that leads me to the second part, which if we've got it's effectively a jury of your peers. If there's been an issue and it makes its way to us, one thing that we provide as colleagues is context. We know the role, we know the situation, we know the debate, and so we know if that complaint is really valid or not. And I think that's a nuance that's actually a strength of this code of conduct rather than a weakness of it. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate, right of reply, if you're there.
Nope.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much, thank you for the good words of many of my colleagues. All my colleagues, there's been good input into this, and I'm thankful for that. This isn't about, as I say again, this has got nothing to do with curbing political debate, and I absolutely support people's view that we should try and resolve things before they get to a serious stage in any case, and that's what we've done with every complaint that's come in thus far this term. But this is about letting the public know that we respect them and that we do take cognizance of their complaints, that we do look into them, and that we do hold people to a very high standard of behaviour. And on that note, I'm very happy to move.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. All right, so we'll put it. It's option 2, as you said on your diligent, on page 67, noting that it needs 75% of the members to pass. So I'll put it. Those in favour?
And dissenting?
And against? Yep.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Wilson and Councillor McPherson are dissenting.
Right, thank you all. We're now
Thank you. I'm going to have to take my leave for a little while, Jeff, so I'll be back in the meeting in due course.
All right, thanks Paula, good luck.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Good stuff. We're on to item 11, Reform Response Program Update. And, yep, no, that's cool. And just reminding everyone, it's 4:25. Our destiny is in our hands. And it's often the questions that slow us down, I find. So, anyway, all yours, Andrew.
Am I on? Well, I can offer some assistance if you wish. I can simply take the report as read, or I do have a shortish intro.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Introduce? Okay. Right, so good afternoon. This is a report that covers all 3 reforms, Future of Local Government, the RMA reform and the Three Waters reform. We've got people who can speak to different parts of those topics, but essentially I intend to take the Future of Local Government and the RMA reforms as read, and simply focus on the Three Waters component. The attachments to the report are all Three Waters related, and they're all largely covered as part of the recent briefing with elected members, which is on 14th April 2022. And also there was a request from some elected members around the non-financial case for change, which is in paragraphs 41 to 44 of the report, and there's also a content in the attachment I can speak to if people want to drill into that. I just wanted to flag two key matters from my perspective that have occurred since the briefing, though. And the first was that the local Minister of Local Government and the Deputy Prime Minister jointly announced the decisions Cabinet's made on the Representation, Governance and Accountability Working Group recommendations. And secondly, if I may, I'm just going to wrestle with diligent here, just like to draw your attention to a timeline on page 134, if I've got that right. Please bear with me while my diligent catches up. Yes, paragraph 33, there's a timeline in blue there. So just indications from the National Transition Unit within DIA, and then comments made by the Minister at an LGNZ webinar yesterday have reinforced to me that that timeline is relevant and is being worked to. So what does that mean? Well, based on that timeline, there's still a little bit of uncertainty around the exact dates on which government are going to present the draft Water Services Entity Bill to Parliament, but essentially the timeline suggests that's coming in May. And the other observation is there could be some challenges around council decisions that would come as a consequence of that legislation around the July period, but we're just trying to understand some of those key dates in more detail. I just wanted to flag that to you. But the key observation from listening to the Minister is that the government intends to proceed with the reform and made a number of comments just around their commitment to proceeding. And that's certainly been backed up by the National Transition Unit, which I know is appointing multiple staff and multiple secondments have been made and many consultants have been employed just to drive their transition program. And the last comment I'd just make about that is at the moment Hamilton City's source for the operational funding for these things is still to be sourced from 1 July 2022, just as a challenge. If I come back to the report, we've included in the attachment a traffic light assessment. We've done this in previous reports. It's a subjective assessment just to try and give you a sense of where we as staff think the government direction's tracking against the overall council positions to date. I'm happy to take questions on that, of course. But as the reform develops, it's becoming more, there's increasing certainty and clarity, which means that I think we're in a great position now to undertake matters such as community consultation engagement and even start looking at a submission process. So we're going to be coming back to you next week, we're hoping, to share with all the councillors a draft proposal around consultation, and that would come to a proper council process for sign-off before anything actually leaves the organisation. So on that note, I'm just happy to stop and I'll be led by yourself, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Andrew. Question from Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I've got 8 questions here, and I've got, in the interest of time, and the fact that I might not get out of here alive if I ask all 8 of them. I just wonder if I could I guess one of the areas that is really concerning me is that there are lots of unanswered questions. And, if I flick through them very quickly, and that will get rid of some of the 8, about being better off with it, after the transfer of assets. I mean, have we done pro forma balance sheets to look at what Hamilton City will look like? Does the DIA have a really good understanding and full recognition of what our Hamilton City Council stranded overheads will look like, and how long it will take us to work those out through the system? And this is getting through quite a number of the questions, I might add. Are the assets needed by Entity B likely to be limited just to the water assets and not necessarily the land and buildings that those assets are in? So can we retain those? What happens if Hamilton City Council refuses to legally sign over the various assets that the Entity B will require? So that's a number of the questions that we might get an answer for next week. Is that, or am I, because, you know, what's concerning me, through you, Chair, is that this legislation is continually being delayed, and when it comes, it'll come like a tidal wave, and we will all have, like we used to in the last council, have 3 working days to read it and present to the select committee. This may be an unnecessary concern that I have, but I don't think so. So, you know, I'm trying to get as many questions on the table and potential answers for them before we see what the lie of the land is.
I'll give you a very short, simple answer, and if there's a detail, I'll pass through to Stephen here. But there are many unanswered questions. That's simply the reality. And if I start at the highest level, so a non-financial level, you know, so it's a Three Waters reform, but we're aware of a definition of stormwater that may, if adopted, might mean it's simply the piped component of stormwater, so not the open system. So then if you reflect that onto your financial questions, it makes it very difficult to answer the questions that you're asking because you just don't know. So I know that's a very unhelpful answer, but we don't know, would be my answer at this time, and I think a lot would be answered when we get to see the first draft of the bill that hits Parliament.
Okay. And the second question then, Chair, and that might be that all of the 8 are put to the not necessarily answered. The second question is, given that the government has not responded to the reform to the extent that that I would, and I think a number of my colleagues would, have preferred for Hamilton City Council's water assets, at what point should we consider not continuing to engage? I think you've used the wording in 2B3 that staff can continue to influence the outcomes for the transfer of assets, liabilities and staff while ensuring that all obligation data. At what point should we be saying, you know, we don't want a bar of this until you are prepared to come to the table with a reform, answers, but also a reform structure that is acceptable to us. And look, when I ask this, I don't think I'm out of step with the rest of the country either. You know, I don't think there are others around New Zealand who are altogether that happy with where the government appears to have landed.
Those resolutions are there because you know, this is getting momentum at the National Transition Unit level. So National Transition Unit's a team set up by ADI to manage the transition, and ultimately, you know, I want to be led by council, and so it's really wanted to get full visibility over you know, what we do next as officers. The outside of the political views on water reform and what's going to happen in Parliament, and the DIA is going flat out, and they're looking to build asset management plans for the various entities, and they're starting, you know, right now. And so there's almost an operational decision now. Do you engage at that level or not? And so this afternoon there was a discussion amongst senior water managers across Entity B, you know, and there's just a mixed range of views there as well. Some councils are very, very keen to get going and climb into this, some of which are C4LD councils, interestingly enough. But there's a decision, I guess, from this council around the extent you want to get involved, and whether you accept there's a political views and an operational view, or is it's just no to the whole lot. And so it's the kind of direction we're looking for.
So you're saying that the ability for us to influence the outcome on Three Waters is largely gone, and all you're now doing is looking at the influence that we might have on the operational aspects of Entity B, and where we might participate in that.
In terms of the legislation, because there's, that legislation is not the whole reform, there's other parts of the reform that have already been completed. So Tamata Arawai, for example, with the drinking water regulator. So those components are completed and being set up now. The main piece of legislation which is suggested it's going up imminently, that's around the services provision. So the last opportunity to influence that will be the select committee process. But and I'm not proposing we do this, but we can if you wish. If we went through the traffic light assessment, there's a lot of things this council's raised that don't sit with the legislation, and so there could be an opportunity to influence, through political channels on some of those components. So it's starting to break down into different lanes now. Some are legislative, some are not legislative. So the non-legislative pathways, yes, you could still influence. The legislative pathway, the door's closing down to only the select committee process now going forward.
Okay, so we really can't do a damn thing until we see the legislation, and we know.
We've got the exposure draft, but what we don't know is what version will be presented in Parliament, because there's been an announcement in terms of the governance working group recommendations, but we haven't seen how that's reflected in. We don't know if there's other amendments being proposed within DIA or not. So
is that the same exposure draft we saw in December, is it?
Yes, that's right.
So it really hasn't been changed to reflect
I'm sure
what the government may have taken from the working group.
If it's been changed, it's not been made public. The first moment it'll be made public will be when it's presented in Parliament.
Okay, well, I really, I find it still unsatisfactory, but not what your response. Obviously, your response is as it is, but the way the whole process is going, to me, seems pretty undemocratic and very poorly thought through. But I'm getting into debate now, so I'll shut up.
I agree.
I'm liking what you're saying. You're on my side. Welcome.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side.
The water's warm. Come on in.
Councillor Thompson has not there. Councillor Bunting.
Perhaps let me go. So
my questions focus around the Better Off package and some of the conditions therein. So it would be false to assume it's just a large bucket of money coming our way.
Oh, no.
Just like that.
There are definitely conditions that come with it, Councillor.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to look at page 200 of our diligent, which is, I think, it's in the agreement. It's background point 2, a Better Off package of $2 billion, of which they've offered us 58 million. So I'm trying to work out what percentage of that, Rob, out of $1 billion, what's the percentage of?
well, it's about 5%, isn't it?
Right, so that's out of 2 billion, so it's 2.5%. Got it, right. Okay, but the thing that worries me here is point 2, a Better Off package of $2 billion, which supports the goals of Three Waters Reform Programme by supporting local government to invest in the wellbeing of their communities, right, good, in a manner that meets the priorities of both the central and local government. What if the government changes and their priorities are different?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've been asking those similar questions and a range of other questions, and we've, as officers, reached out to the DIA and said we'd like to see a FAQ sheet, because it's difficult, and that's why we haven't brought this document to you for a recommendation either. We're waiting to see answers to those questions and others before we bring it through to you. But it's there's elements of this agreement that's a little bit unclear at the moment.
Yeah, because
it makes it very difficult to provide you some advice.
Our track record of being successful with funding is, well, okay, just debate. And the other one is on page 181 of your report, 182 of our diligent. The funding release. So what happens, let me get this right. We are required to spend the money and then they pay us back. Is that right?
Yes.
So we don't say we need 50 million for a community centre or something. Poor choice of words after today, but you know what I mean. And they don't give us the money. We have to spend the money and then they...
Conceptually, it's very similar to the water stimulus.
Right.
So the way, as I understand it's going to run, so you'd sign a contract, which would lock in the cash.
Yeah.
Then you'd have to develop a list of projects which would have to meet the criteria, which is, largely around climate change and things like that.
Well, yeah.
So you have to develop a list of projects, which would need a council resolution and then the government approval as well, the DIA approval.
Right.
And then it would be implemented and administered like the water stimulus project. So you'd go and procure designers and contracts or start planting plants, and then you would have regular progress claims.
Right.
So it's very similar to the framework.
So it's not uncommon.
It'll work, in my mind, it'll work exactly like the report does that Murray takes
Cool.
up through Infrastructure Operations Committee on water stimulus.
Cool. And page 186 of your report, 187 of our diligent, the prioritisation factors, value for money, strategic plans, iwi support. Now, I just want to, there's been a lot of rhetoric flying around about that part of it. What is your understanding of what that means?
So we'd sought clarification on that previously.
Yeah.
And this
Let me guess, you haven't got it.
Well, this current version says something quite different to what we've been previously told.
Okay.
This contract has some very clear obligations around iwi support for projects.
Because it says here, has the council engaged with iwi?
Yes.
Which we would do as a matter of course anyway, I imagine, but
Yep.
that's it, isn't it?
There's no, it's one of the FAQs that we need to have answered, but I would expect, and based on the structure of the current agreement that we've been presented, they'll be looking for some form of iwi support for projects that go up.
Our street naming seems tougher than that. Okay. All right, now so do we work out what percentage of 2 billion is 58 million?
Yeah.
Anyone? Thanks, finance. 2 billion. There's a 2 billion package, and we're being offered 58 million.
Yeah.
Is that so? That's all, yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to be clever. I'm actually just genuinely trying to get a sense of the scale of.
What percentage of 2 billion is 58?
Less than 3%. 3.4. What is it? 3.4. Okay, so are you happy with that share?
It's.
So council had an opinion on that in the feedback that we provided, that it wasn't sufficient.
Yep.
It didn't recognise us as a growth council and the challenges we had for that, and we asked for an additional 15 million on that.
And how did that go?
We haven't received a response on that.
Right, okay.
A specific response, just that general response.
Thank you, no, I appreciate that. That's cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Councillor Bunting. We don't have Councillor Thompson here, so that seems to be the end of the questions, as far as I can see.
Thank you.
On a couple of quick ones following on from Mark's, and that is that 58 billion was was based on a whole series of factors, wasn't it? Population, deprivation.
Correct. Yes.
So it wasn't in any way a reflection on the net of $1 billion worth of assets that we were contributing, potentially contributing to entity B.
No, I'd have to go back to drawing out the exact criteria. There were 3 or 4 criteria. Population was one. You're exactly right. Deprivation index was another. There were 3 or 4 others. Yeah.
And in terms of that 58 million, from the way you've just described that to Mark's questions, we cannot use that to fund stranded overheads. So where do we fund stranded overheads from? If I use that as one example of costs that we know we're going to incur as a result of losing, a third of our assets?
Yeah, so we estimated back when we did the feedback in October that using the methodology we used for the CCO, that it should be about $30 million that we need over a period of 3 years. On several occasions, a dashboard that was published last year on information that came out with the Better Off package. They've got a number of $8 million for us.
A number of 8 million?
A number of 8 million for us. There's a big difference there, and that's an area that now we're at this stage, along with our other discussions about the reasonable costs that we need to need meet. That's an area that we need to keep influencing and lobbying on.
We've been very clear based on the directives of this council that the allocations of this council are simply not sufficient across a range of areas, not just better off. And that's been consistently reflected into DIA.
So are we being listened to? You know, is it time now to go to the politicians and say to the politicians what we've told DIA and make sure that the politicians know what we will need in order to stay financially stable?
That type of advocacy would be very helpful. You know, I understand Mayor Paul is in Wellington right now, but yeah, that's the kind of advocacy that would be helpful, I would think.
Right, and to start that now?
Yes.
Yep, okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naidi-Rove.
In your recommendation, I'm just looking at the bit that says staff will continue to participate in all matters, etc. Are you aware of any council who are opposed to Three Waters where the staff are actually not engaging? Or not doing anything? Just waiting for the actual draft bill?
I'm not. I'm sure there might be some, but I couldn't name anyone. It's not been drawn specifically to my attention.
And if that were to happen,
yes,
what if we said, you know what, just wait till we see the draft bill, don't do anything, let's just wait and see, because obviously there's a lot of unanswered questions. Yeah. What would be the repercussions of that too?
Difficult to say exactly, but if I just pick one topic, say the asset management plan. So I know for a fact the DIA is looking to develop an activity management plan for each of the 4 water entities. And those technical teams will then be opening their arms to any council that wants to come in, and any council that doesn't want to come into that discussion, they'll just continue without them. And so if we want, this is my personal view, that if we want to direct the entity in terms of some of our strategic issues that, face as a growth council and opening up, the whole growth discussion we had with the council very recently, those are things that would normally be covered in your activity management plan going out 30 years. And so, one way would be to put them in our view of our activity management plan and hand it over. That's what I'm indicating. There's an opportunity that way as a technical approach. And of course, the other option is just don't participate. But if you don't participate, the DIA will simply still develop an Entity B asset management plan, and then that's the plan that'll prevail on day one. That's the tension in all of this, which is why we've put the noting resolution in here, because I'd like political support for whatever we're going to do technically going forward. And we'll be guided by elected members, but it's a very difficult balancing game when you get to those technical operational matters.
Right. Councillor Bunting, is that another question? Or?
Yeah, if that's all right.
Yep.
One quick one. The 24 councils groups for democracy, are they proposing? I presume their staff are still working with council, but are they? Because they seem to be going at a political angle already. What's your take on how that's going from
the staff side?
Yeah.
So that was that was the call I just came off this afternoon. So it was just a touch base amongst all the senior players out of every one of the 22 councils in ETDB.
Yeah. No, sorry, I mean the group for democracy. What would you think?
Communities for Local Democracy.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Okay. I've not been in any discussions with members from that group, but what I would say, I'm not sure I want to mention individual councils' names, but from the discussion this afternoon, it's very apparent that some of the councils I know that are definitely in C4LD, their officers are the most progressive in terms of engaging with the IA and wanting to drive this thing forward. So I'm not sure how they're managing it.
Thing forward,
the reform and make it happen.
Oh, some reform, yeah.
The reform.
Oh, this reform.
Yeah, yes. So I'm not sure how that's being balanced politically. So you've got political and then you've got officer.
Okay.
But that's why I'm bringing this paper here to you today, because as staff, we're here to give effect to your direction, and that's what we're looking for.
So in your experience with, it's not affecting their drive and their work here if their council joined the C4LD?
Well, somehow they've created a divide where the council and government can have political views, but at the same time, they're not taking a political view in an officer group with DIA. What they're taking is they're engaging in technical work, like if I just stick with my activity management plan, that actually takes their council forward if should the reform happen.
So they're still getting a say, and because you kind of warned us against not getting a say, it's going to happen anyway. So they're still in there getting a say, and yet their councils are involved in the C4LD.
Correct.
Lobbying, different stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's just a personal observation, and it's not just of one council in the NTDB footprint.
Thank you. Sorry to talk over you, so that's really helpful.
Okay, thank you. We've got on page 129 on diligent, I think it is, we've got recommendations 2A and 2B. Do we have a mover or seconder?
Signal and
okay, we've got Councillor McPherson moving and Councillor Van Oosting seconding.
Yeah.
Councillor Bunting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, forgive me for the clumsiness of this in the last minute. I know it's late in the day, so forgive me. But I'm trying to achieve something where we can do all this and look at what it would take to join C4LD, not commit to it, and if it's going to cost us a lot of money, then have that discussion, but to explore it, because I'm trying to look for anything we can do to get more say. Sorry, I'm debating now, but that's, so can someone help me out with that as an amendment? Or
I don't mind us considering that, except that it's not in the report.
That's right.
I had no idea that was coming up here.
Nor
I'm
did I,
looking
Dave.
at a staff
Yeah,
report.
yeah.
And about joining that organisation should have been on the listed somehow before we got here.
Yeah, I'm forgive me. I just been thinking about it just then. So.
I mean, why? It can't be part of this. Because it's not. Us joining an external organisation needs to be. You need to give notice of something like that.
Well, no, there could just be a recommendation to initiate discussions and come back to
I think
another
it could
committee.
be a recommendation to another meeting that staff give us a report, including that, or some, including finding out what's involved and etc.
With respect, I think it's probably politically, it's up to the political side to actually find out more rather than the staff to find out more from those councils.
Yeah, but you can't bring up something new on the floor of a meeting.
It's not new. I mean, it's always been, it's always an option. We're looking at our stance here.
I'm sorry, Jeff, with all due respect, it's not on the agenda to join an external.
That's why I'm asking.
It doesn't have to be on the agenda, in my view.
Well, sorry, Jeff, at the start of each triennium and occasionally at odd spots during it, we have motions put before us at council meeting that council be a member of Local Government New Zealand or whatever it is, outside organisation. And that's always in the agenda papers for the meeting, and we usually accept them.
Yeah,
we can take it or leave it.
I have to disagree with you here, and if we could put that up as an amendment, we have got some wording there, Councillor Bunting, and you can vote against it if you don't like it.
Hang on a sec. I can see what's happening here. The mayor's not here. You're chairing. You're chairing the meeting.
That's not fair.
Well, it hasn't been. It's been totally out of the blue.
I agree.
I mind asking questions about it, but I think we need a legal opinion whether it can even be discussed.
Could I just clear the air here?
Yeah, sure.
So, before the meeting, before I was aware that Mayor Southgate was going to miss the meeting, I was contemplating putting that up. I had wording set up. I have since spoken to Mayor Southgate and realising that she's not in the meeting, I'm not putting it up.
No, this is me.
Because I don't consider it fair in her absence to do that.
That's
but it won't
fair.
stop me voting against these recommendations, quite possibly.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's fair to be putting that up in in Mayor Southgate's absence.
Well, I mean, the fact is that the questioning from Rob and a whole lot of others has teased this out, and I thought, well, and my intent is pure. What I'm trying to do is get more advocacy for us without compromising this. So I'm trying to, and it's not signing us up to do it. I'm trying to get, like you say, a report back on what it would take to join, costs, effectiveness, etc. in a short time. Sarah, you have some...
I mean, just trying to be pragmatic, but if we were to have a motion or addition to it, just said that we request staff to come back with further options for advocacy, for something around those lines, keeping it broad. I'm sure that within that, then you can have the group, what it would take, as well as other options, and then it's fairly neutral, and then we don't have to be here until 6 debating it.
Amendment or motion that some of us have put up every time we've discussed the three waters.
So it's not
It is
totally
consistent with that every step of the way.
Yeah. So further options for strengthening.
Okay, we're breaking into an open debate here. At the moment, we've got a motion on the table, which is a staff motion, which is moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Maxine. Councillor Bunting, are you looking at an additional motion or an amendment or what?
Yeah, I'd like to move all that and get staff to come back to this group.
Well, can we have the wording of it, please? I think
Yeah, if you give us a couple of seconds, I'll come up with the wording, if that's all right. Give us a couple of seconds.
Does
Have
this
you got it?
wording, I'm trying to jump, request staff to report back to the council concerning communities for local democracy with a view to...
No, that's a bit too specific for Dave.
Process
opportunities for further advocacy or wider advocacy, if you want to include them, say, which may include that, but yeah.
So with the group or without the group?
Not specifically referring to the group by the sounds.
Yeah, but I mean, the intent is to find out, so I would expect. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, so we take that out. Yes, that's it.
Well, I think that, I mean, there's no problem with, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with the thrust of that.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do, Dave.
Incorporated.
Yeah,
That's what you're after.
Yeah, that's all I'm after. I'm not trying to suddenly pull a Swifty and join that group. But the questioning here, and I'm sorry, Jeff, to indulge, but the questioning here is sort of teased out that there's councils who can still participate, but actually have another crack politically through this group. That's what I'm trying to achieve for us.
And that point was fair.
Yeah, so that's really what I'm trying to achieve.
Yeah. You'll forgive us about Swifties after Ryan's effort.
Let's just have a look at the
We'll
wording.
learn from the best, mate.
And finish at 5 o'clock. This is Councillor Bunting's amendment, and he is trying his best to reword it.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
if you just give him a moment to do that,
Yeah, okay.
without throwing out
membership,
comments.
which may include.
I know we want to finish early, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Yep, cool. Okay.
And there would be agreement with a generic one, not a specific.
Cocktail hour is fast approaching. Right. You right, guys? So I think we have agreement, maybe. So is this the this is the reworked?
We'll accept that's inclusion in our motion.
Right. So that's part of it, yeah?
Yeah.
A, B, C.
Just so Bunty has a quicker ride home tonight.
Cool. Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any questions of it, Councillor Pascoe? 8 questions.
Eight. No, I'm down to 7. No, I've already asked 1, so I'm down to 7 now.
1? It's the longest one I've heard.
Yeah, look, I'm relaxed about that. I'm still a little bit unhappy about continuing to participate, because to me that sends a message that we have not taken any action, or we have not changed our view from the latest.
Sorry, are we in debate?
Okay. No. I'll wait till debate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, I switched off there as well. All right. You can say it, you can use it in debate.
I didn't realise I had so many friends around.
All right. We've got a motion on the table. Councillor McPherson, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Councillor Rob, for signalling what your speech is going to be. No, seriously. Look, I think staff at all times during the last year and a half on this subject have been extremely honest with us and extremely hard working in making sure that our views and our concerns go forward. And I don't think there's anyone in this room that would doubt that fact. So we've ended up with a slight political difference about how the advocacy should work, how far we should push and how much we should involve ourselves in the process that's been set up by another party, the government, not by us. I would suggest that right now it's absolutely in the interests of the biggest council in Entity B to stay involved in the discussions. I don't agree that we should be even considering stepping back from that. If the biggest council with the fastest growth in the whole of Entity B does not stay involved in those discussions, we lose a large part of our ability to influence things like their asset management plan, like their investment plan. It's absolutely vital when you think about those growth discussions we've had over the last few weeks, that we are in the game of ensuring that Entity B, which the government has decided to set up, not us, that they include in their plans the sort of investment and for growth that we know we're going to need in Hamilton over the next 30, 40, 50, 60 years. If that doesn't happen, Hamilton and the development community in Hamilton are going to be significantly shortchanged. And I think it's incumbent, and the whole city will be, it's incumbent on us to make sure we really ram through our own investment plan into that new entity. And the best way to do that is by never to step out of the room, stay in the room the whole time. At the same time, I'm not opposed to us being strong advocates for a better deal, better tweaks, whatever we can get out of the surrounds of that process. And I think we should continue to do that. I am sceptical about one particular organisation, but I'm not sceptical about the need for good advocacy and more advocacy than we've done so far even, Rob. I think that we just need to make sure that while we're being the strongest advocates for our city we can be, we're also on the other side of the coin putting our best foot forward and making sure our needs are met by this organisation. We would hate to step back from it, I think, and look at it and say, why didn't they put this in their asset management plan? Why didn't they put that in their investment plan 10 years down the track? Let's make sure it's in there from the start.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and it's nice to be trying to agree with each other louder than each other in this case. This I think what we're going to hopefully come to today, if we agree to this, is actually quite a giant step in for us as a political group. This is me saying, all right, we will stay in the tent, and I've been uncomfortable with that idea for a long time, but it's also strengthening our political advocacy, and that was teased out. What I'm genuinely trying to do is get a better deal for Hamilton, because we all know that we all feel that this is not a great deal as it stands. The thing is so full of holes, it wouldn't hold water at all. So I think we need help. Our voice alone, I disagree with some comments in the media where we are touting that we have been effective in changing things. I don't agree whatsoever. Our voice alone is not working. And we need to explore, we need to open our minds and explore to work with groups who are working very hard with alternatives, with really sound alternatives. Now, C4LD seems to me to be one of those groups. It may not be the only group. There's groups that Dave and I would agree that we shouldn't even approach. But this one here, when Andrew said to me that their councils can still work functionally inside the tent and lobby outside the tent, that's where my ears perked up, and that's why I think this actually might be something worth having a crack at. So like I said, my intent is pure. I'm looking for the best possible deal for Hamilton. This is coming at us like Rob said, but we've got to be really careful not to get caught in the bulldozer as such. We've got to try and steer the jolly thing as much as we possibly can, and we need help to do it. That's why I'm very strong on the fact that we don't rule out C4LD as an option. So our voice alone is not enough. So thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, thank you to Councillor Sarah for helping me craft that. Really
Councillor Van Easton.
Thank you, and also thanks to Councillor Sarah for helping to craft C in something that becomes a little bit more acceptable to both the mover and myself. I've listened really carefully to staff's response today, and I've heard from them that there is a clear advantage for Hamilton to be working behind the scenes in the setup that's ongoing, that whether or not the politics, where it gets us and where that's happening, behind the scenes, the entities are being established, the setups are happening, and it's absolutely in our benefit for our team who have first-class experience and expertise to be helping to set up what those asset management systems might look like. We'll all benefit from that, and that expertise won't just go for Hamilton, but for, if the whole of Entity B happens, for all 22 of those council jurisdictions. So it's critical that our great systems are shared right across the rohe, and we've tried to do that in smaller examples in the past, and we all know how that's not happened. So this is absolutely critical in my view. There are I guess, political advocacy groups on both sides here, and so by allowing that generality, it allows us to be able to explore all the possibilities that might be happening around there. And so in terms of finding a way forward, I think that this helps us to be able to do that. It's unfortunate that we haven't got the whole of our council team here to debate, but that'll come, I guess, as we move further through this motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure about the entire council. I think there's only one member missing, and that's democracy. That happens. And she's busy meeting with ministers, so I appreciate that. Look, I appreciate...
No, I'm on the
oh, you are? Oh, she is there. Oh, good. So therefore, no, I don't know who is missing.
All right. Order.
So I appreciate what Councillor Bunting is trying to do, but I will again be consistent today with this issue. And I will be voting against any further willingness to send any signal that the takeover of this assets in return for a pittance of funds to supposedly compensate us. Look, the room I wanted to be in right at the outset was one that was strongly and firmly opposed to this takeover and to this reform. And I think all of us have said through this whole process that it's not been friendly, it's not been good, and in my opinion, it's been a shocking display of taking control. In my 15 years on local government, it's also been the worst I've seen and the worst I've experienced. It's a brutal exercise at every corner of withholding information and being challenged in ways that we shouldn't be challenged as local government, looking after the people of our district. Look, I had to chuckle when I read the criteria where if we accept the 2 tranches of money and the 58 million, which is, what was it, 4% of something of the value of the assets. The criteria that the funding can be used is no surprise that it can only be spent on a few things. Now, that wasn't indicated to us right at the beginning, and it just so happens that those few things are there to meet central government's goals. Some of them happen to align up with us, but not many. So this whole experience has been very unpleasant, and it seems that every corner we're surprised at the lack of information, the lack of willingness, and the lack of democracy, basically. So I appreciate what Councillor Bunting's trying to do here, but I will be voting against it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm hugely disappointed by the government's announcement between the last time we voted on this, following on from the working group recommendations. I have serious doubts as to the ethics of some of the people on the working group, given the conflicts of interest that they had. They probably disclosed those, but by the same token, as a professional, I would not have accepted a role if I had quite the significant conflict of interest that some of them had. But bearing in mind, one of the outcomes that we're supposed to be happy with is that we will get 4 shares, for up to 4 shares, maybe only 3.5 shares, with a population of 180,000, for giving over $1.1 billion worth of our community, our ratepayers' assets. Whereas Waitomo District Council will get 1 share for their 9,308 people who were there on in 2018. It's probably less now, but they will get 1/3 to 1/4 of the shares that we've got. And they won't be handing over anywhere near the value of assets that we will be asked to hand over. So I'm a little bit disappointed by 3, where we will continue to influence outcome for the transfer of assets, liabilities and staff, when I don't think we've got an S-show of participating and influencing in any way what the government are going to do, because they're just going to do it. So I am very disappointed with the outcome of the working group. I do support Dave in the honesty and the ethics of our staff. I have asked many questions of staff since this project has been underway, and I've always received a straight up and honest answer, and there's nothing I could ever do and go back and challenge those answers from staff. And I have no doubt that that will continue in whatever happens going forward. I have concerns about some of the groups that are working against the Three Waters proposal. I've heard today that Queenstown and Dunedin have pulled out of the democracy group, and I'd like to know, and possibly it will be in a report if a report comes back, as to why that has happened and whether or not the group is growing. You know, we last heard there were 15 councils. There may only be 13, but there may be more. And so that report hopefully may give us that information. I think somehow...
32.
I think somehow we're still in the tent, but we're at the door or the flaps of the tent, and we're looking out for what might be beyond the tent. Because I don't think, unless we can now get straight to our MPs, and if our MPs want to talk about it, and I very much doubt that they do, because they will have been gagged by Cabinet, or by caucus, but I really think we need to be influencing those politicians, and hopefully, Mayor Paula, if you're still there, you are going to do some of that with Minister Robertson when you meet with him today or whenever that might be. So reluctantly, I will support the motion today, given that C is now there, but I'm sitting betwixt and between at the moment, and my ongoing support for the waters reform is tepid, to say the least. Thank you.
I've waited till the end to raise a point of clarity. I think...
Have you had me on the question list, Deputy Mayor?
We're in debate now, Mayor Southgate.
I mean on the debate list. Have you got me on the debate list, please?
Yep, I do.
Thank you.
Just the point of fact about how many are in that group at the moment, I think it was 32 rather than 15 at this point. I'm just trying to get a point of fact.
That was the last I heard, there were 15, but...
Yeah, no, I was trying to be polite with my point of order and not stuff them up in the middle of it. But, you know.
We'll carry on. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Jeff. I will not be supporting the motion in front of me. I join, however, with my good friend Councillor Pascoe that I think the staff on this matter, the Hamilton City Council staff on this matter, have been absolutely transparent and have done a good job in providing the information to us. But I think by their own acknowledgement, they are still acknowledging there's a lot of unanswered questions. And if you feel that I've mischaracterised your comments, please put your hand up and I'll apologise. I'm, for example, not at all convinced that this is going to leave us better off. I don't think that's going to happen at all. I do not agree with the co-governance strategy. And I'm sorry, I've been consistent. I do not agree with the structure of shareholding. I think it's nonsensical. I think it's embarrassing to our ratepayers. And the illustration that Councillor Pascoe gave should be a message to us all. And I'm also mindful that the way this has been managed by the government has been clumsy, if we were being kind. And I've now run out of patience about saying, you know, that I'm being kind. So I'll be not supporting it today. I think this is a mistake. I've said it throughout, but I respect the democratic process, but I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Off the other one. Sorry, I'm just running out of battery. Thank you, everyone. I've been listening to the debate. I've literally been listening since I got out of the room with Minister Robertson, where I pressed the case for considering Metro situation as being quite different to other councils, rural and provincial councils across the country, and the huge impost on us for infrastructure to enable growth and housing, and how water fits in this. So I have just literally been doing that as we speak, and he is aware of our concerns, and he's aware of my strong request to put a metro lens on this issue. I'm not opposed to the recommendation because it doesn't tie itself to one sort of political advocacy. It enables a lot of political advocacy to occur with metros, with other councils, not just councils for local democracy. I reject the idea that nothing has happened since our involvement. In the beginning, we had no shareholding shareholding considerations, and that has changed. The ratepayer was considered a consumer at the end of the chain and wasn't given a local voice, and that has been strengthened, not as much as we'd like maybe, but there it is. Our opportunity is in the select committee. We've always known that. We're going out to the public, we're engaging with the public. As soon as we get the information in the draft bill, we'll go out to the public. Look, I have to say that I also reject that councils for local democracy can be any more efficient than any kind of wider advocacy. Not that we shouldn't pay attention to some of their ideas, but to say that they alone can make the difference is flawed in my view. In fact, there's only one metro council now, member of councils for local democracy, and that is Christchurch. Queenstown and Dunedin have withdrawn and are not paying any money. And don't forget, it did cost $20,000 to be part of this, but they're not paying any further money. They haven't paid the money, in fact, to councils for local democracy because they haven't had any results from that. But look, I'm absolutely alongside my colleagues here. Like Mark Bunting said before, we're agreeing loudly with each other that this we aren't happy with the government direction in its entirety. But I think Dave spoke so well when he said, you can't be outside of a tent throwing stones. If you want to be heard, you've got to go in and sit there with the people making the decisions and keep going and keep beating on the drum. And believe me, don't underestimate just exactly how loudly I have been beating on that drum to put a Hamilton lens over the future of our water services. And people talk about asset grabs, but it's also debt grabs. It's also a lot of other things. We will be going strongly to the Select Committee, flavoured by public engagement, with the points that are most relevant to make our Hamilton City Council area thrive in this new future. That's all I can say. I'm working very, very hard on that. I'll support this recommendation today because it is wide enough to include all views. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. I'll just speak quickly. Look, I'm not comfortable with these recommendations today. I was thinking about supporting it only because of the last bit of the motion. That's the only bit that holds the faintest bit of interest for me. I think we've tried to go alone as a council or with neighbours, and I think we've failed abysmally there. I just feel like I'm swallowing a dead rat. I understand that staff actions are needed to safeguard our position, and it's self-defeating to vote against that. But a strong part of it, for me, still feels as though we're tacitly giving approval to this fiasco. Stay in the tent, stay in the tent. I've heard that for the last 6 or 7 months. There's been no clear advantage to us whatsoever. We've been shafted. And to hear that people are being appointed to the transitional group at high speed just exacerbates that bitterness for me. And I keep coming back to the fact that our public haven't had a say on Three Waters. We haven't asked the people for their views, and yet we just carry on with this process, and I just can't abide that. When they do get to the select committee process, they're going to be participating in that, and they're going to be staring face to face with a fait accompli. It's just morally wrong. And the changes announced recently are a farce. They were cosmetic changes. Ownership of assets was never the issue anyway. It was the control of the assets, and that has changed bugger all. Our assets are going to be run from afar. It's going to take our council and our community yet another step away from local voice and local democracy. I've never been happy with the approach our council has taken to date. We've been soft, we've been weak. I've been criticised for being intemperate and hot-headed all the way along and told to stay in the tent. Well, look where it's got us. So I was going to put up today that we join Communities for Local Democracy. Didn't want to do it with Paula outside the room. It wouldn't have been fair. I don't mind Bunty's suggestion there, but I'm just really so turned off by this. And really, I just don't hold out a lot of hope, and I'm just disgusted in this process that the government's had, and I'm disappointed that our council hasn't shown a few more gonads and fought for the last 6 months, because you can paint a pretty picture out of it, but we've been shafted and it's not a good situation. And we had 200 of our residents have had any sort of say at all because they responded to a link on our website. They should have had a say a long time ago. The 4 entities model has been in place right from the start. It's not like there was nothing to consult on. We knew the 4 entities model was there 6 months ago. It's still there now. We could have asked them and we didn't. So I'm not going to support this because I'm just disgusted. And yeah, thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, certainly let me respect the way in which you're chairing this meeting, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I think the key thing is that we are calmly and democratically listening to a...
You went so calm after Founders. There was some colourful language there, Councillor Gallagher.
I mean, this is a good example, and without reflecting on earlier in the day where there's lots of discussion, and that's not harmful. And I won't be reading social media, having just voted against the current new code of conduct. I probably won't read social media comments about me and other people, so they keep my blood pressure down. But seriously, I respect totally that on this issue and the tactics on this issue, this council is fairly evenly and finely divided. And there's a point at which there may or may not be numbers that go up that I'm in a minority. But I want to uphold the proper considered process. In this case, I will still obviously be supporting the Mayor's position and the recommendation, with the caveat, and just dare I say it again and again and again, I do not support the super uber large Central North Island model, particularly around the community, massive spread of the community of interests, and certainly how it dilutes the shareholding. Certainly pick up the point of Councillor Pascoe around Otrahonga's, my good friends in Otrahonga, their shareholding relative to the Metro Hamilton. So I want to be crystal clear. So I guess then the debate today is do you step out the tent totally, or do you stay in the tent? And you basically, I'm still of the view that you stay in every room you can. That doesn't mean to say you're rolling over, and I totally uphold that we will be full consultation with our citizens, and also robust presentation to the Select Committee. With respect to the political scene in Wellington, as they would say, I think there's a whole lot of water still to go under our many bridges yet. Also, in terms of democracy, I respect that there are some around this table that want to actually have a further investigation around the various political lobbying groups. And at least this gives you, through due process, and gives us all notice that you're asking staff to look at those optics, and at least we're prepared for that particular discussion and debate when we come back. But totally respect your view, Mr Deputy Mayor, and my very good friend Ewan Wilson's and the Mayor. And it's nice that actually we, dare I say it, it's a calm, considered conversation. I don't know about you made some reference to something with a G word, but I don't get that, but don't understand what that is. But seriously, totally respect. This council is evenly divided. I still think on balance it's far better to go with this motion than not.
Right a reply, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I won't go into too many details, just a couple of points I would like to respond to. Just in terms of the motion, as it now reads, it doesn't specify any particular political advocacy groups, which is why Maxine and I were willing to go along with that, because I think there's more than one that we ought to be having a look at, and B, even with the one that has been mentioned several times, both Rob and Paula have mentioned some potential problems with that particular organisation at the moment. I mean, one of the advocacy groups that I would be keen on knowing a bit more about is actually the Infrastructure Commission and what it is saying about this, because there's some pretty high-powered members of industry and the community involved in that, doing some quite good work, in not just in the Three Waters area, but in the wider infrastructure needs area for New Zealand Inc. going forward. just on the co-governance strategy, not the governance strategy, everyone's got their own viewpoint on the co-governance, and I support that. I don't think it's, to be honest, anything more than a high-level governance situation, the co-governance one. I think that's the proper place for it, and don't have any problems at all. And I think a few people have whipped that up to be far more than it is. But on the actual ownership / governance sort of side of things, the new system gives us 4 votes. It's a vote for every 50,000 or part thereof, Rob, so we wouldn't get 0.6 or something. Yeah. But Waipa gets 1 and Waikato would get 2 votes. The reason I picked those 2 councils out, and we get 4, is that we, up until a year and a half ago, were heavily involved in a 3 waters discussion with those 2 future-proof partners, where we each had effectively 1 vote each. This is actually giving us a greater say because of our size. It's not adequate enough, but it's more adequate than what we were all willing to go with before. So we've got an improvement there. I think we should get a bigger improvement, and Martin's put his finger on one of the ways to do that is to have a smaller geographical entity that groups, and a lot of us have talked about one that groups Waikato and Bay of Plenty, and we still should be looking at advocating for something like that. But notwithstanding that, there have been some improvements made. And I think we should be working hard to get more improvements. And probably the last thing I'd say is that if you're inside the room, there's a shorter distance to throw stones than if you're outside the room.
Right, thank you, Councillor McPherson. We'll put the motion. I don't know if you need to see the motion. What's that? All right. There it is there. Happy to put it? Okay. All right, those in favour?
And against? The motion is carried, noting Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidoo-Rauf and Councillor O'Leary are dissenting.
Thank you, that's great. Right, we're on to item 13. Deliberations report on the review of the naming of roads, etc.
Chair, could I ask, in the interest of time, I don't want to be negative here, but could we move this back to the June community meeting? Where it rightfully belonged. I mean, it will be well after 6 o'clock by the time we finish.
I get a response from Councillor Bunting on that.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, look, if it doesn't make Paul Grant's head explode, I'm happy.
I'm sorry, Grant.
Oh, I know he's been working on this thing for years, but I'm happy, and if you're happy,
I'll ask Mayor Southgate too.
No.
Fine.
So let's move. Happy to bounce it back to you, Bunty.
Thank you for the quick hands, Mayor Paula, in the back line.
While we're at it, is there anything else we can throw around? We have the social procurement policy, but...
Can I just point out, maybe let's do one at a time. So if we can just have a mover and seconder of that one to move it back to the community committee. And if I'm right, there was a request that the community committee have the delegation to make the final decision on that, so it doesn't then bounce back up to council on the 30th. Can I just confirm that is correct from the conversation?
Yeah, my understanding is that we have the decision.
Okay, so Mayor Southgate and
Councillor Pascoe.
Pascoe.
Right.
All in favour?
In favour? All against?
Dissenting? Carried unanimously.
Right, item 15, social procurement policy.
So there was, the next one is 14, consideration on support of private members.
I'm sorry, okay.
Bill.
Item 14.
I'll move it.
Is that one that can be?
Sorry, just before we start, I just need to go to Councillor Wilson there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be withdrawing from this particular item. I don't believe that I have a conflict. However, because I'm part of the DLC, people could perceive me to have a conflict, so it's better to withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It's been moved by Councillor Thompson.
I've got an addition to the motion, which I'd put as a separate motion. Are we able to have that put up on screen?
Yep.
Can I explain it just in a few words? So it's just following on from our briefing. I worked with Calvin Powell on just a motion to say, to request staff to pull together all existing research and then tell us what else would be needed if we wanted to go ahead with developing a LAP. So it's not committing us to one, but it's just understanding what we've already got in terms of evidence and research. Yeah, that's it.
Righto, and you've got Councillor McPherson as a seconder, by the looks.
I would say.
Oh, I'm just reading up there.
Sorry, yeah.
I don't mind who seconds it. Okay. All right, so that's up there. We'll just go to Calvin for some introductory.
I'm not sure that there is a requirement. I think it was well summed up this morning by Dr Hoskins and Dr Jackson and the MP Chloe Swarbrick, but I'm here to take any questions.
Great. Councillor Gallagher. Oh, you're on debate? All right. Are there any questions, folks? No, there's not. Great. We'll go into debate. Councillor Thompson, would you like to?
Okay. Given it's almost the end of, it's late in the day, I'll be brief. The current legislation is completely unworkable. If we try and get a local alcohol policy across the line right now, it will be appealed by the supermarkets and potentially also liquor stores. So this is critical in terms of actually giving our community a voice on the sale or supply of alcohol in their local areas. And at the same time, if we go ahead with pulling together the research that's available right now, we're in a better position to understand where the gaps are. It could take some time if there are gaps to do further research, but we also have a good foundation for advocacy to central government if we've got more information about alcohol harm within our community. So I think it's a pragmatic step. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you a terrible history lesson. It's a sad history because I shout out to former MPs, the Alliance MP Matt Robson, Di Yates and myself and many others who have been working and were working in this space. So my new hero is the Chloe Swarbrick, who's picked up the torch and the baton. Am I cynical about our supermarket chains? Am I cynical about our liquor lobby, who have kept us talking and kept frustrating and using every tool in the book, essentially, to delay an outcome? I'm weary and cynical, and it's been 12 years since I left the Parliament, and here we go. We're still in this room. And as we're reminded again by Alcohol Health Watch, who was around, has been around for many, many years, them and of course the Medical Office of Health and the heroes who work in this harm area, this has been a long, slow, exhausting battle. And I think we just need to give a very clear message, obviously, to our democratically elected members of the Parliament across the political spectrum, list and electorate, that we actually desperately want action because the harm is there for all to see. But big shout out to Chloe and the team, and support this with enthusiasm and a degree of sadness that here we are 12 years later still having this discussion.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yep, I totally agree with the speakers we've had. Thanks to Sarah for fronting this, and also Angela has done a lot of work over the years on this subject. I thought we had a good outcome before, except that it was clear that we weren't going to get it through the courts, and that's the problem. We could get it through the community, we could get it through the council, but we weren't going to get it through the courts, not without spending mega bucks more than we had. It's no secret that the liquor lobby throws a lot of funding into the political system, directly funds some parts of it, funds political parties with contributions at times. And in my opinion, the supermarkets who ran the legal cases basically for the liquor industry, because they make a lot of money out of that aspect of their business, that they, in my opinion, they rip off their communities both financially, as has come out recently, but also socially as well. And this is an aspect clearly where that's been happening. And the one point of disagreement I might have with our three speakers this morning is they were talking all about the big councils having difficulty. It's also the small councils. In fact, the very first council to have a difficulty with the supermarkets was Hauraki District Council, not too far from us in Paeroa, and they were taken on by the supermarkets because they thought they'd get in early and have an early response to the new government legislation, which unfortunately has not been worth the paper it's been printed on. So we need this sort of change.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
I support what Councillor Dave and the others have said as well. I'm all for us pushing forward with this. I think it's good. As a matter of fact, it's excellent. It needs to be done. As someone who's worked in the liquor industry, I've seen what it looks like, and I can tell you right now that we try and sell more things to more people more often, and it is driven by bottom line. It's after hearing what I heard today, it almost saddens me a little bit that I have been involved in that side of things, in that side of the industry. I believe in freedom of choice, and I think that an LAP is not going to take that away, because it's going to let people make responsible decisions for how they act and behave. But I really do think it's going to help protect a lot of other people who may not have the cognizance to actually make the right decisions when needed. So, yes, that's me.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Councillors, before we put the motion, just want to point out on in E, we're delegating an elected member. We probably should decide who to advocate to central government and to non-executive members of parliament in support of the bill.
Yeah, I'm happy to, as long as there's support from, Mayor Paula's office and things.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Councillor Thompson, terrific. Oh, sorry. Yeah, right, a reply. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, I was just going to do a question around that, but look, I think this is the only way forward at the moment, and I don't hope. I know that Sarah will do the homework for this that's needed and present us exceptionally well, and give MP Chloe Swarbrick the support that is needed to get this bill passed. Support everything that everyone has said. Like Councillor Donovan, I have about 12-year history in hospitality on the other side, not on an off licence but on an on licence, and it has always baffled me the amount of regulation for on licences and the requirements for their staff to be trained and looked after people, and yet barely 5% of those requirements and that legislation and those tough rules applies to liquor stores. I was so proud of this council when we did this work, and we worked hard and as fast as we could to create the best policy to reduce the most harm in our communities. And we all know, and we'll see it again with this additional motion with the information of gaps, that liquor stores target the lower socioeconomic areas, and they come with their ugly bollards and they come with their roller doors and their cheap, nasty RTDs that not only have alcohol in them but a ton of sugar as well. And we see the effects of that on our streets. So super supportive of this, super supportive of Councillor Thompson taking a bit of a lead role. And yeah, look forward to a really positive outcome. Let's hope Parliament hears and listens to local government, because I'm sure we will all be singing from the same song sheet. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Thompson, right to reply.
Yes, just simply want to say thank you everyone for your support for this, but also thank you to Calvin, who put together a report in extremely quick, with extremely quick turnover, possibly 2 days. And
See staff, you can do that.
and Mayor Paula also for allowing the late item, because I said to her, I'm going to do a notice of motion, and then actually, this was incredibly easy. Amazing when things are easy. So thank you. But is there anything else? I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to put we've got two motions, so we'll be able to put them separately, I suppose. I'll put the first motion. Those in favour?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Right, additional motion. Those in favour?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Great, thank you for that. Right, we're on to social procurement policy. And just want to acknowledge Councillor Van Oosten's role in this and the fact that it's got here today. Thank you for the work you've done, Maxine, and I'm sure you'll be moving the motion when the time comes. Great. Jolly good. All right, Igor.
Good evening. Well, thank you for your time. And just to repeat, actually, and an acknowledgement of Councillor Van Oosten's input and perseverance in campaigning and championing the topic. The purpose for me here today is to basically seek your approval for the amended procurement policy. The purpose is to allow for consideration of social procurement and also to allow for consideration of well-beings into our procurement decisions. So I'd like to take the report as read and allow myself for questioning.
Thank you, that's great. Are there any questions, folks? Right, got Councillor Van Oosten's moving and Councillor Wilson seconding. Councillor Van Oosten, would you like to speak to it?
Question first, if I might.
Sure.
I note that there is no set up to report back to council upon any outcomes of a change that might be approved today. Is it an easy enough process to be able to set that up through either a finance committee or an economic development committee for perhaps an annual, not more than report?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we could do it. Yeah, the frequency to be determined, but yes, it's a relatively straightforward process because we have the data available to validate or ratify what we've done. So yeah.
Okay. I wonder if staff might be able to note that in the motion to report back, perhaps to the finance committee. Would that be agreeable to you, Chair Pascoe?
Makes sense.
Kia ora. And it makes sense, David? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Igor, thanks for your work on this. I know it's been a complex process. Just remind me, and you touched on it at the workshop the other day, what we're seeing today is a slightly nuanced version. Where are we shifting, just at a high level, and are we moving the needle on that local impact a bit?
We are, yes, we are, correct. So basically what we've done is we've tried to expand slightly on the existing, if you like, social attributes. So we've expanded the number of attributes, so there's 4 now, so social, cultural, economic and environmental, but taking into account a kind of commercial balance to say, look, depending on the value of the project, what we don't want to do is to continue having those and an additional 5% local impact. And if you look at the sort of the table of potential maximum impact, that could elevate to a really, really large number. So what we're doing is we're taking local consideration, but we're taking it in lieu of the value of the project itself. Yeah, so because this, I guess the easiest way to think of it is that, you know, out of 100% of consideration, the larger percentages those attributes become, the less other considerations that we can make, including price. And so you start muscling out some other attributes. I mean, obviously we could blow those attributes out to, you know, really, really large values, but then it would start to dominate on other, you know, not competing balancing, but yeah, but other considerations.
And
So-
just have we tested this with some suppliers, so this won't be a, you know, surprise to the market?
It's already been conducted to an extent in the market. Auckland's a good example, for instance. So they take a relatively similar approach in terms of percentages and the percentages of broader outcomes that they factor. So it won't be. This is not a radical move on our part.
And final question: Are you excited about this? Like, does this lift the bar a little bit in terms of, you know?
It does. I'm always conscious as well as that there's a commercial balance to be taken here as well. And obviously, you know, we have an obligation to provide value to the ratepayer. So I think this achieves both. Yes, to answer your question, yeah, I do.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. Is it fair to say, Igor, that part 6, which is predominantly the change part, that we've already been doing a number of those areas in terms of buying decisions that support low carbon options, enable Māori business and so forth, that wherever the opportunity arises in terms of quotations that we receive, a lens already goes on those areas?
There are, but this move will allow some very, very specific considerations to be made by staff, specifically in the areas, for example, of cultural or social. So, you know, previously there were local impact and sustainability. And generally speaking, at 2.5%, we weren't seeing a lot of buying decisions that were moving the needle in terms of who we chose in that respect.
So given that price is a fairly major component of a decision, how, and Councillor Maxine's desire for some reporting back through Finance Committee, obviously there'll be issues like commercial privacy and sensitivity. But have you got an idea as to how you would report in terms of, and I think of a good example which we had in this council was the decision of using Roundup on weeds versus spraying those weeds with hot water, which cost, I think, 2 or 3 times the cost of Roundup.
Yep.
So how would you report that back to a finance meeting in terms of saying we're now spraying the weeds with hot water, even though it costs 3 times the cost of Roundup, because we think the environment is more suitably benefited by hot water than Roundup?
I think that probably the easiest way to report back is in terms of firstly the decision that was made, i.e., you know, supplier over supplier B, but then looking at the actual scoring itself to see that, you know, did it actually make a difference?
So you're happy with that there is a good measurement basis then
absolutely,
to do that,
correct,
and to come back and say, well, it costs 3 times the amount, but these were the other benefits that we got from that extra cost, that extra price.
Potentially, or if we flip that around the other way to say, you know, if we took a higher consideration of some of the other components that weren't cost-based, did it actually make a difference?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. All right, there's no further questions, so we'll go into debate. Councillor Van Oosten, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you. Recognising that it's late in the day, we've all got a great deal of other meals and responsibilities for the rest of the day. Look, I'll be really brief. This is something when I was elected to council that Mayor Paula asked us to have an interest of inquiry, and this was mine. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and to get the best impact from it requires us to look more broadly than simply the cost benefit. Other things have changed as well in our community. The Local Government Act allows us to think about the four well-beings. COVID happened and lockdowns have changed locals' views. Hamilton CBD, they've got a great project up about being local. Waikato and Hamilton Tourism, again, after lockdowns, did some really good work about supporting local. And so have other businesses around our city as well. Our He Po Manawa Ora strategy has within it a policy to look to promote Māori prosperity. There's also growing concern in the council with regard to sustainability, climate change, and the real need for us to have some more urgent actions around that. All of these things can be considered within our procurement policy in a much greater way to be able to offer a fairer way to show us that happens, that it's not just about the cost of it. There needs to be some balance in that, and where a matrix can be used in order to ensure that that balance doesn't get out of kilter is really important. I thank the staff for their excellent work and for putting up with my dopey questions and my ultra persistence. They've done a great job about being able to put together this quite elegantly in a way that is acceptable and palatable for all of us. I'm talking longer than I ought to really, but I want to see local businesses benefit. I want local jobs created. I want to increase apprenticeships, wages, training opportunities for our youth, and I want council to be pulling its weight in all of that. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Van Esten, well done. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Firstly, thank you, Maxine, for, I think, it's been 2.5 years or so that you've been working away on this, and thank you also to our wonderful staff who have enabled this as well. This is about increasing the benefit of everything that we do, reducing the negative impacts of what we do, particularly around our environment. But also, I think that it leads change within the market when we're asking more from contractors that can encourage them to actually change the way that they do things, and that can flow into other work that they do as well. So, extremely positive step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Just let me get my camera on so you can see me. Thank you. No, you can't see me. Anyway, I'll talk. Thank you. Hi, Maxine. Thank you very much for your work on this. You were tenacious and kept the staff on task, and they have done an excellent job with you on this. So I want to congratulate you. I'm particularly pleased with the local weighting, and look forward to us seeing how this works and how best we can keep tweaking procurement to make sure that we get multiple well-beings in our outcome. Sorry about that. I'm in a foyer. Does it sound like I'm in a foyer? I'm in a foyer, very firm. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, and I support, I'll vote for this, and then I'll have to move away from it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. All right. Thanks, everyone. All right. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? No one against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Rightio. And we are on to two very basically information-only reports. The wider representation, moved by Councillor Pascoe, seconded by Councillor Wilson. It's pretty straightforward, I think. No questions? Oh my gosh, there are. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Oh,
my quick question is, please, can staff assure me that we've got a really robust comm strategy around both STV and the change of representation, because my experience tells me that when we switched to STV at the DHB, there was a lot of destroyed ballots. People ticked instead of even, and please tell me that we're going to spend some money in the education.
The answer to that is yes.
Good. If it doesn't work.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Just to follow on from Councillor Ewan's question, this year are we going to be, we often to save costs, we go in with the regional council and sometimes the DHB and we all have it on one. But I don't know if we've had a conversation around that because it's more cost effective, but is it more confusing if they're using different systems?
So there's no DHB elections this year, and we will always do the regional council voting along with ours. So that's across the whole of the Waikato, and it's not something that we can unwind. So when the voting packs go out, you will have region and you will have Hamilton City.
And that's still first past the post?
Yes.
If that is the case, can we have a clear delineation?
We're quite. The voting papers are quite structured, and we don't have really any influence on how those voting packs go out. The place that we can influence is in our campaign, our education campaign, and what we choose to do.
Can I just test you? First thing you're saying we can't unwind it.
Yep.
Is that a central government decision, or who makes that policy that says we are in bed with these guys for the election voting process?
I think I'm going to have to come back to you on exactly where the authority comes from. I want to say it's somewhere in the Local Electoral Act. I know that when we basically hit the elections process, we're working alongside all the rest of the electoral officers across the Waikato, but we also sign an MOU because we have to share costs with the region, and the proportion of those costs depends on the number of electoral returns that we get.
I wonder, Chair, I don't want to draw this out, but just maybe as an action or something, we could just have some clarity around that process so that we could at least have an input into that, whether it's the collateral that goes out or whether it's the bundling or the unbundling. Just take your direction on that.
I can come back to you with some information about what the process is, and we can perhaps go from there. We usually have a reasonable amount of separation between the council and the election process, just to make sure that there's no conflict. But I think I've actually never been asked that question before, so I feel like I need to just double check my answer.
That's okay, so we'll just do that as an action and bring it back in some way?
Yep.
For visibility purposes, that's all?
Yep.
Thanks.
I was just going to say that it's slightly out of scope, so we can do it as a staff action. Yes.
Broad scope.
Not even.
Councillor Thompson, have you got a in-scope question?
I'm really fading, but just very quickly on Councillor Ewan's question, I've been asked by a community house, will there be like a really simple video explaining STV that they can share with their community? So just confirming that.
So when we did the campaign around the representation review, and before that change into STV, there was a video that was developed that discussed the difference between STV and first past the post. So the team are taking the STV bit of that video and doing a rework to it.
Okay.
So for the community, yes, we're also looking to put some collateral together for people who are standing for elections, so that they understand the effect of STV on how basically the votes are counted and how that affects people when they're looking at standing for council.
And will we potentially test that, say, material, say the video and stuff with just lay people to kind of, or like community? Anyway, sorry, but I mean, it was just a clear message from them that needs to be really straightforward and help them.
Yeah, it just feels like we're straying a little bit away from the appeal there. All right, look, I will,
Already been moved and seconded.
okay, I'll move, unless it's been moved. All right,
It has been moved and seconded.
it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I'm going to take some time on the speaking order because I...
All the time you want, Ewan.
Because I think this is really important, and all joking aside, wake up, Angela. I hadn't envisaged a envelope that was going to arrive in a voter's house that's going to ask the voter to use two different voting systems to cast their vote. And I accept that that's the way it is, but I think I join Councillor Hamilton when I say we have to try as an organisation, not as elected members, to remind the voters, maybe on the envelope or maybe on each of the voting papers, stop, here's the voting system, because the invalid ballots that somebody's going to cast by switching the systems is going to erode the very democracy and the voter turnout that we've all strived to improve. And I'm really concerned about that. So, although I was definitely joking when I said, Mesh, I know where you live, clearly that wasn't meant as a threat. But I'm just asking staff to give it some really serious thought. It doesn't need to involve us because of the conflicts of interest. But we have to have a robust marketing strategy. And I think at the heart of that, there's got to be some message on the envelope and some message on the front of the voting paper. Stop. This is the voting system for this, and this is the voting system for regional council. Okay, that's it. I'll shut up.
Rightio, can we not talk about STV, because this is actually about the appeal for the representation thing, so can I just, any other speakers, can we just talk about what's in this report? Councillor Gallagher.
Mr Chair, I'll accept your ruling.
Then I will. My 3 words, great work, staff.
That's not on.
Great, thank you all. All right, the motion is that the council receives the report. Put it. Those in favour? Those against? 0. And
Carried unanimously.
last, we now have the report from the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee, which again is a report to receive. I think I've just lost it. And we have Dan Finn on Zoom. Hello, Dan. Is there anything you'd like to say to introduce this?
Yeah, look, just an opening. Look, we're very keen to raise the the profile and the importance of health and safety at this level, and the purpose of the report really is to provide the whole of council with an opportunity to receive an update around safety and wellbeing, our progress and performance, as well as other strategic activities that we have underway to keep our people safe, well and healthy. So take the report as read, and we're happy to receive any feedback or questions.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. I'll move. I'll second. Oh, sorry, Martin, you have a question?
Just through the chair, just, obviously don't underestimate the importance. We know it's so important, and obviously another opportunity at some stage higher up the agenda. But I had a series of questions, but I won't now pursue those given the time of the day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing, isn't it? Yeah.
Through the chair, I was going to suggest something like that at the next time we present it on a quarterly basis, that actually this paper goes first, so that we provide time to...
Yeah, it deserves better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll put it. Those in favour? Any against? Great, I'll move that we go into public excluded. Seconder. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Those in favour? Those against?
Carried unanimously.
Carried.